Chapter 31. Peter and Ned looked outside. All the visitors had run away. They didn't see the wreaking havoc with the drones. They only saw mechanical wreckage on the ground, with sparks flying everywhere. Peter and Ned looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They mustered up the courage to go out and found that there were indeed no drones attacking them. What happened? Did Iron Man save us? Peter murmured as he looked at the mechanical wreckage all over the ground. I don't know, Peter. Should we go out and take a look? Ned was not sure about the situation, but he felt safe. Curiosity took over and he wanted to see what was going on. It's too dangerous, Ned, but I also want to see what's going on. Peter was a little hesitant at first, but he saw many people behind him coming here and wanting to go outside to take a look. When he saw so many people, he instantly felt confident. Then a group of people walked out of the room. Some wanted to leave this dangerous place, while some wanted to leave and also satisfy their curiosity by making videos and posting them on YouTube. Peter and Ned walked out together among the group of people. The group saw a lot of drone wreckage along the way. Some were cut in half, some were blown to pieces, and some drones had a big hole in the chest, as if a punch had pierced through the chest. Peter shuddered when he saw it, and couldn't help wondering who did this. As a group of people moved forward, Noah swung his sword and cut a drone that was about to launch a missile. He was now outside the exhibition. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw that in addition to the fleeing crowd, there was also a group of drones that had begun to attack humans. The launchers on the back of several naval drones aimed forward and began firing many missiles, and their target was the many people who were fleeing in front. If this round of bombing landed, there would definitely be heavy casualties. Seeing this, Noah's magic power surged in his body and turned into the element of wind through the amplification of the mecha. He raised his hand and waved it. A wind wall more than 10 meters long rose from the ground. The missiles launched by the drone were blocked by this wind wall and then rolled into the sky. Wang Defa. Tony was circling with a bunch of drones. When he passed by, he saw a bunch of missiles flying up and almost hit him. Fortunately, he was agile and dodged in time. However, the group of Air Force drones that were chasing him were not so lucky. They were hit directly by the missiles and exploded in mid-air. What is this? And who is this? Tony flew over and looked at the wind wall on the ground and Noah standing on the ground wearing the project armor. Tony saw this stranger wearing an armor with a different style from his own and asked questions. But before Tony had time to think, another wave of drones caught up with him from behind, firing machine guns at him crazily. Tony could only put aside his doubts and start another round of chase. Far away in the Hammer factory, in the room where Justin Hammer imprisoned Ivan, the two security guards sent by Hammer to look after Ivan were hung from the ceiling by their necks, while Ivan Vanko was operating the computer, inputting commands to control the drones. What happened? Ivan frowned. He found that the number of drones was shrinking rapidly. He didn't know what happened. Maybe Iron Man used some weapon to clear out a large number of drones. At this time, Ivan heard some noises coming from outside. He knew that someone was coming to find him, so he entered some commands, letting the remaining drones take off, and then went to put on his armor. This is his modified armor. Different from the first generation that attacked Tony at the racetrack, this time he made an iron suit similar to Iron Man's. He wants to get rid of Iron Man personally. A few minutes later, the door of the room was kicked open, and the Black Widow Natasha rushed in with guns in both hands, followed by Happy, but there was no one in the room. There were only the bodies of two security guards hanging from the ceiling and a running computer. Seeing this, Natasha came to the computer. The enemy had already run away, so she could only do something else. Natasha began to operate on the computer. She wanted to restart Rhodes' controlled battlesuit. As for Tony, he had already hugged Rhodes in the armor. The two of them crashed into an ecological park together and hit a man-made stream heavily, splashing water. Rhodes, controlled by the armor, stood up and punched Tony. The two of them wrestled with each other again. In the end, Tony suppressed Rhodes, and Rhodes lay in the stream, and the armor was motionless. Who? Tony took a breath, but before he could look at Rhodes, the visor display was connected to an unfamiliar channel. Your good buddy is back. Natasha's voice came from the channel. Thank you so much, Agent Romanoff. Tony recognized the voice. Although he still felt a little uncomfortable about her deceiving him before, he still thanked her. Your physical data looks much better, and your vital signs are normal, said Natasha. Yeah, I won't die for a while. Tony said smoothly. Tony had just finished speaking when he didn't notice that Pepper was also in this channel. She heard what he said, and Pepper was immediately surprised and angrily asked Tony about it. Okay, I'm wrong. I wanted to ask if it's safe over there now. Tony didn't know what to say, so he had to ask if Pepper was safe now. I'm very safe here, Tony. There's also a man in armor over here. Is that your new invention? Pepper knew that Tony couldn't explain clearly in this situation. She wanted to have a good talk with Tony about this matter later. She asked about the mysterious man in high-tech armor at the exhibition. No, this matter I. Hey, stop chatting, Stark, there are enemies approaching. Natasha interrupted their conversation. She saw many drones approaching Tony's position in the computer scan. Tony could only interrupt the conversation temporarily, saying that he would apologize to Pepper after the matter was over, and then began to wake up his brother. Natasha looked at the signals on the radar flying towards Tony one by one. Those were hammer drones, but suddenly Natasha frowned and changes appeared on the panel. The signals coming from behind on the radar were disappearing one after another. Natasha looked at the situation, a little confused, and started to operate the computer. She didn't know what was going on. Back at the exhibition, Noah watched Iron Man flying in the sky, and then the bombs rolled up by the wind wall killed another wave of people. Noah nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued to let Lysandra lock on to the next target. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lysandra. Noah, we have detected that all the remaining drones have turned on flight mode and are flying into the sky. Their target is Iron Man Tony Stark. Lysandra said to Noah. Okay, I understand. It's better for them to fly into the sky so that I don't have to look for them one by one. After hearing this, Noah thought that this was a good idea. If all the drones flew into the sky, he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Noah looked at the scene and thought there shouldn't be anything threatening. He destroyed the drone cores that could explode when he destroyed the drones. His Hextech missiles and wind sword energy could suppress the core explosion to avoid detonating the core while attacking it. Don't ask about the principle, it's just magic and Hextech. After Noah checked around, thrusters appeared on his back. He squatted slightly and rushed into the sky. The people who had just gathered around him were hit in the face by the rising air wave of Noah. They waved their hands and coughed, then looked at Noah in the sky. In the sky, Noah accelerated and soon caught up with the last wave of flying drones. He stretched out his hand, gathered the magic power in his hand, and then sent out a magic beam, which pierced through a drone in front. The drone that was hit instantly lost power and fell to the ground. Noah charged up his energy again and shot out several beams of light. After shooting down several drones, the drone in front finally turned around and started to fight back. The storm of bullets came, and Noah twisted his body to dodge. He felt like he was playing the Thunder Fighter. After dodging a few rounds of shooting, Noah felt that if he let them continue shooting, someone on the ground might be hit by the bullets. He directly drew out the battle blade, and magic power surged in the blade. Noah swung it, and a huge wind blade whistled, directly cutting off all the mechas in front of Noah. For a moment, mechanical rain fell from the sky. Lysandra, help me locate Tony Stark. Okay, Noah, searching, search completed, location marked. Lysandra quickly searched for Tony's current location. After Noah saw the location clearly, he accelerated and headed for the target location. On the way, he encountered a drone flying to the target. Noah tried the equipment he had drawn before, the fragments of Kishias, and the small synthetic parts of the electric knife. After taking out the orange-yellow arrow, the nose armor on Noah's right hand changed automatically, forming a groove for placing the arrow. Noah placed the fragment of Kishias into it, closed his arm armor, and the equipment was perfectly embedded in Noah's arm armor. Noah pointed his arms at the flying drones, and a yellow lightning shot out, directly piercing through the flying drones. Then yellow lightning flashed in the sky, and drones fell one after another. After dealing with the drone in front of him, Noah accelerated and flew towards Iron Man. After a while, Noah saw the location of the ecological park where they were. Chapter 32. Tony and Rhodes just worked together to deal with a wave of drones. Tony put away his hand cannon and Rhodes also cooled down his machine gun. However, this time because many drones had been cleared by Noah, Tony did not use the laser beam. Done. Rhodes came to Tony and asked, looking at the wreckage on the ground. He had a tough time tonight, being controlled by others to shoot everywhere, and then beaten by Tony. I don't know, maybe it's over. Tony shrugged, but he knew that the mastermind behind the scenes, Ivan Vanko, had not appeared yet, so things would not end so easily. Okay, now go back to the exhibition, and then... Bang bang bang! Before Tony could finish his words, several unidentified objects fell from the sky and landed on the grass of the ecological park. Tony and Rhodes looked and found that the fallen objects were actually the wreckage of a drone. Boom! Another sound attracted the attention of the two, but this time it was not the wreckage of a drone, but a person wearing armor of a different style from the Iron Man suit. The armor was black in color with scattered orange embellishments. This armor was not like the Iron Man suit. The Iron Man suit was a heavy armor style, while this armor was a close-fitting popular style. Noah stood up and looked at the two people opposite him, Iron Man Tony and War Machine Rhodes. At this moment, the six eyes met and the scene was silent. However, Noah was more relaxed, while Tony and Rhodes were a little wary of this stranger. Tony, another drone is flying towards you, and this one is a little different. At this time, Natasha warned Tony on the channel. Okay, Agent Romanov, please speak earlier next time. Tony heard Natasha's words and thought he was talking about Noah in front of him, so he complained to Natasha. What? Natasha was about to ask Tony what he meant. But before he could ask, something else happened at the scene. A mecha that looked heavier than the three present slowly descended from the sky, and the airflow from the falling mecha bent the grass under the mecha. After the mecha landed, it opened its mask, revealing Ivan Vanko's face. It feels good to be back, Tony. After Ivan opened his mask, revealing his slightly haggard face, he looked at Tony with sarcasm. Tony, let me do it. I've prepared a secret weapon for him. I'm going to use my ex-wife to blow him to pieces. Rhodes and Tony said as they stepped forward a few steps. A turret rose on their shoulders, a missile had been loaded on it, and flames were spraying from the tail. What a famous scene! Noah looked at this scene and realized that a famous funny scene was about to happen. Ivan Vanko looked at the missile coming from the opposite side, but he was not panicked at all. He didn't even close his visor. Rhodes took aim at the target and fired the ex-wife missile. The missile flew out, with flames at the tail, and hit Ivan Vanko's chest armor directly, making a sound of metal clashing, and then fell to the ground as if it had wilted. It splashed a few sparks in the water. The scene fell silent for a moment. Rhodes was a little embarrassed and started cursing Hammer's ancestors. Tony asked if it was something from Hammer Industries, and Rhodes answered awkwardly. Ivan Vanko on the opposite side certainly wouldn't panic. Ivan Vanko knew all about Hammer's modifications to Rhodes' armor, and this kind of missile would not explode at such a short launch distance. Either Hammer's stuff was really too crappy, or Ivan Vanko had tampered with it. Ivan looked at another person present, Noah. After taking a quick look at the armor on Noah's body, he threatened Noah, "My drones were destroyed by you, right? Then you will die here today. Ivan, you'd better go back to jail." Tony didn't want to waste time talking to him. He raised the turret on his shoulder and fired several micro-missiles that exploded on Ivan's body. Ivan had closed his mask in advance, and several missiles were blocked by his armor, causing no obvious damage. Ivan swung the electric whip at the two people opposite, who dodged hurriedly. Rhodes rolled over and fired wildly with his hands and shoulder machine guns, but Ivan cut off the shoulder machine gun with a whip, so he could only dodge quickly. Tony flew up and wanted to hit Ivan in the air, but Ivan grabbed him by the waist and pulled him to the ground. Seeing this, Rhodes immediately covered Tony and shot, but Ivan grabbed him by the neck, pulled him over and knocked him away with an iron fist. Noah was watching the battle on the side. In fact, Noah felt that the villains in the early stage were a bit weak. To be honest, with his current speed and strength, these mortal villains could only be killed instantly in front of him. So he was not in a hurry to join the battle now. It was quite exciting to watch it this way, like watching a movie. After being thrown away, Tony accelerated again and started to attack Ivan at close range, but he was obviously no match for Ivan. After a few blows, Ivan wrapped his neck with an electric whip. Tony grabbed the electric whip with both hands, trying to break free, but the armor was electrocuted and sparks were emitting. Ivan swung the whip and wrapped around Rhodes, who wanted to support Iron Man again. At this time, both of them were wrapped up by Ivan Vanko, and the electric whip continued to transmit electricity, destroying the iron suit. "Hey! The guy over there, which side are you on? If you're on my side, don't stand there and watch the show." At this time, Tony suddenly shouted to Noah, who was standing next to him with his arms crossed. "Hey! Ivan Vanko looked in the direction of Noah, and Noah didn't plan to hang up after being called by Tony. Pulling out the plasma-forged battle blade, Noah swung the sword twice, and 2 wind blades flew out, cutting off the 2 electric whips that were wrapped around Tony and Rhodes. The whips fell to the ground, and Ivan Vanko, who was exerting force, staggered back a few steps. Tony and Rhodes also stood up. Tony touched his neck and looked at Noah. Okay, now the situation is very clear. There are 3 of us and you are 1. You, sloppy cowboy, I advise you to drop the whip and surrender. After Tony stood firm, he taunted Ivan Vanko. I'll make you shut your mouth forever, Tony Stark. Ivan Vanko waved a short whip and wanted to rush up to attack Iron Man. Tony aimed his hands at Ivan Vanko, ready to fire the palm cannon, but someone was faster than him. A bolt of lightning flashed past him and hit Ivan Vanko's chest. After the lightning came into contact with Ivan Vanko, it exploded directly, blowing Ivan Vanko back repeatedly. Oh, that's kind of cool, brother. Tony turned around and saw Noah holding his hand. He realized that the lightning just now was emitted by Noah. Noah nodded in response to Iron Man, then took out a few Hextech grenades and threw them at Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko had just recovered from the after effects of being struck by lightning when he saw several grenades flying towards him. He didn't know what kind of grenades they were, but he still felt something was wrong. He was about to fly upwards to avoid the grenades, but the Hextech grenades exploded directly in the air, emitting lightning that enveloped Ivan Vanko. Several grenades directly formed an encirclement electric net, and Ivan Vanko was in the middle and was shaking all over due to the electric shock. Seeing this scene, Noah nodded. His purpose was to test the weapon he had just developed. Otherwise, to deal with this kind of early boss, he could just solve it with 2 clicks. There was no need to go through so much trouble. For example, Noah now feels that it is almost time. Noah slightly bent his body and turned into a residual image, disappearing in front of Tony and Rhodes. The next moment, there was a loud noise, and Noah appeared at Ivan Vanko's original position, making a fist-collecting motion, while Ivan Vanko had been knocked out by the huge force and smashed on the rockery in the ecological park. Ivan Vanko in the distance staggered to his feet. Tony and Rhodes saw that the armor on Ivan Vanko's left chest had collapsed. This part of the chest armor was directly shattered by Noah's punch. Even the armor made of high-hardness material could not withstand Noah's tremendous strength. Ivan felt as if he had broken several ribs. What a fast speed, what a terrifying power. Tony and Rhodes looked at each other and felt that this newly appeared character was really unfathomable. Even they could not react to such a speed. Noah looked at Ivan Vanko, who was about to get up, and pointed his palm at Ivan Vanko. A ray of light lit up in Noah's palm. This was Noah gathering the magic power in his body into the armor on his hand. After gathering to the peak, the light in his palm was already very bright and dazzling. Then, Noah released this power. Boom! A beam of blazing laser shot out, cutting through the air and piercing directly through Ivan Vanko's entire chest. Ivan Vanko lost his life before he could even react. After piercing through Ivan Vanko, the laser continued to tear the land behind him. A crack spread from behind him for dozens of meters and only stopped when it was about to exceed the edge of the ecological park. Tony and Rhodes were very shocked when they saw this scene. Ivan Vanko didn't even have time to say his last words this time before he was sent away by a laser. Just as Tony was about to ask about Noah's identity, the cores of the drones that Tony and Rhodes had killed began to flash red. These drones are about to explode, let's get out of here quickly. Rhodes said as he looked at the drones flashing dangerous red lights. Pepper. Tony looked at these drones and suddenly thought of Pepper, who was still at the exhibition. Worried that she would be affected by the explosion, Tony quickly took off and flew towards the exhibition. Looking at the 2 people taking off, Noah shrugged. They didn't know that the core of the explosion over there had been cleaned up by them. But Noah didn't want to stay here, so he started the thrusters and flew away. After the few people left the ecological park, many explosions were heard. The ecological park was in serious trouble today. After Tony flew to the entrance of the exhibition, he found that there was no explosion here, and Pepper was standing at the door looking at Tony. Tony landed in front of Pepper, and Pepper excitedly saved him, but suddenly pushed Tony away angrily and complained about him. Tony suddenly didn't know what to say. He usually used money to win over other women, but Pepper was different for him. Tony first hugged Pepper, flew into the sky amid Pepper's screams, came to a rooftop, and began to persuade Pepper, and they kissed while talking. A bit weird. Tony said after their lips parted. Tony had experienced kissing countless times, but this time he felt a strange feeling. I don't think it's weird, Pepper said. Then let's do it again. Just as the two were about to kiss again, a voice suddenly appeared from the side. I find it odd that you two look like seals fighting over grapes. The voice startled the two men. When they saw it was Rhodes, they felt awkward and started talking nonsense. Finally, Rhodes asked tentatively, my car just broke down, so I have to wear this suit for a while longer. No, no. Tony smiled and said to Rhodes. I'm not asking you. Rhodes already knew what Tony was thinking. He retorted and then flew into the sky, leaving the two alone. Look at Noah. After leaving, he returned to the exhibition and came behind Peter and Ned. After patting their shoulders, they were immediately startled. Oh, Noah, it's you. You scared me. Where did you go? We looked for you everywhere and couldn't find you. We thought you were lost. I just went to the bathroom. What? Why didn't we find you just now? The restroom was full just now, so I went to find another one. Peter was speechless. He felt that his friend was very generous as he was still using the toilet in such a dangerous environment. However, he did not pay too much attention to what Noah said. Wow, today was really exciting. Noah, Ned, we didn't expect to encounter something like this. I heard from people outside that a new superhero seemed to have appeared. He's a swordsman. He cut those robots in just a few strokes. And I heard that he can also emit lightning. It's really cool. Peter said excitedly. Peter, being a superhero is cool, but I was almost hit by the glass from the ceiling just now, and I just want to go back to sleep. Ned felt that it would not be cool at all if he was one of the people affected by the villain. Then let's go first. Noah said at this time. He wanted to go back and settle the task. After arriving at the station, the three waved goodbye. Noah put on his armor again in an empty alley, then flew back to the seaside manor. At supersonic speed, they arrived in a short while. Noah landed on the ground and Lysandra flew over. Welcome back, Noah. Chapter 33. Welcome back, Noah. Well, I'm back, Lysandra. Noah nodded, then opened the task panel and clicked to settle the task. Mission completed, settlement in progress. Obtain 2,500 essence, 2,000 basic plus 500 for destroying drones. 500 points for destroying drones? Sure. Noah looked at the system settlement prompt. These 500 were enough for him to complete 5 days of sea-level tasks. However, by this calculation, it seemed that he could make 10 consecutive draws again. Look at the essence points. It's 7,300. Noah looked at his backpack and found that his essence was enough for 10 consecutive draws. Noah first took a shower and then washed his face. He thought this would make him look more European. This is the magic of metaphysics. Walking out of the bathroom, Noah used magic to evaporate the moisture remaining on his hair and skin. Ever since he had magic, Noah felt that magic had many uses. It could be used for attack, defense, and as an energy source. It could also be like telekinesis. Noah used magic to wrap the water cup in the distance. After drinking a sip of water, Noah looked at the magic rolling in his hand. Although there is no blue bar limit in reality like in the game, Noah also noticed the changes in his body's magic power after summoning several heroes. The superposition of several hero templates made Noah's magic power storage larger and the quality of magic higher. If something originally required 2 points of magic power to do, now only 1 point of magic can be done, and the effect is better than before. Taking back the magic power, Noah believed that in the future, after drawing more heroes, he would become stronger faster than he could imagine. Moreover, there was such a thing as the World Rune. After summoning 3 heroes, Noah had already felt that the power of the Resolve Rune was getting stronger and stronger. Before, because Noah's strength was insufficient, in order to prevent Noah from being confused by the power of the rune, the system limited the energy of the Resolve Rune, but as Noah became stronger and stronger, the restrictions of the rune were slowly being released. Let's draw the lottery first. Noah opened the system panel and clicked on the 10 consecutive summon. A vortex special effect appeared, and then 10 light balls and a treasure chest flew out. Noah skillfully clicked on all the light balls. This time, no light rushed towards him, which proved that he did not draw a hero this time. Noah was a little disappointed. Let's see what we got. But Noah was not discouraged. He had experienced the non-guaranteed prize in the lottery many times when playing certain games in his previous life. He calmed down and looked at the summoned creature, hoping that what was summoned this time would give him some surprise. Agility cloak, long sword, chain armor, corruption potion, detection guard, stopwatch, cloth armor fragment, Yin the Fate Master fragment, time assassin, echo life potion 2. Is today's event a special event for equipment? So much equipment, and 2 fragments, not bad. Looking at the summoned items, Noah was quite satisfied. There were 5 pieces of equipment and 2 fragments. Noah took out the 2 hero fragments, thought about it, and found that both of them were very useful. Ike was also a scientific research hero. In Ike's background story, he learned to assemble machines before he learned to crawl as a child. He was very talented. Later, he used hextech crystals to create a Z drive that can control time. As for Yin, although he can defeat Zed and Akali in some stories, he is just a mortal after all. However, Noah thinks that Yin has great potential, not because of his hero himself, but because of his skin. Yin has skins from the Dark Star series and the Mountain and Sea Scroll series, Dark Sky Lord Yin and Mountain and Sea Scroll Yin. The background strength of these 2 skins is incredible. Dark Sky Lord has galaxy-level strength, while Mountain and Sea Scroll Yin involves the multiverse in his introduction, so the starting point should be single-level strength. After thinking about the background and various skins of the 2 heroes, Noah began to absorb the power of the 2 fragments. After a while, Noah shook his dizzy head and absorbed the memories of the 2 heroes at once. Although they were not complete memories, they were good enough. The fragments of Yin brought Noah some combat skills, while the fragments of Echo brought him some of his innate energy and some invention experience. Noah felt that his mind had become much brighter. There were some things that he didn't understand in the experiments in the past 2 days, but now he understood them all. Noah felt that although he didn't draw a hero this time, it was still worth it. And a treasure chest. Obtain 2000 essence. Obtain skin fragment, best friend Olaf. Another skin fragment. Noah looked at what came out of the treasure chest, which was a small surprise. After sorting out these things, Noah looked at the equipment he had drawn. As for the synthesis formula of the equipment, Noah actually didn't remember it very well, but he felt that these equipment should be able to be combined into one piece of equipment. Let's take it out and have a look first. Noah placed all the pieces of equipment in front of him, and then began to recall the equipment in the game. 2 iron swords and a dagger, combined into a noon quiver. Noah put the 3 pieces of equipment together, and then they were surrounded by a burst of light and the sound of blacksmithing was heard. The light faded, and the 3 pieces of equipment had been combined into one piece of equipment, a yellow metal quiver. And then, Noah rubbed his chin, thinking about how to equip himself next. Suddenly, he glanced at an orange arrow with lightning, and an idea flashed through his mind. Oh right, the electric knife. Noah suddenly thought of a method to synthesize an equipment. When Noah saw the fragments of Kishias, he remembered the synthesis formula of the static electric blade, also known as the electric knife. Noah put the aura cloak, the Kish Ace fragment and the noon quiver together. The 3 pieces of equipment emitted light, a light that was much brighter than the noon quiver he had just created. The sound of the blacksmith forging rang out again. After the light faded away, a sound of electricity was heard. Noah looked at the center of the light, and a white metal sword appeared there. The sword was white and metallic in texture, and the guard above the hilt was covered with electric circles. Noah looked at the weapon and asked in confusion, "Hey? Is this the old version of the electric knife?" Noah remembered that in his previous life, the electric knife had been made and put back online, and the design had also been changed. While thinking about it, Noah took the electric knife in his hand. Zitsizi. Noah held the electric knife, and yellow lightning burst out from the blade and exploded in the air. After feeling it, Noah input his magic power into the electric knife. Sizzle. Bang. A bolt of lightning shot out from the electric blade and hit the wall in front of Noah, and the white wall suddenly turned dark. Just inputting a little magic power can produce lightning, what if a little more? Noah thought, and was about to inject more magic power into it. Noah, please don't do these things in the living room. Lysandra suddenly appeared, staring at Noah and shouted. Ahem, I forgot for a moment, haha. Noah was a little embarrassed and his house-wrecking nature came into play again. Noah gripped the hilt tightly. He had just discovered a new function of the electric knife. Noah injected magic power into it, and then the electric knife was wrapped in a ball of lightning. After the lightning dispersed, the shape of the static electric blade changed. The static shockwave has changed from the sword form in the old version to the lightning form in the new version. It's a bit like Zeus's weapon. Noah held the lightning in his hand. He held the golden handle in the middle of the lightning. Electricity was crackling at both ends of the lightning, as if demonstrating its extraordinary power. This time, Noah came outside the room and threw the lightning into the sky. With a whoosh, the electric knife flew out quickly. Noah felt that he could control its movement trajectory. Following Noah's thoughts, the electric knife shuttled in the sky, then flew back and returned to Noah's hands. If magic is used, it will be even more powerful. As he spoke, Noah input his magic power and threw out the lightning again. This time, he felt that he had a wonderful connection with the static electric blade in the air. He could transmit the magic power into it through the air. Noah tried it, and a large amount of lightning burst out directly around the static electric blade in mid-air. After putting the electric blade back, Noah felt that the electric blade was a very good equipment, with high appearance and strong output. Time to get to work. Noah took back all his things, stretched, and prepared to go to the laboratory to work. He needed to intensify the research on Lyssandra's body. Chapter 34. The next day, Tony was watching several videos in the laboratory. The video content was the video of Noah killing drones at the exhibition yesterday and the video recorded by Tony's armor in the ecological park. Tony looked at the armor in the video and wondered who else in the world could build such an armor, and the other party's technical capabilities seemed extraordinary. Sir, when I approached it last night, I tried to communicate with it, but was blocked by it. It was a strange AI that blocked me. It had strong computing power, and it looked a lot like the strange AI that invaded here that I mentioned to you before. While Tony was watching the video, Jarvis suddenly spoke up to remind Tony. There's still this matter? Okay, I was about to die at that time, so I didn't have the energy to care about these things. Tony recalled that Jarvis did tell him about this matter at the time, but he was about to die and had no time to care about the affairs of a strange AI. Is the other party's computing level very high? Who on earth can create an AI with a higher level than mine? Tony said, operating his hands quickly, trying to find any clues about the strange AI. Sir, Miss Pepper is approaching. At this moment, Jarvis reminded. The glass door of the laboratory opened automatically, and Pepper came out and walked straight towards Tony. Tony also stopped what he was doing and greeted Pepper with a smile. After the kiss last night, the relationship between the two of them had become closer. Tony, why are you still here? Have you forgotten that you have to attend your award ceremony this afternoon? Pepper reached out and straightened Tony's collar, looking at Tony and said. Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot about it. But those are just small things. Pepper, come on, let's review how we felt last night. Tony put his arms around Pepper's waist and lowered his head to kiss her, but Pepper held him back with her hand. No, Tony, have you brushed your teeth? Pepper asked with a smile. Oh, of course. Jarvis. Mr. Stark hasn't rinsed his mouth this morning. Jarvis. You are such a disloyal guy. Oh, Pepper, you know I am very busy. It is normal that I don't have time to brush my teeth when I get up early in the morning, isn't it? Pepper looked at Tony, and Tony let go and made a helpless expression. Pepper just smiled and told him to get ready quickly, then walked out of the laboratory. Tony touched his cheek, and Pepper finally gave him a kiss on the face. Tony liked this feeling very much. It was not like the lustful feeling he had with those supermodels before, but the feeling of love and affection from the heart. Sir, Mr. Nick Fury is calling. At this time, Jarvis interrupted Tony's reverie. Nick. Tony sat back in his chair and answered the phone. Nick, what do you want to talk to me about? Tony, I heard that your poisoning problem has been cured? I'm here to congratulate you, and also, there's something here that requires you to come over. Nick Fury said. Of course, I'm a genius. You need me for something? Then you have to wait for a while until I finish brushing my teeth. Half an hour later, in the territory of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony landed wearing the iron suit. After landing on the ground, Tony opened the iron suit and walked out of it. After walking into a room, Nick Fury was already waiting for Tony. After Tony sat down opposite Nick Fury handed him a document which contained Black Widow Natasha's evaluation of Tony. Tony was enjoying the show at first, but he couldn't hold it anymore after watching it for a while. Not recommended? That's ridiculous. Tony looked up at Nick Fury. The things written at the beginning of the document were all information that recognized him, so why was it not recommended in the end? After evaluation, we think you are more suitable to be a consultant. Nick Fury said. These are Natasha's evaluations of Tony, but Nick Fury feels that Tony has begun to change, and in the future, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a member of the Avengers. Okay, but I don't think you can afford me. However, I am willing to use my retainer to get you to do something for me. Tony felt embarrassed and sneered, but he was still interested in joining the Avengers, so he found a way out for himself and asked him to find an awards presenter for his next awards ceremony, who was the congressman who had a disagreement with him at the military hearing. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. He knew that Tony was interested in this matter. After hearing the other party's request, he readily agreed. Tony, there is one more thing. In addition to you, Rhodes and Ivan Vanko, there was also an unidentified armor-wearer last night. Do you know his identity? Nick Fury suddenly asked. I wanted to ask you about this as well. Isn't your shield in charge of these things? I only know one thing about the other party, that is, their AI technology is stronger than mine, and I don't know anything else. I will investigate it carefully next. Tony replied. Nick Fury nodded after listening to this. AI technology is superb? Nick Fury suddenly thought of a person, that is Noah. The other party also has an artificial intelligence AI. Could it be related to him? Thinking of this, Nick Fury made a plan. To be honest, he hadn't met the other party formally in reality yet. This time, he might as well meet the other party in reality. Nick Fury had already planned to find Noah. Do you know something? Tony couldn't help but ask when he saw Nick Fury lost in thought. He also wanted to know who the other party was, because he felt that the other party's armor looked much more advanced than his current technology, so he really wanted to know who could be more talented than himself. No, I'm not sure about the other party's identity yet. If I'm sure, I'll tell you when I have the chance. Nick Fury stretched out his hand, indicating that Tony could leave now. You agents just like to hide things. Tony went out, put on his armor and left the scene. He had to attend the award ceremony in the afternoon. On the coast of New York, inside Noah's manor, although it looks like a luxurious manor from the outside, it has actually undergone a lot of transformations behind the scenes. The technology from the source code world has been used in many places in the manor. In the underground laboratory, in a specially modified room, Noah sat cross-legged in the center of the room. Rich magical power spread around him. A green rune was floating in front of Noah. It was the rune of determination. With every breath Noah took, the magic power around the rune of resolve flowed into his body. Noah was using the rune of resolve to practice, and this kind of practice could strengthen his body and magic power. Yesterday he was killing everyone at the exhibition, but when he came back he found that his magic power was almost running out. This was the first time that Noah felt that his magic power was running out. All the previous battles were resolved in just a few moves and did not consume much magic power at all. Last night, Noah first destroyed dozens of hammer drones. Sword energy consumes magic power, and then used the charged magic cannon to deal with Ivan Vanko, so he reached the bottom of his mana for the first time. Noah first drank 2 bottles of magic potion. The potions went down his throat and were quickly converted into magic power, replenishing Noah's energy. The feeling of magic depletion disappeared, making Noah feel much more comfortable. Then Noah thought again, if he summoned more heroes in the future, would this magic potion be insufficient? After all, as Noah summoned heroes, the quality and storage of his magic would also increase. The amount of magic potion would only be a drop in the bucket. It seemed that he had to think of a way. It seems that there is no such thing as magic in this world. After all, the power of wizards like Ancient One comes from Vishanti. Ancient One himself even borrows power from the masters of other dimensions. Noah thought, there is no such thing as magic on Earth, then how can he replenish his own magic? Hey? Oh, why did I forget this? Noah suddenly thought of something, that is the world rune. With the thought, the world rune hidden in his body appeared in his hand. As soon as the rune appeared, a huge magical power dissipated around Noah. Noah felt the rich magical power and took a deep breath. The surrounding magical power was also absorbed into his body. It's true, the world rune is the source of magic. Noah said. He remembered that in his previous life, he had watched some introductory videos about the background of League of Legends. The magic on the planet Runeland all came from the world rune. The runes continuously exuded power, making the earth full of magic. He had not discovered the wonderful use of runes before, not only because his own magic power had never reached the point of exhaustion, but more because of the stereotype of runes in the game, which only limited him to the skills of those runes. But now that Noah has learned the wonderful uses of runes, he naturally has to make good use of them. Noah went to a room next to the laboratory. When he walked into the house, there was nothing inside except the white walls and floors. This room was built by Noah to test new skills or new items. The walls and floors were made of vibranium and were extremely hard. Now he no longer had to worry about Noah demolishing the house to test new things. Noah walked to the center of the room and began to sit cross-legged. In the memory of Yasuo's template, he also practiced in this way, so Noah also learned Yasuo's way of practice and began to absorb the rune of determination floating in front of him. The energy in the rune was continuously absorbed by Noah, and Noah's magic and body continued to grow stronger. Noah practiced like this from night till daytime the next day. He felt that the quality of his body and magic power had become stronger. He felt that even if he didn't summon heroes, he could slowly become very powerful. What Noah didn't know was that after he cast the rune, the magic power of the rune began to spread slowly from the center of Noah's training room to the land around the manor. Chapter 35. I've been practicing for a day. Noah stood up, reached out and took the rune of resoluteness into his body, then stretched his body. Feeling the abundant and powerful magic power in his body, Noah was very satisfied. The world rune was indeed a good thing. In just one night, Noah felt that his body and magic power had been significantly enhanced. Walking out of the training room, Lysandra came towards him and Noah greeted Lysandra. Touching his chin, Noah felt that it was time to start planning to build Lysandra's body. He and Lysandra had already completed the design. Noah and Lysandra walked into the laboratory together and came to a control console. Noah pulled up the operable projection, which showed the plan for building Lysandra's body. At this time, the plan had been basically completed. Noah began to debug. In fact, most of the plan for Lysandra's body was handled by Lysandra, because Noah had just obtained Heimerdinger's talent and wisdom and had not had time to absorb scientific knowledge on Earth, so Noah just assisted Lysandra and gave suggestions. As for Lysandra's body, Noah plans to draw on the creation method of Ultron in Avengers 2. He will use Lysandra's nanotechnology to transform vibranium into a humanoid body through nanotechnology, using vibranium to imitate human cells. Of course, Noah also added the technology of Project Origin and Hextech to make this body more adaptable to the power of magic. Now it is the final debugging. Once completed, the manufacturing plan can be implemented. Just as Noah was operating, Lysandra suddenly reminded Noah that someone was about to break into the manor, and a red warning began to pop up on the screen in front of Noah. Hey? Who is so depressed? Noah wondered. He clicked on the surveillance cameras around the manor. Many screens appeared in front of Noah. These were real-time images from the surveillance cameras around the manor. In the surveillance footage, outside the manor, a business car was parked outside the wall. After the door opened, a man got out. Noah pulled the big screen and recognized the man. He was bald, one-eyed, and black. This man was Nick Fury. What is Nick Fury doing here? Noah said to Nick Fury, who got out of the car and looked towards the manor. Why did this guy come to his side instead of staying in his shield to find the traitor? Noah thought about it carefully and felt that if Nick Fury didn't come to him to get more information about the future, then it could only be because of Ivan's attack last night. Did he guess that he was the man in the armor? Or did he come to ask if he knew his identity? Just as Noah was thinking, Nick Fury under the surveillance began to move. Noah thought that the other party would ring the doorbell and wait for him to open the door for him, but Nick Fury in the surveillance screen did not seem to want to take the regular route. After looking around, Nick Fury actually walked to the side of the wall, then climbed over the wall to enter the manor. Noah looked at Nick Fury's skillful movements, full of question marks. What does this guy want to do? Why doesn't he follow the normal path? Is it because he wants to go back to basics and play the spy game now that he's the director? Noah was a little speechless, but thinking back, Nick Fury seemed to really like sneaking into other people's homes in Marvel movies, and then suddenly appearing to scare them when they returned home, in order to create a feeling of being unfathomable. Noah felt it was a bit funny watching Nick Fury's various moves to avoid the cameras in the courtyard. The cameras that Nick Fury avoided were all original cameras in the manor. Noah did not dismantle these things, but just placed them there as decorations. The real cameras were hidden in places that were difficult to find, and they also had optical stealth technology, so outsiders could not find them at all. Seeing that Nick Fury was about to enter the villa, Noah did not activate the defense measures in the manner to stop him. If Nick Fury entered the villa, there would be a big surprise waiting for him inside. "Come on, Lysandra, it's time to go meet this director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After dodging several times and avoiding many cameras, Nick Fury finally came to the villa. He did not go to the gate, but found a window on the side of the villa, then turned over and entered the villa. Nick Fury likes to do this. Every time he sneaks into someone's house and scares them, his purpose is to be able to calm the other person down and put pressure on them during the subsequent conversation, so that he can have more say. After stepping into the villa, Nick Fury first observed carefully. After confirming that Noah was not in the living room, he was about to walk to the sofa and sit there waiting for Noah to appear. Suddenly, a dull sound of footsteps sounded. Just as Nick Fury was about to turn his head to look, he saw a huge mechanical claw coming towards him and directly grasping half of his body. He tried hard to break free, but his arms were grasping his body together and he could not exert any strength at all. Nick Fury wanted to see what attacked him, but before he could turn his head, his body was taken away by the claw, and the mechanical claw was retracting back to where it had just flown out. Nick Fury was being moved by this huge claw, and the inertial impact made him feel a little uncomfortable. After the mechanical claw stopped moving, Nick Fury shook his head and looked up. He finally saw the full picture of the thing that suddenly attacked him. It was a robot about 3 meters tall, all white, with a blue glowing ball on its chest. He was being held in its hand. The robot had a round head and 2 blue eyes staring at him. "Damn, what is this thing?" Nick Fury struggled quickly. He didn't expect that there would be such a strange thing in Noah's villa. He immediately wanted to break free from the robot's hand. The robot that captured Nick Fury was one of the source code series robots created by Noah and Lysandra. Blitzcrank Unit 01 was the first robot created by Noah based on the skin of Blitzcrank's Apple robot, and it also allowed Lysandra to activate his intelligent AI. Blitzcrank looked at the dark-skinned human struggling in his hands, scratched his head with his other hand, and then made a few mechanical sounds that Nick Fury couldn't understand. The blue ball of light on his chest showed several lines of text, and Nick Fury also looked over. "The master is on his way, please wait." These are the words that appeared on Blitzcrank's chest. "Your master? Is it Noah?" Nick Fury found that he seemed unable to break free from the big robot's hand and temporarily stopped moving. He saw the information on the robot's chest and asked doubtfully. Blitzcrank didn't respond, but at this moment, there was movement at the door, and Nick Fury turned his head to see that it was Noah and Lysandra. They had arrived. "Blaze, put down our S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury." After Noah walked into the door, he saw the huge robot Blitzcrank in the corner. Noah knew that this form was Blitzcrank's combat form. Blitzcrank's body would become bigger in this form. Because Blitzcrank was also built using nanotechnology, it could change its body. The normal Blitzcrank was not so big. "Okay, master." Blitzcrank made a strange mechanical sound and put Nick Fury on the ground. Then, in Nick Fury's surprised eyes, his body shape began to change, from a 3-meter-tall robot to a form of more than 2 meters. This is Blitzcrank's daily form. Nick Fury straightened his clothes, which were a little wrinkled after being caught by Blitzcrank. Then he looked at Noah. This was the first time he met Noah in real life. The first impression Noah gave him was that he was a sunny and handsome big boy. With his height and temperament, he didn't look like a high school student. "Hello, Commissioner Fury. This is the first time we meet. Please take a seat." Noah looked at Nick Fury opposite him and said with a smile. Then he came to the hall and extended his hand to invite Nick Fury to take a seat. Nick Fury didn't say anything for a while and sat on the sofa. Noah sat opposite him. Nick Fury glanced at Lysandra floating next to Noah, thinking about something. "Chief Fury, anything to drink?" "Just coffee." Noah asked Nick Fury, and then Nick Fury said in a low voice. Blitzcrank moved over with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. A few seconds after hearing Nick Fury's voice, Blitzcrank made 2 cups of coffee and brought them over. Blitzcrank's service function is also very strong, mainly thanks to Lysandra's addition of the advanced service system of the future world for it. "So, Director Fury, is there something that brought you here to see me today?" Noah took a sip of coffee, put down the cup, looked at the other party and asked. Chapter 36. "So, Director Fury, is there something that brought you here to see me today?" Noah took a sip of coffee, put down the cup, looked at the other party and asked. "Noah, this is the first time we meet today. Although you already know my identity, I still want to introduce myself. I'm Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury took a sip of coffee and said to Noah. The reason I came to see you today is mainly to meet you and then to ask you something. Nick Fury put down his coffee cup, leaned forward, crossed his fingers on his thighs, and said to Noah. Oh, what do you want to ask? If I know, I can tell you. You were at the Industrial Expo held by Stark Group yesterday, right? Nick Fury asked. Right. In addition to the iron suits worn by Iron Man and his friends, there was another unidentified person wearing high-tech armor. Do you know who that person is? Nick Fury stared at Noah. He had suspected the relationship between Noah and the unidentified man from the beginning, and now after seeing Blitzcrank and Lysandra next to Noah, he became more certain of his guess. Noah looked at Nick Fury and knew that he was doubting him, but Noah did not think of hiding anything. He simply stretched out his hand and looked at Lysandra. Lysandra also understood Noah's thoughts. Nanomachines poured out from the belt around Noah's waist, along Noah's body to his arms, and then formed the arm armor. That person is me. Noah shook his armored hand at Nick Fury, revealing his identity directly so that Nick Fury didn't need to test him anymore. You, are these things given to you by the organization behind you? Nick Fury didn't expect the other party to be so honest and not make up stories. Then he wanted to know where these high-tech products of Noah came from. He thought that they might be given to Noah by the mysterious organization behind Noah. I developed it myself. It can also be said that it was given to me by the power behind me. Do you have any other questions? Noah answered Nick Fury's question, and then asked Lysandra to take back the armor. The arm part of the armor turned into nanomatter again and flowed back to the belt. Seeing Nick Fury lost in thought once again, Noah began to ask questions of his own. Director Fury, are you paying attention to this matter? Noah waved his hand, and a projection rose on the table, showing several news items about the meteorite falling in New Mexico. Nick Fury was first surprised at the projection technology, and then looked at the content of the projection. S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed concerned about this matter, and I have sent Coulson to deal with it. How about this? Have you seen related things in the future scenes? Nick Fury looked at Noah and asked. When he saw Noah asked about this matter in person, he guessed that the other party might have seen related scenes in some future memories, so he wanted to know about it. Almost. However, I need to go to the scene first to find out the details. Tell me the location of your S.H.I.E.L.D. base first. I will tell you the information after I get to the scene and understand the situation. When Noah saw the news about the meteorite falling from the sky, he thought of the plot of Thor. This meteorite should be Thor's hammer thrown to the earth by Odin, and Thor was exiled to the earth by Odin because of his arrogance. So, the plot of Thor 1 is about to begin. Because the timeline of Iron Man 2 and Thor 1 was a bit tight, Noah was busy completing the mission of Iron Man 2 and had no time to go over there. Now that the plot here has come to a temporary end, Noah wanted to go over to Thor as soon as possible to check it out, so as not to miss the mission. How are you going to get there? Do you need S.H.I.E.L.D. to send you there? Nick Fury asked after telling Noah the location of Coulson and others. No, I'll go there myself later. Then, Nick Fury began to chat with Noah, and in the process, Nick Fury also asked about certain information about the future. He came here mainly for this, and Noah just fooled him with a few vague words and casually mentioned some fragments of the later plot, but these were enough for Nick Fury. After a while, Nick Fury left. This time he left through the main gate without climbing the wall. Nick Fury just returned to the business car and the agent waiting for him greeted him. Nick Fury nodded. Just when he was about to get in the car, a figure flew into the sky above the manor he had just walked out of. Nick Fury immediately noticed that the figure was Noah. Noah had already put on the project armor and was ready to go to the town where Thor's hammer landed. Nick Fury looked at Noah in the sky. The figure also saw him, waved at him, and then rushed straight into the sky. A few seconds later, a sonic boom sounded, and a sonic boom cloud appeared in the sky, rising straight into the sky. Nick Fury quietly looked at the clouds in the sky that were blown away by the sonic boom, and his judgment on the strength of the forces behind Noah changed again. Then he coughed to remind the agent who was looking at the sky. The agent smiled awkwardly and prepared to drive back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury takes out his phone and starts contacting Coulson. Coulson, our little prophet will come to your side later, so please pay attention. Nick Fury said to Coulson directly. What? Is Noah coming? Do you need me to pick him up? Carlson asked. He didn't know why Noah wanted to come here, but Nick Fury knew about it, so he didn't need to ask more. When Noah came here, he would find out. No, just pay attention to the sky. He will probably be here in an hour or two. After Nick Fury finished speaking, the conversation ended. Carlson on the opposite side was a little confused, thinking about what Nick Fury meant by this sentence. Then he went to the temporary platform and began to look at the sky. Hawkeye Barton, who had been on the platform for a long time, looked at Carlson, who looked up at the sky as soon as he came up and was a little confused. Carlson, what are you doing? The director just contacted me and said that there will be guests coming later. Carlson responded. Then why are you looking at the sky? Is Iron Man coming here soon? Hawkeye asked doubtfully. Why are you coming up here instead of going downstairs when someone is coming? No, you'll know in a moment. Then, they started chatting about the mysterious hammer below. They were very interested in this hammer that seemed to be an alien object. About 20 minutes later, Carlson looked up at the sky from the window of the makeshift tent laboratory. He had just calculated the time Nick Fury said, and felt that it would take a long time for Noah to arrive, so Carlson went downstairs to finish his work. There's an unidentified flying object approaching in the sky. Is it Iron Man? Hawkeye's voice was suddenly heard in the communication channel. Hawkeye spotted a UFO approaching from a distance on the observation deck. Hawkeye had already alerted the defenders on the scene, and all the agents on guard were on guard with their guns pointed in the direction Hawkeye said. As the flying object in the sky approached, Carlson and others could see his appearance clearly. He was an unidentified person wearing high-tech armor, and his appearance did not resemble Iron Man's iron suit. Hawkeye pulled out a special arrow from the quiver and was about to shoot it into the sky. Carlson's face changed and he quickly stopped Hawkeye, then quickly ran to the observation deck. Patton, wait, everyone, put down your weapons, these are our people. Just now, Noah's voice suddenly came from Carlson's earphone. Carlson immediately realized that the person in the strange suit in the sky was Noah, so he quickly stopped Hawkeye's attack. Noah in the sky saw that the people below did not aim their guns at him, so he accelerated and flew towards Carlson. A few seconds later, Noah slowly landed on the observation deck where Carlson was. He had just let Lysandra invade Carlson's communication channel, so he could remind Carlson in advance. As for why Noah could get here so quickly, we have to go back to when he just took off from the manor. Chapter 37. Lysandra, how far is the destination town from here? In the sky, Noah was flying at a speed of Mach 4. After he came back last time, he made a slight improvement to the propulsion function of the armor, which increased the speed of the armor again. The destination is New Mexico, which is approximately 3,103 kilometers away. We can arrive there in about 36 minutes and hours at the current speed, Lysandra reminded. 36 minutes? It feels a bit long. Noah. Although 36 can cover more than 3,000 kilometers, which is already a terrifying speed, Noah wants to try a faster method. Noah suddenly stopped, suspended in the air, and looked up at the sky. Go to space. If he can fly out of the atmosphere, reach outer space, and then accelerate from outer space, there is almost no resistance in space, and he can accelerate infinitely. If the conditions are sufficient, he can approach or even exceed the speed of light. However, Noah needs to consider whether he can fly into space. Lysandra, can I survive in outer space now? Noah began to ask Lysandra. Yes, Noah. I have equipped your armor with the function of surviving in space, so you can move around in space with confidence, Lysandra responded. Okay, then I feel relieved. Hearing this, Noah immediately adjusted his direction and headed straight for the sky. Troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, Noah was flying at an extremely high speed. He even asked Lysandra to transform the leg armor into thrusters, which could provide greater power. As Noah flew higher and higher, the resistance in the atmosphere became smaller and smaller, and Noah's speed became faster and faster. After a few minutes, Noah stopped pushing and turned to look. At this moment, what comes into view is a blue planet. At this moment, Noah has completely arrived in space and escaped from the gravity of the Earth. The low temperature and various radiations in space have no effect on Noah, and are all resisted by the armor. I never thought that I would go to space one day. It feels so wonderful. Noah looked at the beautiful planet in front of him, feeling a little emotional. Then, he asked Lysandra to take a picture of him first. This moment of going to space for the first time must be commemorated. A part of the nanomachine was separated from the armor's belt, and then formed into a camera. The camera adjusted its position through propulsion and took a picture of Noah, who was posing. Okay, it's time to go over there now. Noah retracted the nanomachine and prepared to head for the original destination, the landing point of Thor's hammer. Anyway, if he could go to space once, he could go a second time, so there was no need to linger on the beautiful scenery here. Lysandra, it's your turn to control from now on. Noah said to Lysandra. He asked Lysandra to make a flight plan because he couldn't find the direction and target if he flew by himself. He had to rely on Lysandra for precise guidance. Okay, Noah. The bottom of the armor turned into thrusters again and began to accelerate in space. This time, Noah's flight had no resistance and began to accelerate to a terrifying speed. Noah could hardly see the surrounding scenery clearly. Fortunately, the armor was made of vibranium and would not be disintegrated by the impact caused by high-speed flight. We're here, Noah. Not long after Lysandra slowed down, the warframe broke away from that terrifying high speed and stayed in space. Noah also came to his senses and looked at the blue planet under his feet. On the visor display, Lysandra had marked the location of the destination. Noah took a last look at the beautiful scenery of the universe, dived directly down and entered the atmosphere. A few minutes later, Noah saw the scene on the ground. The huge crater created by Thor's hammer had been used as a temporary base by S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Noah also saw a man holding a bow and arrow on one of the platforms. Was this Hawkeye? Did he seem to have discovered him? Lysandra, help me hack into Coulson's channel. Seeing that the other party seemed to be about to attack him, Noah first asked Lysandra to help him contact Coulson to avoid any trouble. Already connected to Coulson's channel. Coulson, that one in the sky is me. Noah said bluntly. Noah. After hearing this, Coulson quickly stopped Hawkeye and the guards, and rushed to Hawkeye's side. Coulson, what's going on? Hawkeye didn't know why Coulson wanted to stop his attack. The other party was an unidentified guy, and he was wearing such dangerous-looking high-tech armor. Patton, remember the little prophet I told you about in the director's office that day? Coulson said. Hawkeye glanced at Noah, who was falling in the sky, and then said to Coulson, "Are you sure it's not Iron Man?" Noah landed smoothly next to Coulson and Hawkeye, and the armor on his head fell apart, revealing Noah's face. Coulson, good afternoon. Noah kept his head exposed and his body still wearing armor, and then greeted Coulson first. Noah, good afternoon. The director said you were coming over, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. The person next to you is Hawkeye Barton. Coulson responded with a smile, and then introduced Barton next to him to Noah. However, Coulson felt that Noah should know Barton. After all, when he said that there was a mole in S.H.I.E.L.D., he specifically told Nick Fury about Barton, him and Natasha. Hello, Patton, I'm Noah. Noah stretched out his hand, and the mecha on his hand spread backwards, revealing Noah's hand. Hello, Noah. Barton responded, holding Noah's hand. Noah, is there something that brings you here? After the two men finished shaking hands, Coulson began to ask Noah why he came here. For this. Noah pointed to the hammer below, and then called on the two to go down with him. During the process, Coulson also asked Noah about the armor. Noah also used the rhetoric he used to deal with Nick Fury to deal with Coulson. The three of them came to the hammer. People coming and going here were S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers in white coats. They were all testing the data of this mysterious hammer. However, many of them saw Noah, a stranger in high-tech armor, in their hurry and stopped to watch in surprise. Do you know the origin of this thing? Noah was observing the Thor's hammer in front of him at this time. Coulson on the side asked a question, but Noah did not respond to him for the time being. Instead, he reached out and grasped the handle of Thor's hammer, trying to see if he could lift it. The result was naturally that he could not. After all, before Odin threw the hammer down, Odin cast a curse on it. As long as a person is just and kind, if he can get the recognition of Thor's hammer, he can pick up Thor's hammer and gain the power of Thor, but obviously Noah can't. Noah was not surprised that he could not lift Thor's hammer, but he still wanted to make a small attempt. Noah communicated with the world runes in his body and began to mobilize the power of the runes in his hands. The power of the world runes began to burst out from Noah's hands, trying to wrap up Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer, which had been motionless, actually began to tremble slightly at this moment, but it was not the trembling of being lifted up, but the trembling caused by the mysterious power surging out of Thor's hammer to fight against Noah's world rune power. Sir! The energy value keeps increasing and has reached its peak. A researcher in a nearby laboratory looked at the test display on the screen and shouted into the channel in horror. At this time in the crater, the intersection of the two energies caused strong winds to appear out of thin air around Hammer and Noah. Hawkeye and Coulson, who were closer, began to be blown back by the wind and covered their faces with their hands to resist the gravel blown up by the wind. Odin, the Norse god-king, who was far away in Asgard in Odin's sleep, frowned on his face with his eyes tightly closed. He could sense that a powerful force was invading his son's Thor's hammer Mjolnir, but as he was in Odin's sleep, he couldn't come up with a good way to deal with it. He could only mobilize the power of Odin in the hammer to fight against that force. Is this power the power of Odin? Noah, who was holding the hammer, felt a force resisting the invasion of rune power. This power should be the divine power of Odin, the divine power he used when he cursed Thor's hammer. At this time, the rune power and the power of Odin were fighting against each other. Noah felt that if he wanted to erase the divine power, it would take a long time to do it with his current control over the runes. Thinking of this, Noah withdrew the rune power and the scene returned to calm. What did you just do? Noah. After Noah stood up, Coulson approached Noah and asked him questions. The scene just now was really shocking to him. The temporary base had been messed up by the strong wind just now. Many staff members were hurriedly picking up the blown materials. Noah was still a little embarrassed when he saw this scene. I just made a small attempt. Noah clenched his fist with his thumb and index finger open, making an angry gesture of a Korean man. Don't you want to know about this hammer? I happen to know something about it. Chapter 38. So please, Noah, tell me what you know. In a room in the temporary base, 3 people sat around a table. Noah had already put the armor back into his belt and changed back into normal clothes. Coulson, have you ever heard of Norse mythology? Noah put his arms on the table, supported his chin with his left hand, leaned forward slightly, and glanced at the two of them. Norse mythology? I know a little about it, but those are just made-up myths. Coulson and Hawkeye looked at each other, puzzled by Noah's question. At this time, there was no one else in the room except the 3 people. After all, Coulson felt that such confidential events needed to be kept confidential, and only people he trusted could know these things. Noah felt that it was time to start talking about some Thor stories. So he asked Lysandra to find him some information on Norse mythology. Noah pressed the button on his belt, and nanomachines emerged to form a small mechanical device. Noah placed it on the table, and then a beam of light shot out from the top of the device. The function of this device is projection. Noah casually moved the projection and found the required information. Then he looked at the two of them again and motioned them to look at the information above. In Norse mythology, a huge cosmic tree grew in the primordial void. The projection began to change, projecting a huge tree standing horizontally in the cosmic void. 9 worlds are born around the world tree. They are, Asgard, Thor's hometown, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Midgard, Earth, Jotunheim, Frost Giants, Watalheim, the Underworld, and Muspelheim. In the projection, 9 planets surround the world tree, and the sphere of Midgard is exactly the Earth that the 3 are familiar with. So, does this hammer have any connection with Norse mythology? You don't mean to say that this is Thor's hammer? Patton, who was looking at the image on the projection device, couldn't help asking. Yes, this is Thor's hammer. Noah constructed a blond Nordic man with a burly figure, but his face could not be seen. He held a hammer in his hand, which was emitting blue lightning. What? Are you serious? Is this really Thor's hammer? Then what about Thor? Why did he throw away his weapon? Coulson was a little shocked when he heard Noah's words. After all, the other party actually said that this was really Thor's hammer. Does the myth really exist? I don't know either. Maybe he will show up soon? Or maybe he won't show up. Noah shrugged. Thor should be in the town nearby now. He will come here at night and try to get his hammer back. Will this Thor do anything to threaten humanity? And do their gods, like Odin, really exist? Coulson asked hurriedly. After all, it was quite shocking to suddenly learn that a mythical race of gods actually existed, and it was still unknown whether this race of gods would pose a threat to humanity or the Earth. Coulson felt that these things had to be clarified. Don't worry, they won't invade Earth. Besides, Midgard, which is our Earth, is still the territory of Asgard. They helped Earth drive out the invading frost giants many years ago. Noah put away the projection and said to Coulson that Asgard came to Earth many years ago and drove away the frost giants. Odin also placed the Tesseract, or the Space Stone, on Earth. It was obvious that they regarded the Earth as their backyard. Of course, they would not come to Earth to cause trouble for nothing, except for a certain Bambi. You seem very familiar with their affairs? Did you see it from the future? Coulson saw that Noah looked confident and felt that the other party seemed to know a lot of things. No, there are many secrets recorded in Valoran. I just happened to read the records about Asgard, so I know a lot of things. Noah shrugged. Okay, we can wait now and see when the owner of the hammer will come. I heard there is a small town nearby, I'll go there to have a meal first. Noah saw that Coulson wanted to ask something, he immediately stood up and said that he didn't want to say anything more. If he kept asking, it would take a long time, and he didn't want to stay here. Remember to keep in touch, Noah. Realizing that Noah was a little annoyed by the questions, Coulson ended the impromptu meeting in a timely manner. He and Barton looked at each other and felt that there were a lot of things that needed to be reported to Nick Fury later. He must report to Nick Fury about the matters concerning Asgard. After all, he suddenly learned that in addition to humans, there was actually a seemingly powerful Norse god clan. This matter would keep Nick Fury busy. However, when Noah turned around, Coulson called him again. Noah turned around and found that Coulson handed him a small notebook. Noah opened it and found several certificates inside. The first one was a shield certificate with his portrait printed on it and his position as security consultant. The following ones were certificates from other departments and agencies in the United States, such as the FBI. SHIELD agents usually like to pretend to be FBI agents when doing things. Coulson, what is this? Noah looked up at Coulson and asked. This is what the director prepared for you. You can use it when you need it. Of course, you said you don't want to join SHIELD, so the director just put these certificates on your behalf and you don't need to do any work. Coulson replied. Okay, I'll take it. Noah said. This kind of thing should be useful in the future, and Noah was not worried that Nick Fury would use this thing to trick him. If he dared to do that, then he would have to hang him, so what else could he do? Walking out of the tent, some passing researchers or SHIELD agents secretly looked at Noah with surprise. After all, the other party seemed to be a character similar to Iron Man. Among them was a bald agent wearing glasses, with a gleam in his eyes. Noah looked around, thought for a while, and returned to the tent to borrow a car from Coulson. He planned to drive over because he felt that flying over in armor was a bit too ostentatious. After opening the car door, Noah stepped into the car. When he was taking the key, Coulson asked him if he had a driver's license. Noah was already 16 years old, which was old enough to take a driving test in America. Noah had taken the driving test before, but had never driven a car. Noah got into the car and inserted the key. Although he had hardly driven a car, he was certainly not panicked. It was just driving a car, right? With his talent, it shouldn't be a piece of cake, right? Bang! Ah! Sorry. The SHIELD agent at the door was stunned as he watched the black car speeding past and then crashing into the iron gate of the camp. He was a little confused. Who the hell was driving this car? He was just about to open the door for this car. What happened? Coulson in the room heard the noise outside, walked out to check, and then saw the door that was knocked open. Coulson couldn't help shaking his head. Noah? Lysandra asked. Haha, you haven't driven much, this is normal, never mind, Lysandra, you drive. Noah was a little embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do. He had never passed the driving test in his previous life, and although he had passed it in this life, he had only driven a few times, so he was a little unskilled. A stream of nanorobots flowed out from the armor's belt and penetrated into the interior of the car. After Lysandra took control of the vehicle, Noah let go of his hands, leaned back in the seat, and began to appreciate the road scenery. But New Mexico looks like a desert, with yellow sand everywhere. No, this seems to be a desert, right? After looking at it for a while, Noah felt bored. He called out the system panel. He wanted to see if there were any tasks on the task panel today. Sea-level mission, XXX. Sea-level mission, XXX. B-level mission, defeat/destroy the destroyer armor of God King Odin. Hey? This task was released so soon. Noah looked at the B-level task on the task panel in surprise. He didn't expect that this task would be released today. He thought that this task would be released tomorrow after the 4 warriors of Asgard and the destroyer armor sent by Loki came down. He didn't expect it to be released in advance. It seems not bad. There is no time limit for the task anyway, so there will be one more task limit tomorrow. If I operate it well, I may get another B-level task. After thinking for a moment, Noah took the task. Because the system's tasks have no time limit, there is no harm in taking the task in advance, as long as the task target is not snatched away by others, such as being snatched away by Thor first. Under the driving of Lysandra, the vehicle drove smoothly towards the town in the distance. Chapter 39. After driving on the bumpy sand road, the car finally entered the town. Looking through the window, it was just an ordinary American town with few vehicles passing by. Many people on the street were still discussing the meteorite. Some of them were watching the fun there before, and then they were driven away by S.H.I.E.L.D. The car was parked outside a small restaurant. Noah just remembered that he hadn't had breakfast today. It was almost noon now, so he decided to eat first. After closing the car door, Noah looked at the restaurant in front of him and walked forward. When he reached the glass door, 2 men inside opened the door and walked out talking and laughing. Noah heard them talking about the old man in front of the meteorite crater who tried to use the car to pull up Thor's hammer but failed and damaged his own car instead. Noah looked back without stopping. He remembered this funny scene. It seemed that Mr. Stan Lee had made a cameo appearance in it. Noah pushed the door and tried to go in. As soon as he stepped into the glass door, he heard the sound of glass breaking, and then a rough male voice. Crackling, the glass shattered all over the ground. "Come again." "Oh my God, sorry, why did you do this?" When Noah walked in, he saw a table of 4 people in front of him, 2 men and 2 women. One of the blonde men dropped a cup on the ground. The woman who was traveling with him quickly apologized to the boss, picked up the broken pieces and began to question the blonde man. What a coincidence! After seeing this scene, Noah murmured, "Yes, these 4 people are Jane Foster, Daisy Louise, Dr. Eric Shavig and Thor in Thor 1. Noah didn't expect to meet them as soon as he came here, but when he thinks about it, this town is not that big. Jane. Look at the door, there's another handsome guy coming." At this time, Daisy, who was watching the show, suddenly saw Noah at the door. She quietly pulled Jane's clothes and then shouted in a low voice. Several people heard Daisy's whisper and looked towards the door unconsciously. A handsome man of about 1.8 meters tall was pushing the door open. Jane took a look and felt that the man was indeed very handsome, but she was not a fangirl like Daisy. Apart from a little surprise in her heart, she didn't have any other feelings. However, when Thor saw the person coming, he was slightly stunned, because he felt a hint of unusual aura from the person. Although he himself had become immortal, his more than 1,000 years of combat experience were still there, and he could feel a dangerous magical aura from the other party. "Do you want to go over and say hello? But wouldn't it be awkward to go over right after we met? Let's see what happens first." After Noah entered the room, he smiled at the 4 people who were looking at him, walked around a few people who were about to leave, and started to walk to the front desk to order food, then walked to an empty table and sat down. Seeing this, Thor stood up and prepared to go over and talk to Noah. Jane on the side hurriedly held him back. She thought Thor might have something wrong with his brain and was afraid that he would cause trouble for others. "Hey, what are you going to do?" Jane asked after pulling Thor back. "This man should be a master of magic. I'll go say hello to him," Thor said to Jane with a simple smile on his face. After that, he easily broke away from Jane's hand and walked towards Noah. "Wait, this guy is going to cause trouble again, let's go check it out." After being freed by Thor, Jane became anxious and quickly pulled his best friend and called Dr. Eric. She had to stop Thor quickly to prevent him from causing trouble for others. But when she ran over, she felt that she was too late. Thor had already sat on the chair opposite Noah. Noah looked at Thor in front of him and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Thor would come running over by himself before he went to find him. What did this guy want to do? "Hello, wizard, I am Thor, the god of thunder, the eldest son of the god King Odin, and the heir of Asgard." As soon as Thor sat down, he began to introduce himself to Noah. The 3 people who came over didn't have time to stop him. They were a little anxious. If a stranger came to them and talked nonsense, they would also be angry. Now they were worried that Noah, who was sitting opposite Thor, would be angry. Thor Odinson, I've heard of your name. Noah wanted to see what Thor was trying to do. I knew someone knew my name. Thor turned and smiled at the three people. Since being exiled to Midgard, Thor found that these people didn't seem to know him, which made him a little depressed. In addition, his divine power was sealed by his father, and he had to get Thor's hammer to restore his divine power, which made him even more depressed. But now there is a powerful wizard in front of him. With his help, he should be able to help him find Thor's hammer soon. Listen, wizard, I'm Thor, the god of thunder. I'm in some trouble now and I need your help. If you can help me retrieve Thor's hammer, when I recover my power and return to Asgard, I will definitely appoint you as the chief wizard of Asgard. Thor said seriously. He didn't say that he was exiled. He felt that this matter was a bit embarrassing, so he changed the way he said it to Noah. After hearing what Thor said, the three people next to him felt a little embarrassed. Did this guy's brain get hit by a car? Jane even started to pull Thor's arm, wanting to take him away so as not to cause trouble to others here. Noah felt that these words sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember them for a moment. However, looking at the two people struggling in front of him, Noah thought that for now, he should let Thor's story play out first. After all, the current Thor has not grown up yet, and he is still the arrogant Thor. He can only grow up after the bond between him, Jane and the other two deepens. It seems that Thor has grown a lot after only one night of contact. Isn't it a bit fast? While thinking in his mind, Noah also answered. If you're looking for Thor's hammer, go 50 miles west from here and Jormjalnir is there. Okay, thank you, wizard. Thor said thank you and was then taken away by Jane. I hope you don't mind, sir, but my friend has some mental problems. Dr. Eric said to Noah, while twirling his fingers next to his temple, indicating that Thor's brain was not in good condition. It's okay, I understand. Noah said. After saying thank you, Eric left with Daisy to find Jane and the others. After the few people left, Noah's lunch was served. Noah looked at the people outside the window through the glass. Thor was going to find his hammer, and Eric also persuaded Jane not to get involved with Thor, a mentally ill man. Then they parted temporarily. It's a bit unpalatable. Looking at the scene outside the window, Noah took a bite of the food that was served. It tasted a bit unpalatable. Noah felt that his taste had been spoiled by Lysandra, and he couldn't get used to the food outside. Thor should be there tonight. I remember Loki will also be there. Then we can meet the second prince of Asgard. Noah swallowed the food in his mouth and left the restaurant. He said that he would eat the food made by Lysandra at home in the future. After bidding farewell to Thor, Jane and her two companions returned to their temporary residence, but found that all their instruments and research materials had been taken away. They hurried in and found a group of agents moving their remaining materials. Jane hurried to stop them, but the agents ignored them. Coulson, who had just reported the information brought by Noah, was also here at this time. He received a report from his subordinates that these three people had done some in-depth research on the incident, and S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to take their information away. After Coulson negotiated with Jane and the others for a few words, and after Jane's last notebook was taken away, she gave up arguing with them at Eric's stop. After all, the other party was an official organization, and no matter what she said, she could not get back the information and instruments. Afterwards, the three of them sat on the roof and chatted dejectedly. Then they decided to cheer up and buy some necessities first. When Daisy and Eric were shopping in the store, Jane, who was waiting in the car outside, suddenly saw a figure. It was Thor. He was walking towards a shopping store. At this time, she suddenly had an idea. Give me a horse. Thor said this to the clerk when he walked into the pet shop, leaving the clerk confused. Brother, this is a pet shop, not a horse farm. The clerk could only helplessly say that he had no horses here, only dogs, cats and birds. At this time, a car horn suddenly came from outside the door. Do you need a ride? Outside the door, Jane, with blonde hair, opened the car window, leaned out and shouted to Thor. Chapter 40. At night, the silent desert is filled with a mysterious atmosphere. The towering sand dunes stand in the darkness like giant beasts, and the twinkling lights from the distant town are like sparkling gems. New Mexico is surrounded by a tropical desert climate. Heat and dryness are the main geographical features here. High temperatures during the day are the norm, but the temperature drops sharply at night. On a sandy road outside the town, a car was driving westward. It was Jane and Saul. They were on their way to the meteorite crater 50 miles west of the town. The wheels rolled on the desert, making a rustling sound. The only sound I could hear was the whistling of the wind and the roar of the vehicle's engine. During the driving process, the two of them were also communicating in the car, and Thor began to tell Jane the story of the Rainbow Bridge. Jane, who was distracted while driving, was also listening to the interesting stories told by Thor. Fortunately, there were no other vehicles on this road except them, otherwise it would be dangerous driving. During this journey, the relationship between the two began to heat up rapidly, and Thor began to have a good impression of this human girl. He has been immersed in wars for many years and has never calmed down to think about love. Now that his divine power has been sealed, his impetuous heart has calmed down a little. While telling the story, he also looked at Jane's beautiful face, and he began to have a wonderful feeling for Jane in front of him. In the movie, the two officially established their relationship in Thor 2 and became boyfriend and girlfriend. In Thor 1, they just had feelings for each other, but before they could confirm it, Thor was in a hurry to go back to stop his brother Loki from causing trouble. As a result, he broke the Rainbow Bridge and could not return to Earth for the time being. Jane didn't see Thor for 2 years. Jane has also been studying ways to meet Thor, but Thor came down once in Avengers 1, but he was in a hurry and didn't have time to meet Jane. Their relationship was not bumpy until Thor 2, and it was not until Thor 4. Of course, these things may be different in this world, so let's focus on the scenery in front of us. Far away from the pollution of the city, the night sky was dotted with countless stars. In the reflection of the sand dunes under the moonlight, the two chatted and laughed all the way to their destination. As for Noah, he had no idea what kind of love affair Thor and Jane were in. After he finished eating and went out, he happened to meet Coulson and others. After learning that they were here to confiscate the research equipment and materials of Jane and her trio, Noah did not plan to do anything. When they knew that Jane was Thor's girlfriend, S.H.I.E.L.D. would naturally return them. So Noah went back to the camp with Coulson and others. It was night time. Noah, Coulson, and Barton were standing on the platform above Thor's hammer. The sky was dark and a drizzle had begun to fall outside, adding to the already low temperature in the desert at night. Noah, you said that Thor, the god of thunder, would come to look for his hammer tonight, but why is he nowhere to be seen? After returning to the camp, Noah told them that the legendary Thor would come tonight to retrieve his weapons. Coulson was a little confused when he heard this. Didn't you say you didn't know when Thor would come? How come he was coming all of a sudden? Coulson has dealt with so many things, but he has never dealt with such a thing. He has not learned how to communicate with a god. At that time, he wanted to contact Nick Fury directly and let him handle this matter, but was stopped by Noah. In Coulson's puzzled eyes at the time, Noah simply said that this god was not the same as the one you imagined, and Noah said that he alone was enough to solve these problems. Coulson could only accompany Noah with doubts until night, and waited on the platform. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Look over there. While Coulson was talking, Noah's sharp eyesight allowed him to see a man in a black cloak somewhere in the iron mesh fence. He was stealthily lifting the iron mesh of the fence and sneaking in. This man was Thor. Coulson and Barton followed his gaze and also saw the figure. Taking advantage of the night, he avoided the lights in the camp and moved towards the direction of Thor's hammer below them. With the posture, they would believe him if you said he was a thief. Look here, something's wrong here. At this time, the agents in the monitoring room also found something wrong. A hole was opened in their iron fence, and the agents began to report the situation to Coulson. After Coulson received the message from his agent, he looked at Noah. The main reason was that Coulson didn't know how to deal with this situation. He didn't know why Thor acted like this. Did he have a strange role-playing habit? The gods in mythology seemed to like doing this. When Noah saw Coulson looking at him, he told Coulson to act normally as he usually did in such situations. Coulson nodded and chose to believe Noah. Afterwards, Coulson ordered the agents to take action as usual, and Thor, who was sneaking below, was also discovered by the agents and began to fight with the agents. The agents were well trained and attacked the invaders with powerful moves. Thor's more than 1,000 years of combat experience was also not to be underestimated. He dealt with the agents in front of him in a few moves, and then continued to move forward in the direction of Thor's hammer. Thor easily eliminated many agents along the way. Those agents who wanted to shoot were restrained by Thor and did not shoot. Although Thor did not know what the black thing was, he knew that it was the opponent's weapon, so he just had to knock the opponent down before he could use the weapon. Is this really Thor? How come he looks just like an ordinary person? Hawkeye, who was leaning on the railing and watching, asked in doubt, because he was looking at the guy below who looked like Thor. Although he had extraordinary skills, he looked like an ordinary human being. Coulson had the same idea. Wasn't he the god of thunder? Where was his thunder? So he looked at Noah, waiting for him to answer his question. Because he has no divine power now, he needs to get back Thor's hammer to restore his divine power. So, now he is just an ordinary person who is more capable of fighting. What? At this time, Coulson and Barton both showed surprised expressions on their faces. They were really surprised that Thor had no divine power. You mean, Thor needs that hammer to have divine power? Then if we can pick up the hammer, can we also have the power of Thor? Coulson said. At this moment, he thought of many things, such as whether they could do something with the weak Thor now, and whether they could use this hammer to study the power of God, etc. The agent's thoughts began to spread. Don't think about these things. Haven't you held this hammer before? Isn't there anyone who can lift it? Only qualified people can lift this hammer. Besides, I advise you not to have any bad thoughts. Thor has no power, but his father still has it. Noah noticed Coulson's flickering eyes and realized that the other party was thinking something bad, so he said unhappily. Coulson, who was awakened by Noah's words, also came to his senses. Yes, the other party is not just one person, but a country, and this person is the prince of this country. If he rashly attacks the other party, it may trigger a war. The rain was getting heavier. The initial drizzle had now turned into a rainstorm. Lights were constantly flashing in the sky, as if welcoming the arrival of the god of thunder. Jane, who was waiting for Thor outside, was wearing a raincoat and looking at the camp below anxiously. The rain at this time blocked her vision, making her unable to see what was happening in the camp, making her more and more anxious. Then she thought of something and left a message for Eric. She hoped that if Thor was found down there, Eric could think of a way to save them. Inside the camp, the battle below changed again, attracting the attention of the three people. Thor was wrestling with a very strong agent on the ground. The heavy rain turned the sand on the ground into mud. Thor was wrestling with the strong agent on the ground, and his body was covered with mud, looking a little embarrassed. After a flying kick from mid-air, Thor finally defeated the strong agent. He nodded at the fallen agent, expressing his appreciation for the agent's ability to fight with him for so long. Then, he smoothed his rain-soaked hair back, came into the crater panting, and smiled as he looked at his beloved hammer so close. The three people above were also watching this scene. Noah pressed his belt and whispered something to Lysandra. Then some nanomaterials flowed out of the belt and gathered on the palm of Noah's hand. After a while, the nanorobots formed a camera and began to record the scene below, attracting the two people next to them to look at them sideways. They didn't know what Noah was doing. Thor walked to the front of Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, with a look of joy on his face, and told Mjolnir how much he missed it. Then he held his hands on it and pulled once, twice. He pulled hard with both hands, and Thor tried his best, but found that he couldn't even lift his own Mjolnir. At this time, there were thunder and lightning in the sky. He let go of Mjolnir, looked at his hands in disbelief, and then let out an unwilling roar. He thought that at this moment Odin, his father, might have completely given up on him, so he could not lift his hammer. Thor knelt weakly on the ground, letting the rain fall on his body. Lightning flashed in the sky, reflecting Thor's miserable appearance at this moment. The three people upstairs also watched this scene. Coulson and Hawkeye didn't know what was going on. They could only look at Noah hoping that he could explain what was going on. Why couldn't Thor lift his hammer and looked like he was abandoned? Was Thor dumped by his own hammer? Noah, what happened? Why does he seem unable to lift his hammer? Coulson asked. Actually, he is not Thor, he is the god of hammers. Now he has been abandoned by his own hammer, so he is already immortal. Ahem, just a joke. You can think of it as a test from his father. Noah replied. So he is not Thor without his hammer? Maybe he really is a hammer god as you said. Patton looked at the blonde burly man with a miserable face below. Just now, he saw that his skills were very good. Hawkeye thought that this Thor was pretty good, but now he looks like this. Hawkeye feels speechless. It's really weird. Come on, it's time for us to go down. Noah's joke was also a reference to Thor's early days. Without his hammer, he couldn't release lightning. In the early days, Thor was really the god of hammers. His reputation only improved after he awakened his divine power in Thor 3. Hearing Barton's words, Noah agreed and took pictures with his hands. After taking enough pictures, Noah put away the camera and said, after walking a few steps, Noah seemed to remember something and looked back at Carlson. "Oh, I almost forgot, Carlson, please send a few people to check over there and invite the female companion who came with Thor over. Remember to ask them to be polite. She has a very good relationship with Thor." He also pointed out Jane's location and asked Carlson to send someone to invite him over. It was raining so heavily now, and it was not good to let others stay there and get wet in the rain. Carlson nodded. He really wanted to ask Noah how he knew that the other party had a companion, but he didn't ask now. He instructed his agents to do this on the intercom and also specifically reminded them to be polite. He could tell from Noah's tone that this female companion of Thor didn't seem to be just an ordinary friend of Thor. After Noah walked down the stairs, he came to the ground and stepped on the muddy ground, but his shoes were not stuck with mud, as if they were isolated by something. Barton and Carlson did not go up with Noah, but just stood behind Noah and watched Noah walk forward. Then Noah walked to the side of Thor. At this time, Thor was still immersed in the frustration of not being able to lift the hammer, and didn't care who was next to him. "Thor Odinson, how come you look so miserable after not seeing you for an afternoon?" Thor raised his head when he heard that. Standing in front of him was a tall, black-haired man wearing a brown coat. He had a handsome face and a unique temperament, and seemed to have a peculiar charm. However, Thor was not gay and was not interested in Noah's face. He felt a strange magical aura. Although Thor could not see the specific appearance of the person in front of him due to the influence of rain and surrounding lights, he was somewhat familiar with this magic. Thor recognized that this was the wizard who told him the location of Thor's hammer at noon. After looking up at Noah, Thor lowered his head again and said in a low voice, "I am no longer the Prince of Asgard. I cannot lift Thor's hammer and have lost the qualification to become the god of thunder. My father has given up on me." Chapter 41. I am no longer the Prince of Asgard. I cannot lift Thor's hammer and have lost the qualification to become the god of thunder. My father has given up on me. Thor spoke dejectedly, his clothes were covered with mud and looked a little disheveled under the heavy rain. He did not look as brave and fighting as he did in the god realm before. If his companions saw the god of thunder in this state, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Noah looked at Thor in this state and thought, should I comfort him? This kind of work shouldn't be done by me, right? He raised his hand and expanded the magic shield above his head, extending it to the top of Thor's head. Noah did not get wet at all in the heavy rain because he used magic to block the rain before coming out. "Thor, come in here first, your friend is waiting for you." After hearing Noah's words, Thor perked up a little. Friend? He thought of Jane, who was just there in the rain. But Noah just said that Jane was waiting for him here? Thor. Just then, a scream came from the side. Thor turned his head and saw Jane running behind several agents. Stepping on the muddy ground, her anxious footsteps splashing water, Jane quickly ran to Thor. Looking at Thor's appearance, she thought he was injured. Looking at this girl who cared about him, Thor suddenly felt much better. "Thor, are you okay?" Jane smoothed the scattered hair in front of Thor and asked with concern. "Jane, I'm fine. I'm sorry." Thor looked at Jane and apologized. He was sorry that he could not let Jane see his most majestic and handsome appearance, and he could not get back the research equipment and materials for Jane as he had promised before. "It's okay, Thor, let's go first and don't get wet in the rain here." Jane pulled Thor up. It was easy to catch a cold if you got wet in the rain outside on a rainstorm. But when she just stood up, she discovered something. There seemed to be no umbrella where she was standing, but there seemed to be no raindrops falling. She looked up and found that there was no rain falling above her head. All the rain seemed to be blocked by a transparent umbrella. And this was only the case above the three of them. The rain in other places fell to the ground as usual. Jane glanced at Noah quietly. She felt that this strange sign might be caused by this person. Could it be that this person was really a wizard as Thor said? No, this was not scientific. "Come on, both of you, go in and have some hot water first. It's so cold, be careful not to catch a cold." Noah noticed Jane's eyes, but he didn't care. Instead, he invited the two of them to come in and sit down. He gestured with his hand and asked an agent to take the two of them inside. After Noah finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation. A smile appeared on Noah's face. He knew that a new guest had arrived. After saying thank you, Jane took Thor's arm and followed an agent to a room. This room was not a workshop. It did not have those complicated equipment. The walls were white and there were only a few beds and tables and chairs. This room was temporarily converted by Carlson. In Thor 1, it was originally the room where Thor was imprisoned. The heavy rain outside the window gradually dissipated, but the cold moisture seeped into the air, making it chilly. Jane curled up all the way into the room, and immediately felt much warmer after entering. Jane and Thor sat on the chairs together. Thor at this moment might have been hit too hard and he still looked devastated. Thor, wait here for a moment. I'll get you a cup of hot water. Jane saw that Thor's face was still not very good, so she wanted to go outside to get some hot water. She saw that Thor had been outside in the rain for so long and was worried that he would catch a cold. After Jane closed the door, a person suddenly appeared in the empty room. Thor looked up and found that it was his younger brother Loki. Loki, why are you here? I have to come see you. Thor noticed that Loki's face looked a little heavy, and hurriedly asked what had happened. As a result, Loki told him that his father Odin was dead, and he was angry to death because of the troubles he had caused. Thor's face immediately turned as pale as death. The burden of the throne now falls on me. Loki's words made Thor raise his head slightly and look at him. Can I still go back? Thor asked hopefully. No, the requirement for a truce with Jotunheim is to exile you permanently, and my mother doesn't want you to go back. I'm here to say goodbye. Sorry, brother. I'm the one who should be sorry. Thank you for coming to see me, brother. Loki's words completely plunged Thor into the abyss. The two said goodbye to each other. After Loki turned around, he showed an expression of success. When the sound of the door opening was heard, Loki disappeared on the spot. It was Jane who opened the door. She came in with 2 cups of hot water and placed them in front of Thor. Thor, what happened? You look sad. After sitting down, Jane found that Thor's face looked even uglier than before she left. It's okay, Jane, let's leave here soon. Thor forced a smile. Not wanting to make Jane worry, he drank the hot water that Jane brought him. Okay, when you feel better, we'll go. Sorry, Jane, I may not be able to help you get those equipment back now. Thor said apologetically. At that time, he thought that after he got the hammer back, he could ask the shield people to return Jane's equipment. He didn't expect that he couldn't even lift the hammer now. He didn't fulfill his promise to Jane, which made him feel a little ashamed. It's okay, Thor. Jane comforted him. Although she also wanted to get these things back, now was not the time to think about them. While the two were chatting, Loki, who had just become invisible, did not leave immediately, but came to Thor's hammer. Loki looked at Thor's hammer and thought, Thor had been in power for so many years because he possessed this artifact. His people worshipped and loved him, which made Loki, who longed for attention, very envious. If he could pick up this hammer, he could get the same power and love as his brother. Loki stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the hammer. However, Thor's hammer did not give Loki any face and stayed motionless in the soil. After Loki tried several times, he realized that he could not lift it and put his hand down angrily. Thor's hammer can only be lifted by someone recognized by him. It seems you are not qualified. Just as Loki was about to leave, a voice sounded from behind him. Loki turned around and found a human staring at him, as if he could spot him even though he was invisible. Mortal, are you talking to me? Loki stared at Noah with a dangerous smile on his face. What else? The second prince of Asgard. Noah walked in and came to the crater. At this time, the two were separated by a distance of a crater. Watch your words, mortal from Midgard. I am now the king of Asgard, and also the king of you humans. Loki stretched out his hand, revealing a dagger, and said to Noah. Humans don't need this kind of feudal stuff, and I also think that you are not worthy of being the king of Asgard. I think your brother is more qualified than you. Noah said. Comparing him with Thor, Noah felt that Loki would definitely not be able to hold on. This is indeed the case. When Noah said that he was not as good as Thor, his face first became slightly ferocious, and then he showed an evil smile. You will see whether I am qualified or not. After saying that, a green flash flew out and headed straight for Noah's face. However, the scene that Loki expected did not appear. The dagger he threw was directly caught by Noah's 2 fingers. Noah threw it to the ground and taunted Loki. "That's it. It seems that you are immortal with some abilities." Loki smiled when he saw Noah easily blocked his flying knife, then the green magic power surged in his hand, and he waved it forward, and 2 balls of magic attacks flew out and flew towards Noah. Noah stretched out his hand, and when the 2 balls of Loki's magic power approached Noah, they stayed directly in front of Noah's hand. Then Noah clenched his palm, and the green magic power disintegrated and dissipated into the air. Noah did not retract his hand. He bent his ring finger and little finger, and stretched out his index and middle fingers together. He slashed forward, and 2 wind blades flew out, cutting through the air and slashing towards Loki. Loki's face changed, and then his figure began to blur. He dodged the attack, and the wind blade broke through the passage and flew out. Several agents looked at the wind blade passing by, and then looked at the iron railing with a very smooth cut. Cold sweat dripped down their eyes, but they also realized that someone had invaded again. They quickly reported it through the intercom. After seeing that his unexpected flying knife did not work, Loki realized that this human was a little difficult to deal with. He grinned and said to Noah, "Yes, you have some skills, mortal. If you kneel down to show respect to me now, I can mercifully let you go." Loki stretched out his arms forward, raised his head, and had a proud expression. At the same time, behind Noah, the shadow of the building illuminated by the lights suddenly began to stretch. 2 shadows formed the shape of Loki and quietly approached behind Noah, who was completely unaware of the situation. Boom! A stomping sound was heard, and magic power surged into the ground, shaking the mud and sand behind Noah into the air, and the 2 shadows disappeared directly. "Are these the only shady little tricks you can use, King of Asgard?" Noah shook off Loki's spell behind him, then took out a bolt of lightning from his backpack, which was the static electric blade, the electric knife. Noah raised the electric knife and pointed it forward. A bolt of lightning shot out from the knife so fast that Loki had no time to react and was struck by the lightning directly. Electricity flashed all over his body and he began to tremble. The lightning only lasted for a short while before it was resisted by Loki's physique and magic power, although this was also related to the fact that Noah did not put in any effort. "Damn it! How dare you attack me with lightning?" Loki came to his senses and was very angry at this moment, because he hated thunder and lightning the most. This mortal actually let the great king of Asgard suffer such humiliation, which was simply unforgivable. Loki's body shape changed again, and then he split into 9, creating 9 clones. The venue, which was not empty at this time, seemed a bit crowded with the addition of 9 Lokis. "Now, mortal, how should you respond? Can you tell the difference? Which one is fake? Or are they all real?" 9 Lokis approached Noah together, then brandished a pair of magic daggers and attacked Noah. Noah stepped back and dodged one of Loki's attacks, then pointed his electric knife and the Loki who was struck by lightning disappeared immediately. Then Noah stretched out his hand and formed a guardian shield, resolution rune, on the side to block the attacks of the 2 Lokis. Noah discovered that these illusions created by Loki could actually attack people. It seems that these are not illusions, but clones. Loki still has some stuff. The remaining Loki threw the daggers in his hands at Noah, then stretched out his hands to transform into 2 daggers and rushed towards Noah. The dagger with Loki's green magic was shot towards Noah at an extremely fast speed. Noah's magic power surged and turned into gusts of wind that surrounded his body, Yasuo's way of the Rurouni, blocking the oncoming flying knife. Then the surrounding gusts of wind scattered and turned into hurtful sword energy, which dispersed all of Loki's clones. At this time, the scene on the field returned to its original state, with only Loki standing opposite Noah. "As a mortal, you are indeed quite strong." Loki, who was standing in place, clapped his hands and praised Noah with a smile on his face. "As a god, your strength is not." Before he could finish his words, Noah stretched out his hand and grabbed the arm that was about to attack from behind. The Loki opposite Noah disappeared, and the real Loki appeared from behind Noah. At this moment, he had a ferocious look on his face and tried hard to break free from Noah's hand. "Is this the trick of you, the god of trickery? It looks like a child's prank." Noah pinched Loki's hand. From the very beginning, Loki could not hide in front of him. His powerful magic could sense where Loki was. He was just playing with him just now. "Let go, mortal, you are offending a god." Loki tried hard to pry open Noah's hand. However, although Loki's frost giant blood gave him powerful physical strength, and the movie also showed that he was stronger than Captain America, he could not pry open Noah's hand. Because Noah's strength was growing day by day under the strengthening of the rune of determination, and at this time it had reached a level that Loki could not match. God? Such a weak god, come, try your favorite electric therapy. Noah raised his other hand holding the electric knife. The dark clouds that had originally dissipated in the sky gathered again, and thunder rumbled. This was the lightning cloud that Noah gathered using magic power by relying on the electric knife. Looking at the lightning that was about to fall from the sky, Loki's face showed a terrified expression. He could feel the danger of the next lightning. His scalp was numb and his hair stood on end. At this time, his body's ability to sense danger had reached its peak. He thought that he would be doomed by this attack. After struggling violently and using telekinetic magic and the talents of the frost giants, he still couldn't break free from Noah's hand. When the lightning was about to fall, Loki shouted directly to the sky. Heimdall! Heimdall, who is far away in Asgard, has been watching this place. At first he was just paying attention to Thor's movements, but later he found Loki there. Heimdall couldn't help but wonder, Loki didn't ask him to activate the Rainbow Bridge to send him to Earth today, so how did he get there? Heimdall suddenly thought of the frost giants who, like Loki, didn't know where to get to Asgard. But he didn't have time to think about it now. After all, Loki was still the king of Asgard in name only, and he couldn't let anything happen to him on Earth. Heimdall activated the Rainbow Bridge, and a beam of colorful light shot out towards the Earth. At this time, Noah also sensed that a powerful force was approaching. He let go of Loki's hand and teleported away from the spot with an arcane leap. After Noah dodged, a colorful beam of light descended from the sky and shone on Loki's position. Coulson and the agents who had just assembled arrived late, and only saw the rainbow beam of light falling from the sky and the mysterious mark after the beam of light dissipated. Thor and Jane also heard the loud noise and went out to investigate. Chapter 42. The dazzling colorful light beam disappeared, and a mysterious mark appeared on the originally muddy ground. After the beam of light disappeared, the onlookers began to gather around. They looked at Noah, who was standing there with lightning in his hand, and the mark on the ground, and cast surprised glances at him. "What was that just now?" asked the female Dr. Jane. She had just noticed the flashing electric light outside the window in the room, and then she went out with Thor to check the situation. As soon as they went out, they found the beam of light from the Rainbow Bridge. However, Jane didn't know what that was, but she thought the light was very beautiful and seemed very unscientific. "This is the Rainbow Bridge, Jane, the Rainbow Bridge I told you about before." Tony looked at the mark left by the Rainbow Bridge with complicated eyes. This was the tool that could take him home, but now he could never go back. Shaking his head and putting aside his worries, Thor turned to look at the lightning in Noah's hand and felt that it was a powerful weapon. Like his Mjolnir, it was a thunder attribute weapon. Of course, the shape of the electric knife allowed others to tell at a glance that it was a thunder attribute weapon. "What? Is this really the Rainbow Bridge? Is everything you said before true?" "Of course it's true, how could I lie to you?" Coulson, who was standing by, looked at Thor a few times after hearing what he said, then walked to Noah's side. Coulson looked at the lightning in Noah's hand a few more times, then asked. "Noah, what happened? What was that? Were you fighting with someone just now?" A series of questions showed Coulson's importance, but Noah was not in a hurry. He first put the electric knife back into his backpack, and then looked at Thor. "Is your brother coming here to look for you?" Noah looked at Thor, and the others followed his gaze. "Yes, just now my brother Loki came to see me." "What? He invaded our camp without our knowledge?" Coulson was shocked that the enemy could enter their base without their knowledge. As for why Loki was defined as an enemy, it was because this Loki seemed to have fought with Noah, so Coulson assumed him to be an enemy. "Loki can become invisible, so you can't find him?" Noah answered Coulson's question. Coulson nodded. He didn't expect the other party to be invisible. No wonder he couldn't find him. "Is this invisible ability a superpower? Or magic?" Coulson speculated. "Then why did you have a conflict with him, Noah?" Coulson looked at the somewhat chaotic scene around the crater, the cut fence, and the lightning and thunder just now. Coulson realized that a fierce conflict had taken place here. "I just happened to run into him, so I had a discussion with him and exchanged feelings between the two worlds." Noah said seriously, but Carlson didn't quite believe it. Instead, Thor looked like he believed it. Noah, you're a very nice person. I think you and my brother can become good friends. He hates me, Noah smirked inwardly. Next, Carlson directed his men to clean up the chaotic scene while Noah and Thor returned to the room. So, Thor, you can't lift your hammer now? Noah asked, sitting opposite Thor. Jane and Thor were sitting on the side at this time. Jane was a little curious when she heard the question asked by Noah, because she discovered a whole new world today and Thor and Noah opposite seemed to be from this world. Yes, I was arrogant and started a war, and then was exiled to Midgard by my father. Now, I am no longer the prince of Asgard, and I also killed my father. At this point, Thor lowered his head in pain. Seeing this, Jane also comforted Thor. Noah shaved his chin. How could Thor believe everything his brother said? His father was so strong, could he die just like that? Although he really died later. Thor, your brother didn't tell you the news that your father died, did he? Noah asked. Yes, how did you know? Thor asked, looking up with a puzzled expression on his face. Don't you have any doubts? Your brother is the god of trickery. Doesn't he love to deceive people? Moreover, I guess your father just fell into Odin's sleep and didn't die. Odin's sleep? What is that? Why haven't I heard my father talk about it? Thor asked in confusion. Now that he thought about it, he really shouldn't blindly believe his brother's words. After all, his brother has always liked to lie to him and play pranks on him since he was a child. It is rumored that the Odin power possessed by the god King Odin will grow day by day, and in order to balance his growing Odin power, Odin will enter the Odin sleep from time to time. Noah began to tell Thor about Odin's sleep, but then again, Noah felt that not many people would know about Odin's sleep, right? Otherwise, Asgard's enemies would take this opportunity to attack Asgard, but Thor wouldn't be bothered about how he knew about it, right? Really? My father is not dead. When Thor heard that his father was not dead, he immediately smiled happily and didn't even have time to think about why Noah knew about Odin's sleep. Jane next to him was also happy for Thor. But you can't lift your hammer yet, so don't be too happy too soon. Noah saw Thor so happy and said something to discourage him. Sure enough, after hearing this, Thor's excitement dissipated, and he began to recount his experience. He arrogantly provoked a war, injured his friends, destroyed the peace of the 9 realms, provoked disputes, and was then exiled by his father. Indeed, Noah thought of Thor at the beginning of the movie, who always wanted to start a war, which made Odin angry. Odin wanted to give the throne to you, but once you became the queen of Asgard, you would turn the 9 realms upside down. So Odin decisively kicked Thor to the earth to temper his temper. But this is indeed useful. After Thor arrived on Earth and spent a few days with Jane and the other two, his temperament became much calmer. It can be seen that Thor has changed a lot in this short period of time on Earth. He knows how to recognize his mistakes. Is this the power of love? Noah thought. So, your father exiled you to Earth and sealed your power in order to train you? To make you realize your mistakes. Noah pretended to infer the reasons for Odin's actions and took the opportunity to remind Thor. What? Is that really the case? My father is testing me. Hasn't he really given up on me? There are some things Noah cannot explain too clearly, otherwise people will wonder why he knows so much, so after Thor told his experience, Noah pretended to deduce the reason why Odin exiled Thor. After hearing what Noah said, Thor's expression suddenly changed and he became happy. Why didn't he think of this? Sure enough, his father would not give up on him. Although it was only said by Noah, Thor was not sure whether it was true or not, but he was willing to believe that what Noah said was the truth. He certainly did not want to believe that his father would really give up on him. It's over. Will this guy get too proud and stop growing? Noah looked at Thor and wondered if he had been too straightforward. He was worried that Thor would get too proud and forget the meaning of his father sending him here, even though he didn't know it in the first place. Thor, don't be happy too soon. The fact that you can't lift Thor's hammer proves that your father is still not satisfied. You should experience life on Earth for a while. I see that you have a good relationship with your friend. Noah interrupted Thor's excitement, poured a bucket of cold water on him, and told him bluntly that you are not capable of it yet, so just stay on Earth for the time being. Jane, who was standing by, had been confused by their conversation from the beginning, but when she suddenly heard Noah mention her, she looked up in surprise. Jane is a good girl, and thank you for reminding me. Thor glanced at Jane, then spoke to Noah. Just as Noah was about to speak, Carlson's voice came from the door. Noah, Mr. Saul and Miss Jane's friends are here to see them. Carlson said after opening the door. Thor, it should be Eric who is here. I left him a message before. Let's go out and take a look. When Jane heard Carlson say that someone was looking for them, she immediately thought of Eric, because when Thor went downstairs to get the hammer, she was worried that something might happen, so she left a message for Eric. Eric should have come now. Jane took Thor and walked out together, and Noah followed. Jane, are you okay? Eric felt terrible after receiving Jane's message. He had emphasized to Jane before that S.H.I.E.L.D. was a very dangerous organization. One of his friends, Banner, disappeared after coming into contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. He didn't expect Jane to secretly hide it from him and run to the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp. This made him very anxious. Jane was the daughter of his old friend. If something happened to Jane, he would be sorry for his old friend. I'm fine, Eric. Jane took Thor to Eric's side. Thor saw Eric and greeted him with a smile. However, Eric's eyes were not very friendly to Thor. He felt that this guy must have deceived Jane and brought Jane to such a dangerous place. But Eric didn't start blaming Thor right away. He looked at Carlson. He saw that Carlson was the highest person in charge here. Although he didn't know what Jane and Thor had done, he planned to plead for them first to see if he could get the other party to show mercy. Carlson was good at observing people's expressions and immediately knew what Eric wanted to do, so he spoke before Eric could say anything. Mr. Eric, you are here to pick up Miss Jane and Mr. Saul. Oh, well, yes. Eric didn't expect him to say that and was a little slow to react. We will not stop Miss Jane and Mr. Saul from leaving. Also, I think we had some unpleasant misunderstandings today. We will send someone to return these devices later. After Carlson learned that Jane might have a relationship with that Thor, he thought about returning those things. Even if he couldn't establish a good relationship, at least he shouldn't make enemies, otherwise their relationship with Thor would be more difficult in the future. Eric was a little surprised when he heard this. He was wondering what had happened that could make this mysterious shield return the things to them. Jane was very happy when she heard the news. These equipment and information were the result of her hard work, so she was naturally happy to get them back. Really? Then Jane, let's go first. Eric decided not to pursue the reason why the other party did this. He thought it would be better to leave quickly. Thor also said a few words to Noah before leaving. Wizard, I haven't asked for your name yet. Noah. Okay, Noah, thank you for reminding me of those things. I, Thor, will definitely make you my friend. Finally, the three drove away from the camp under the watchful eyes of Noah and Carlson. After returning, Eric invited Sol to the bar for a drink. He wanted to take the opportunity to get Sol away from Jane. He was worried that Sol would hurt Jane. Of course, after a round of drinking, Sol carried the drunk Eric back to their temporary residence. After Jane opened the door, she was frightened by the two of them. Sol was carrying Eric. Jane thought that Sol had beaten Eric. Later she learned that the two of them went to the bar to drink, and then Eric became like this. She was a little helpless, and took Sol to send Eric to his own bed. Looking at Eric, who was still mumbling about drinking, Jane felt that he would definitely suffer a lot tomorrow. After dealing with Eric, Jane glanced at Thor. She had a lot of things she wanted to ask him, about magic, the Rainbow Bridge, things about himself, and Asgard. These were all new things she had come into contact with tonight. She was really curious. As a scientific researcher, how could she not be curious about the unknown things in front of her? But she was too embarrassed to ask. Thor felt that Jane wanted to say something, so he spoke first. Jane, thank you for accompanying me today. Let's go outside and not disturb Eric. Later, Thor and Jane began to have a heart-to-heart talk by the campfire outside. Thor also told Jane a lot about Asgard to satisfy Jane's curiosity, and the two talked like this all night. This was Thor's second night on Earth. He made new friends and began to have a strange feeling for the girl named Jane. Thor suddenly felt that it was not bad to be immortal. Back at the crater, after the three left, Carlson asked about the invader and Thor. Noah, were you injured in the fight with Loki just now? Carlson looked at Noah, who was unscathed and whose clothes looked neat, and who seemed to be uninjured. However, he still had to ask, in case Loki had some strange abilities. Carlson, I'm fine /. Noah nodded to Carlson, indicating that he was fine, and then Noah briefly described what happened to Thor and his brother. Chapter 43. So, that Loki is fighting with Thor for the throne of Asgard? Wasn't this a common thing in ancient times on Earth? I didn't expect that they in Asgard would do such a thing. Carlson and Noah were talking in a back room, while Barton leaned against the wall. That's about it, but Thor is temporarily unable to obtain his divine power due to certain things. Noah said. So, what was the real reason for your conflict with Loki at that time? The excuse of sparring should have been just for Thor, right? Carlson said. You actually found out. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that he was a little funny when he tried to pull out Thor's hammer but couldn't. He got angry after I laughed at him, and then he couldn't beat me, so he ran away. That's the truth. Hearing this fact coming out of Noah's mouth, Carlson rubbed his forehead speechlessly. He felt that this fact was a bit too direct, as if to say, why are you so worried? What's wrong with you? However, Carlson could conclude from this fact that this Loki might be a very arrogant person and a very aggressive person. At this time, Patton on the side spoke up. That beam of light, do you know what it is, Noah? Barton's question made Carlson look up at Noah. He was also curious whether Noah knew the answer. After the light column disappeared, a strange mark was left at the scene. He asked their researchers to study the mark immediately, but the result was that it was a mysterious language, and then it disappeared, and they could not find out anything. That's the Rainbow Bridge, something the Asgardians built, a form of transportation, I guess. It's what Asgard uses to travel between the 9 realms. The Rainbow Bridge is a means of transportation built by the Asgardians for traveling through space. In addition to its function of teleportation, it is also a powerful weapon. With continuous output, it can even destroy Jotunheim, the planet of the frost giants. So, Asgard's technological level is also very high, and they can make something like this? Or is this Rainbow Bridge just a powerful magic? Carlson said. He wanted to know more about Asgard. After listening to Noah's words, it seemed that the other party was not the medieval country that Carlson imagined. Well, it's about the same. Asgard's technological level is indeed very high. Their technology is more like a product of the combination of technology and magic. Asgard's technology is very retro, with fairy ships, glowing medieval weapons, and medieval armor. Speaking of magic technology, Noah inexplicably thought of Hextech, which is a combination of magic and technology. Did you learn this from the future? Carlson suddenly realized that Noah knew a lot. Yes, and some of them are learned from the Valoran database. Noah said, and he would start making up stories when he was in doubt. Next, Noah told them some information about the Asgardians. Asgardians are generally very long-lived. Thor is now almost 1,500 years old, and Loki said that their race can live up to 5,000 years old. Is he talking about the frost giants? Are they all gods? How can they live so long? Carlson asked. It is so enviable to be able to live so long. Well, you can also regard them as powerful aliens. Except for their physical fitness and lifespan, they are similar to humans. However, some of them seem to be able to go to the legendary Hall of Valor after death, which means they can live again after death. In Thor 12, the story gives people the feeling that the Asgardians are not gods, but just powerful aliens. However, in the last 2 films, they begin to be shaped in the direction of gods, such as Valhalla. However, these are not important to Noah, but Carlson cares about this information very much. He silently remembers what Noah said, and he will report it to Nick Fury when the time comes. The conversation ended here, and Noah left the meeting room, leaving Barton and Carlson behind. The two of them began to exchange their views on the Asgard force, and then they called Nick Fury and began to report the situation. Aliens? Gods? After hearing Carlson's report, Nick Fury was a little stunned, but more shocked. He didn't expect that a powerful alien force was so close to the Earth. In fact, in terms of distance, Asgard is very far away from the Earth, but Nick Fury learned from Carlson's information that Asgard has a technology that can cross the universe and come to the Earth anytime and anywhere. This makes Nick Fury start to worry. He always likes to think about the worst thing first. For him, this way can better prevent problems before they happen. You said that Loki is now the first heir to the throne of Asgard. Noah did not tell Carlson that Loki has temporarily become the king of Asgard, so they proceeded based on what Noah said, that Thor was exiled, so Loki had a greater chance of becoming king. What do you think about that, Thor, Carlson? Nick Fury wanted to hear Carlson's thoughts first. That Thor, judging from his performance, should be a relatively simple and straightforward person. Moreover, he has a very good relationship with a lady named Jane. When Thor first landed on Earth, the first person he met was Miss Jane. Carlson recalled Thor's performance and combined it with the information given by Noah, and expressed his understanding of Thor. However, he only met Thor a few times and didn't even say a few words, so this was just his own speculation. Falling in love with a human? That might be good news. When Nick Fury heard this information, he felt that it was a good thing. If Thor from Asgard and Jane from Earth were together, would this count as the establishment of diplomatic relations between Asgard and Earth? After Carlson reported all the information, the contact ended and Nick Fury thought for a long time. He received a lot of information today. First, he discovered that the power behind Noah had a strong level of technology. Then he suddenly learned about an Asgard that said the Earth was their territory. There were also the frost giants in Norse mythology, the enemies of Asgard, who were said to have also come to Earth. This made Nick Fury wonder whether other characters in Norse mythology also existed and whether they would threaten the Earth. Nick Fury stroked the pager in his hand, which was his secret weapon, but Nick felt that it was not the time to use it yet. He felt that he should start his plan in advance. His Avengers plan was prepared to deal with these alien forces in the universe. Noah had told him before that Captain America was still alive, and he had already sent people to that place to search, and he believed that the American soldier would be found soon. Including Iron Man and Noah, Nick Fury felt that his plan had taken shape. Of course, he was not sure whether Noah would join his plan or not, but he was just planning for him to join. Nick Fury drummed his fingertips on the table and thought. After a while, Nick Fury made a decision. He planned to go there in person tomorrow, but he also wanted to take someone with him. What? Nick? Are you still asleep and your brain is burnt out? What is this, Thor Odin? What are you talking about? Tony is a little confused now, because Nick Fury called him and told him something about Norse mythology or something like that, and also told him that Thor and his hammer are visiting Earth and asked him to go there with him tomorrow. Nick Fury hung up the phone after he finished speaking. He talked a lot with Tony and guaranteed that everything he said was true. He believed that with Tony's curiosity, he would definitely follow him. As for Tony, after being hung up by Nick Fury, he sat in the chair and thought, rubbing his chin with his hand. He is a genius scientist, and then suddenly someone tells him that magic and God exist. How can he believe it? But Tony looked at the content displayed on the screen in front of him. There was news about a meteorite falling near a small town in New Mexico, and a video of many people and cars pulling a hammer in the meteorite crater. What the hell is this? Is what Nick said true? Tony looked at these things, and his originally firm heart was shaken. He had asked Jarvis to authenticate these videos, and they were not photoshopped, but real. But why did Nick Fury ask me to come over? Is there any danger? After seeing these things, Tony temporarily believed what Nick Fury said, but he also doubted why Nick Fury asked him to go there. Did he want to use his intelligence and cooperate in research? Or was it because it was unsafe there and Nick Fury couldn't handle it alone? However, Tony thought he would know when he went there tomorrow. Tony took a look at his Mark6 armor. He had not had time to build a new Mark series armor, but he upgraded his Makr6 armor. After upgrading the reactor on his chest, his armor would have stronger power and strength. The moonlight fell on the desert, as if covered with a layer of gauze. The air in the desert, which had just rained, was filled with moisture, making the already cold air even more biting. Somewhere a few hundred meters away from S.H.I.E.L.D's temporary camp in the meteorite crater, Noah was perched on a huge rock, with magic wrapped around his body, and the green magic of the rune of determination enveloped Noah. Because there were too many people in the camp, Noah couldn't practice properly, so he ran outside. There were few people here, and the whole area was yellow sand, so he could find any place to practice. Ha! Hoo! With each breath, magic power flowed through his body. At this moment, Noah felt that he began to have a wonderful connection with the rune of determination in front of him. I seem to be able to grasp the power of runes at a deeper level. Noah stopped practicing and looked at the green runes floating in front of him. He felt that his control over the rune had improved again, and this time he did not rely on summoning heroes to improve his control over the rune, but on practicing with the rune himself to deepen his connection with the rune. Noah felt that this was a good start. If he continued to practice like this, he would be able to perfectly control the runes. The powerful life magic of the rune of resolve permeated around Noah. Many green dots were appearing on the ground beneath Noah. Looking closely, they were actually tender green buds that had drilled out of the soil. Under the influence of the magic of the rune of resolve, the breath of life began to spread with Noah as the center. This was the power of the rune of resolve, the power of life. According to legend, the powerful life force of the rune of resolve could even bring the dead back to life. Campsite. Sir, there is a high energy reaction around us. An agent looked at the data on the reconnaissance instrument. Don't worry about it. Carlson knew that this was Noah's doing. Noah had just told him that he was going out for a while, but he didn't know what Noah was doing. Okay, sir. After hearing the commander's answer, the agent didn't ask any more questions. He just looked at the range of the high energy reaction on the screen. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the range was expanding. Chapter 44. The next day, Noah let out a long breath, and the magic power surrounding his body dissipated. Noah put away the runes and ended the training that lasted all night. Phew! It feels good to be getting stronger every day. Noah felt the abundant magic power in his body and felt happy. This feeling of growing every day was very refreshing. Fuck, what's going on? Noah had just finished training and opened his eyes, and he found that the big rock where he was sitting was surrounded by green grass. A small oasis appeared with the big rock as the center. Is this the power of the rune of resoluteness? The magic power filled with life force makes grass grow in the desert. Noah speculated that it might be because when he was practicing last night, the magic power of the determination rune dissipated, and the surrounding plants absorbed this energy, which caused them to grow wildly. Yes, this is the rune of resolve. I remember that the rune of resolve can even revive a person. Noah remembered that in Rise's comics, he mentioned that the green rune had the ability to revive people. So that green rune should be the determination rune, right? I'll try it when I have a chance. Noah came back to his senses, glanced at the green bush, and then returned to the shield camp. As soon as Noah returned to the camp, he saw Carlson and others outside, and they had cleared a large open space. Noah approached and asked, Carlson, what are you doing? What are you doing here so early in the morning? Carlson looked and found that it was Noah who came back. He replied, Noah, we're waiting for the director. He said he would come here in person and will be here soon. After Carlson finished speaking, a black dot appeared in the distant sky. Everyone looked and found that it didn't seem to be their director. As the black spot approached, everyone could see the identity of the person coming. It was Iron Man Tony Stark. Behind him, a Quinjet also released its optical invisibility function and appeared in front of everyone. After the Quinjet approached, it landed smoothly in the open space cleared by Carlson and others, and Tony landed next to it. It's still the familiar hand jet force release, followed by a Marvel superhero-style landing. The tail door of the Quinjet dropped, and Nick Fury and Black Widow walked out. This time, it was just the two of them. Tony took off his mask, and then he and Nick Fury walked up to Carlson. Carlson, long time no see. Mr. Tony, I have to correct you. We just met in your lab a few days ago. Seeing that Tony wanted to continue talking nonsense, Nick Fury interrupted him before he could. Carlson, take us to see that thing. Nick Fury said, then looked at Noah and Noah nodded back. Why did Nick Fury come here? Maybe after Carlson told Nick Fury about what happened here yesterday, Nick Fury couldn't hold it anymore? That's right, Noah thought, Nick Fury just likes to deal with these alien-related things. Tony noticed the interaction between Nick Fury and Noah. He was curious about Noah's identity, so he secretly asked Jarvis to check Noah's information. Although Tony's voice was very low, Noah could of course hear it, but he didn't care too much. The group came to Thor's hammer and saw it standing in the crater. Tony and Nick Fury had complicated expressions. Tony had a curious look. Although he didn't believe that there really was such a thing as God in this world, he was also very curious. Curiosity was the driving force for scientists like him, allowing him to constantly explore new areas of knowledge and then improve himself. Nick Fury had a heavier and more complicated look. He was still worried about the emergence of Asgard, a new force. Is this Thor's hammer? Tony looked at Thor's hammer and asked curiously, then he wanted to go down and observe it closely. Seeing that Carlson and others did not stop him, Tony also came to Thor's hammer, and his mask was closed at this time. Jarvis, scan this hammer. Tony asked Jarvis to scan the hammer, but the result showed nothing abnormal. It looked like an ordinary hammer. Tony was a little surprised, and after thinking about it, he reached out and grasped the hammer. What? Tony tried hard to lift the hammer, but found that he could not lift it. This shocked him very much. He was wearing an iron suit and had enormous strength. He did not expect that he could not lift the hammer. This was too unscientific. Tony didn't believe it, and several jet holes began to extend from his armor. He pushed back and increased his strength, trying to pull out the hammer. He still couldn't lift it up until a big hole was pushed out in the sand under his feet by Tony's feet, so he finally gave up. Shit, what the hell is this? This is unscientific. How can this hammer be so heavy? And if it is so heavy, how can the small mound underneath it withstand it? Tony said incredulously. Because this is Thor's hammer, only those who are recognized by it can lift it. At this time Noah spoke, and Tony noticed Noah again. Nick, does your shield still recruit child laborers? This kid Noah is only 16 years old and should be in high school now. Why did you bring him here? Tony said. He just asked Jarvis to search Noah's information. Noah Lee, 16 years old, attends Midtown High School. All Tony found was Noah's superficial information. He didn't know why Noah appeared here, but it didn't prevent him from opposing Nick Fury from letting a 16-year-old child come to such a dangerous place. Noah is our security consultant. He is very capable. Nick Fury responded to Tony with his arms crossed. Tony was about to say something to Nick Fury, but a scene that appeared in the distance made him stop and everyone looked over there. A colorful beam of light descended in the direction of the town. Bifrost? Another Asgardian is coming. Coulson looked at the familiar Bifrost. Who is it this time? Is it Loki again? What, is this the rainbow bridge you were talking about? I'll go over and take a look. Tony became interested when he heard what Coulson said. He wanted to see what the legendary Asgardians looked like. He had never seen aliens before. So Tony took off directly on the spot and flew towards the town. Nick Fury was speechless, but he also felt that he should organize Coulson, Hawkeye, Black Widow and some agents to board the Quinjet together. Before going on board, Nick Fury asked Noah if he wanted to take the plane and go with him. Noah shook his head, indicating that he would fly over, then he pressed his belt, and the armor directly covered his whole body. Then Noah also took off. Nick Fury shook his head when he saw this. What's so great about having armor? After boarding the Quinjet, Coulson called the agent stationed in the town on the intercom and asked him if he had seen any strange people. Yes sir, I saw warrior Princess Xena, Jackie Chan and Robin Hood. Is there a Renaissance festival in this town? Keep an eye on them. The three warriors and Sif have arrived at the town where Thor is. Because their clothes are so different, the residents of the town look at them in surprise. In the residence of Jane and the other two in the small town, Thor carried several plates of food and handed them to the others. After a night of talking with Jane around the campfire, Thor had changed a lot. Although his appearance had not changed, his temperament seemed much calmer. Eric came to the living room with his head covered and sat on a chair. He had a drinking contest with Thor last night and fell down first. He has been sleeping since then. His head still hurts a little after he got up. Eric is still recovering. A plate of food is handed to him. Eric takes it and says thank you to Thor. When he was drinking with Thor last night, he listened to many of Thor's inner thoughts. Now his impression of Thor has improved a lot and he no longer wants to drive him away. After eating, Jane told Eric about the many Asgard knowledge that Thor had told him. Eric said that it would be difficult to convince the scientific community of these things. Before Jane could refute, there were several knocks on the door. When they looked, Thor saw that his 4 friends in Asgard actually appeared at the door, which surprised and delighted him. Chapter 45. At the Rainbow Bridge Fortress of Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, guards here day and night. Legend has it that his magic eyes can penetrate the 9 realms and detect any enemy that threatens Asgard. At this time Heimdall was standing at the exit of the fortress, looking at Loki who was walking over from the other side of the Rainbow Bridge. The other party was coming aggressively and had a bad face, carrying the symbol of the King of Asgard, the eternal spear Gungnir, in his hand. Heimdall knew that Loki was coming to question him for opening the Rainbow Bridge without permission to send Thor's friends to Earth. After all, Loki had issued a death order as king that no one was allowed to leave Asgard. He knew that doing so was an act of treason, but he did not regret it, because he had some things to question Loki about. "Tell me, Loki, how you brought the frost giants into Asgard." Before Loki opened his mouth, Heimdall took the lead in questioning Loki. He found something wrong when he rescued Loki from Noah last time, but when he tested Loki at that time, Loki just perfunctorily answered him. Due to the other party's current status as king, Heimdall could not investigate further, but he conducted an investigation privately, and then he found out that those frost giants were really brought by Loki, and Loki knew some secret passages that could enter and exit Asgard without passing through the Rainbow Bridge. Seeing that his secret was exposed, Loki stopped pretending and revealed his cards. "Do you think the Rainbow Bridge is the only way in and out of the kingdom? There are some things that even your talents cannot see. As the king, I declare that you are no longer a citizen of Asgard because of your treasonous behavior. Then I will no longer obey you." After Heimdall finished speaking, he made a gesture to swing his sword, but before he swung it, he was enveloped by a white cold air. It turned out to be Loki on the opposite side. He actually took out the ice box, ancient winter coffin. Before Heimdall was completely frozen, he saw Loki's skin began to turn blue and his pupils began to turn red, which are the characteristics of frost giants. After freezing Heimdall, Loki hid the ice box with a flip of his hand. This was one of his specialties, allowing him to hide items on his body. Loki let out a long sigh and then put his hand back on the throne. Before meeting Heldum, he used the Spear of Eternity to send his father's armor, the Destroyer armor, to the body on Earth. Loki gave it an order. He didn't want to see Thor return to Asgard, so he killed Thor on Earth. Meanwhile, in the small town, Jane, Eric, Daisy, and Thor were looking at the four people outside the glass door. The glass door had several cracks on it because of the Asgardian quartet. Thor's eyes showed surprise. He didn't expect that his friend would come to him, while Eric and others were stunned, especially Eric. He just said that if you want people to believe Jane's theories, you must have evidence. Unexpectedly, the evidence appeared as soon as he finished speaking. Several people opened the glass door and walked in, and Thor happily opened his arms to welcome his friends, and they hugged each other happily. Then, among the three warriors, the fat one with a big beard and a lion-like look, Volstagg, began to introduce himself to Jane and the other two. "Hello, let me introduce you. This is Miss Sif, and we are the three warriors." Eric was still a little shocked. He glanced at Jane, and Jane looked at him with a smile. "Does this prove that I am right? My friends, let me ask you something first." "Sure, what do you want to ask, Thor?" "My father, is he dead?" "What? Of course not, Thor. Your father is still alive. He is just temporarily unwell, so Loki temporarily became the king of Asgard. Also, Thor, I think Loki must have a conspiracy. It was Loki who reported our visit to Jotunheim." When the four heard Thor's words, they looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know where Thor had heard this outrageous news from, so they told Thor the truth and expressed their opinions on Loki. "Loki, what on earth do you want to do?" After hearing the news from the four people, Thor breathed a sigh of relief. The huge rock pressing on his heart finally fell to the ground. He was still a little afraid that what his brother said was true. Now that he knew that Loki was lying to him, he was relieved. However, he began to grit his teeth again. This guy Loki actually lied to him. While a few people were chatting, Tony flew over from a distance. He saw in the sky the mark of the rainbow bridge left by Sif and the three warriors when they arrived outside the town. Then he flew into the town and began to scan the town, trying to find those visitors from Asgard. A few seconds later he got what he wanted. The traces of those people were not difficult to find. Tony saw them directly in a house right in front of the intersection of the town. There were several people wearing medieval armor, and there were 4 earthlings inside. No, Tony zoomed in and the one hugging the 4 Asgardians should be the Thor that Coulson mentioned. As soon as Tony entered the town, he was seen by people on the ground. When passers-by saw Iron Man, they were stunned at first, and then they screamed, "This is Iron Man!" As soon as Tony appeared, many people began to gather here, and even passing cars stopped, and people got out of the car to watch. Several people in the room also looked outside, and then they saw a guy wearing a red and gold steel battlesuit slowly descending from the sky. "Oh my god, Jane, it's Iron Man! Hurry, hurry, I want to take a picture and tweet it." When Daisy saw Iron Man, she excitedly grabbed Jane's hand, looking like an excited little fangirl. And Thor had only been on Earth for a little over a day, and had no idea who Iron Man was, let alone the Asgardian quartet. They just looked at the crowd gathered outside with some curiosity. "Jane, who is that? He looks very popular." Thor tilted his head and asked Jane. "Thor, that's Iron Man Tony Stark, a genius scientist, a superhero, and a very popular one." Thor nodded, even though he had no idea what a superhero was. Tony landed, waved to the people around him, and said, "Hello, friends. I am very happy for your welcome, but I need you to cooperate now and not gather here." After saying that, he ignored them. After all, Tony thought that there would not be a conflict with the other side later, so he walked straight towards Thor and his group. "He seems to be here to find us," Eric said. He didn't know what Iron Man was here for, but he thought it was likely that he was here to find Thor and his friends. Sure enough, they saw Iron Man coming and then stopping at their door. Sif and the three warriors became alert, as they felt that this man in strange armor looked a little dangerous. "Hello, are you Asgardians?" Tony stopped in front of a few people. The display screen in the mask was frantically scanning the people in front, and Tony asked. "Yes, human, this is the Prince of Asgard, Thor, the God of Thunder, this is Lady Sif, and we are the three warriors of Asgard, Fandral, Hagun, and me, Volstagg." Hearing someone asking about their identities, the fat warrior Volstagg actively introduced himself. He also seemed to introduce his hobbies. He must be proud of his identity and honor and likes to tell others his name. Just when Thor and his friends wanted to see what Tony was trying to do, the people outside exclaimed again. "Quick, Heaven, what is that? I know him. A new hero who appeared the night before yesterday. I think his name is Swift Swordsman. I've seen videos about him. Oh my god. Does he know Iron Man? Are they on the same team?" Another man wearing high-tech combat clothing appeared in the sky. It was Noah. He had also arrived. Nick and others also landed the Quinjet outside the town. After landing, they turned on the stealth mode and rushed over here. Noah landed next to Tony. Tony looked at the mysterious man who had appeared the night before. He didn't have time to ask him before, but now he met him. Although he didn't know what the other party was doing, it didn't stop him from asking about his identity. "Who are you?" A simple and clear question, and then Tony showed a shocked expression inside the mask. "Mr. Stark, you just saw me, have you forgotten?" When Tony heard the voice, he immediately thought of the 16-year-old boy in the camp just now, the boy that Nick said was the child of their SHIELD security consultant. He was a little shocked. Nick said that the other party was not simple, but Tony didn't expect it to be this simple. "Wizard? You look very nice dressed like this." Thor heard the voice and recognized Noah. Tony at the side didn't know what to say for a moment. He had many things he wanted to ask, such as where the other party's equipment came from and whether he invented it himself. But before Tony could ask his question, changes occurred outside the town again. A swirling cloud appeared in the sky outside the town, and then there was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. "Volstagg, are there any of us left?" Thor recognized that this was the scene of the Rainbow Bridge transmission, and then asked the fat warrior next to him. "Ah, no, there are only 4 of us." Volstagg was also confused. "Everyone, something incredible is coming." Noah knew what was coming, it was his target, the destroyer. Chapter 46. "Who is that?" Tony asked Jarvis to zoom in on the screen. He saw the thing that descended from the Rainbow Bridge. A tall, muscular Asgardian wearing full armor? That's all Tony saw. The destroyer. Loki actually sent this thing down. Volstagg saw the figure from afar and recognized what it was. Legend has it that this is the armor that King Odin wore when he went to war. Hogun, one of the 3 warriors with black hair in a ponytail, said calmly. After landing, the destroyer walked towards the town step by step with heavy steps. "We're not going to fight this guy, are we?" said Fandral, one of the 3 warriors with blonde hair and a small mustache. He looked at the tall figure walking towards them. The mighty and ferocious appearance was full of oppression. When he thought about the fact that this was the armor of the god King Odin, he really didn't want to be its enemy. At this moment, there was a brief commotion in the crowd, and a group of agents in black suits squeezed through the crowd and walked in. Leading them was Nick Fury, followed by Coulson, Hawkeye Barton, Black Widow, and several other agents. What's the situation now? Who is that new guy? After Nick Fury came in, he briefly observed the situation at the scene and asked Tony and Noah. He had just arrived and didn't know what happened on Thor's side, but he observed that the people who came out of the Rainbow Bridge before looked like friends of Thor, the god of thunder, and the new guy, looking at the expressions of several people at the scene, didn't seem to be in the same group with them. Don't ask me, I know nothing. Tony spread his hands and shrugged. He didn't know anything about Asgard, and he couldn't tell from their appearance that there was anything special about them. Director Fury, the most urgent task now is to evacuate the people. A conflict may break out later. Noah said to Nick Fury. In the movie, those ordinary residents did not gather together like they do now. If a laser from the destroyer came over later, Noah thought of the animated picture of Homelander. Nick Fury raised the eyebrow of his exposed eye, and then ordered the agents to begin evacuating the civilians who were watching. Those civilians began to realize that something dangerous was about to happen, and began to evacuate to a safe place with their families and friends. Looking at these people who were retreating, Thor took a deep breath and said to Jane. Jane, you guys should leave here as soon as possible. What about you? What are you going to do? Jane heard Thor's words and felt that he didn't want to leave, so she asked anxiously. Of course Thor has to stay and fight with us, said the fat warrior. Thor walked up to his 4 Asgardian friends and said earnestly. Listen, my friends, I am only a mortal now. If I fight, it may implicate you, but I can stay and help them evacuate. If you want to stay, then I want to stay too. Jane said to Thor. At this time, Tony on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, you guys continue to perform your 8 o'clock soap opera here, I'm going to go meet that guy first. After saying that, he flew straight into the sky, flying towards the destroyer that was about to reach the town. What is a soap opera? Thor was a little confused. Then they and Jane and others began to help the townspeople evacuate. The 3 warriors and Sif looked at each other and started to rush towards the destroyer. Noah was not in a hurry and did not choose to fly over. He wanted to take a look at the situation first. After all, the current plot was not quite the same as in the movie. After all, Iron Man and Nick Fury did not appear on the scene in the movie. Tony quickly arrived in front of the destroyer, hovering in the air, looking at the little silver giant below. Tony first tried to communicate with him. Everybody, get out of here quickly and go back to your Asgard, or don't blame me for being rude. Tony operated the thrusters on both hands to keep him balanced in mid-air, and then shouted to the destroyer below. After hearing what Tony said, the destroyer stopped, turned his head towards Tony, and then his facial armor slowly opened. Tony saw the other party's actions and thought his threat was effective. Just as he was about to speak again, he heard Jarvis' anxious reminder. Mr. Stark, something is wrong. There is a high-energy reaction ahead. What? Sure enough, Tony saw the other party's open visor, which was actually hollow inside. Unmanned? Tony thought, and then he saw the other party's face began to glow. Tony sensed the danger, then swung his hands, and the thrusters in his hands erupted, changing the direction of propulsion. With a whoosh, a huge beam of light passed by, and Tony immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He felt that if he was hit head-on by the laser, he would be in danger. Shit! You bastard! Tony came to his senses and became furious. He opened his shoulder armor and fired a dozen micro-missiles, leaving white exhaust trails in the sky as they shot towards the destroyer. The missile hit the destroyer, causing explosions. The destroyer was wrapped in white smoke, and Tony could not see the destroyer's condition. But suddenly the screen turned red, and Tony dodged hurriedly. Sure enough, another laser shot out from the white mist. At this moment, Tony heard a rough shout. Midgardians, I'm here to help you. A figure rushed over. It was the fat warrior Volstagg. He raised his axe and chopped at the destroyer. There was a loud sound of metal clashing, and the destroyer raised his arm to block the axe. Volstagg's arm was numb from the shock. He looked at the destroyer who was unharmed without even a white mark. Volstagg swallowed his saliva, and then was knocked away by the destroyer's backhand. Hogun and Fondrel caught Volstagg from behind and were knocked back several meters by the huge impact force. Whoosh! A laser fell from the sky and hit the destroyer, causing it to retreat a few steps. Tony retracted his palm in the air and landed on the ground. It was a little inconvenient for him to use the palm cannon in the sky, so he planned to land on the ground to fight. After landing on the ground, Tony immediately raised his hands, fired lasers from both hands, and then fired all the missiles that could be fired from his body at once. The destroyer was bombarded by the torrential offensive and was forced to retreat again and again. Seeing this, the three warriors also began to attack and attacked the destroyer with their weapons. Although the destroyer was extremely tough, he was forced to retreat again and again with the cooperation of several people. Every time the destroyer fired a laser, Tony hit him in the head with his palm cannon, causing the laser to be shot in a wrong direction. The laser hit the house and the vehicle, causing them to explode. This was the first time Tony and a few others worked together, and they actually seemed to have some tacit understanding. "Chief, shouldn't we take action?" asked Hawkeye, who was watching the battle from a distance. "We are not carrying any large weapons on this trip. It will only cause trouble if we go up there. Besides, there is no need to worry too much. Didn't you see that Noah hasn't made a move yet? He should have his plans," Nick Fury said on the side. He noticed that although the attacks of Iron Man and the Asgardians could force the destroyer to retreat, they could not cause any effective damage, not to mention that they only brought a few small pistols. "Director, I can fly the Quinjet to attack the enemy," Natasha suddenly said. "Well, the fighter jets have a large attack range and it's easy to hurt them by mistake. Let's take a look at the situation first." Under the continuous attack of several people, the destroyer was repelled to the bottom of a house. Suddenly, a figure jumped down from the roof. It was Sif, who had just disappeared. She held her spear in her hand and used the force of falling from a height to stab the spear directly into the chest of the destroyer. Sif's spear was forged by the Asgard Forge Master and was very sharp, piercing the destroyer directly. Just as Sif smiled, the destroyer, who was pierced by her, suddenly began to twist his body, from his back to facing her, and his face began to glow. Just when Sif was unable to dodge and was about to be hit by the destroyer's laser, a bolt of lightning struck the destroyer's head and interrupted the laser that was about to be fired. Thor. When Sif and the three warriors saw the lightning, they thought it was Thor who came back. They turned around and saw not Thor, but another man in high-tech combat clothing with a lightning-shaped weapon in his hand. The lightning just now was shot out from the weapon in his hand. Thor, who was evacuating the townspeople from a distance, also saw this scene. It reminded him of Thor's hammer, and he especially missed the time when he swung the hammer to fight. However, he didn't know when he could pick up his hammer again, so he could only put it aside for the time being and send off the last batch of townspeople. "Jane, you guys should go too." After everyone evacuated, only the agents and Jane were left. Thor said to Jane. "How about you? I want to stay here because my friends are still fighting. Besides, my brother Loki should be behind the destroyer. I want to try to see if I can stop him," Thor said. "Then I'll wait for you here, Thor." Back at the battle scene, Noah finally took action, using the electric knife to knock the destroyer's head off, and then flew to the center of the scene. "You're finally here? I thought you were going to watch a movie over there with popcorn." Tony couldn't help but cursed when he saw Noah coming over. "Don't worry, I saw you guys were having a good fight. I wanted to eat some popcorn too, but unfortunately everyone ran away and I couldn't have any." When the destroyer's attack was interrupted, Sif had already drawn her spear and moved away from the destroyer, and the four Asgardians gathered together. "Thank you." Sif thanked Noah and looked at the destroyer, who had stood up. After the destroyer stood up again, the hole in his chest that had just been pierced was actually repaired. Facing everyone, the destroyer did not have any emotions at all, because it was just a piece of armor. However, Loki, who was behind the armor, heard Noah's voice and recognized Noah, who had embarrassed him that night. He was so angry that he ordered the destroyer to kill Noah first. An intense light emanated from the destroyer's head, and this time the energy was much greater than before. Seeing this, Noah first stopped the four Asgardians who were about to rush forward, then raised his hand and began to accumulate strength. With a whistling sound, Noah and the destroyer fired huge laser cannons at the same time. The two lasers collided with each other and a huge explosion occurred directly. Several houses where the lasers collided were directly affected by the impact of the explosion and were directly blown up. Many fragments were blown away and smashed everywhere. Just when several people were somewhat shocked by the attack, they suddenly heard Jane's exclamation coming from behind. Thor. Chapter 47. Thor. Just after Noah and the destroyer's laser exchange, Jane's exclamation was suddenly heard from behind, and everyone turned to look. After the two lasers exploded, fragments of objects flew everywhere. Although the 4 Asgardians and Iron Man were not afraid of these things, there were other people on the field. Daisy and Eric were luckier and hid behind a car, blocking many flying objects. However, Jane's luck was not so good. A piece of building rubble that was thrown out by the explosion flew towards her fiercely. Jane was just an ordinary human being and of course she had no way of reacting. However, Thor was right next to her, so he pushed Jane away and pushed her to a safe area. He himself was hit hard by the rubble and was now lying on the ground. The clothes on his chest were stained red, and he looked like he was lifeless. Jane lay on the ground, at a loss, looking at Thor. This. Noah looked at the scene and suddenly felt embarrassed. He felt that he had indeed not considered it well. He did not consider that there were a group of ordinary people at the scene. He thought he looked cool and fought against the destroyer, which caused the people around him to be affected. Thor. X4 When the 4 warriors of Asgard saw this scene, they hurried over and even forgot that they were fighting with the destroyer. The destroyer actually stopped moving at this time. To be more precise, it was Loki, the manipulator behind the scenes, who stopped moving. At this time, Loki found that he felt very complicated after seeing that his brother seemed to have really passed away. He did not seem to be as happy as he had imagined. Noah certainly didn't know Loki's complex emotions. What he was thinking about now was whether using the rune of resoluteness could save Thor. Noah felt that Thor seemed to be dead. He was now a mortal body. Of course, he would die immediately after being hit like that. Boom! Just then, a thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, attracting the attention of Noah and Tony. What's going on, Jarvis? Did the weather forecast say there would be a thunderstorm soon? Tony felt a little strange. The weather was apparently quite sunny just now, why did it suddenly become dark? Sir, the weather forecast doesn't say it will rain next. The current weather phenomenon is very abnormal. Noah looked at this scene, his eyes lit up slightly, and he knew what was going to happen next. In the camp in the distance, Thor's hammer began to tremble slightly. The researchers began to panic as they looked at the instruments showing abnormalities. Then Thor's hammer suddenly soared into the sky and flew towards the direction of the town, making a sonic boom. Thor's hammer cut through the sky, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Daisy discovered that something was flying towards them again, and hurriedly pulled Jane away. The 4 people from Asgard also stopped and looked at the flying object, with ecstasy suddenly appearing on their faces. Thor's hammer smashed towards Thor who was lying on the ground, causing Jane to scream. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky. When Thor's hammer fell, an arm was raised in the lightning and caught the hammer directly. Then pieces of armor began to wrap around the arm, forming Thor's armor. Thor, the god of thunder, is resurrected. The 4 people in Asgard were very excited. The Thor they were familiar with was finally back. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, clenched his fists when watching this scene, and then left the throne. After Thor regained his strength, he knew that the matter was over. He was now going to bring the frost giant King Laufey into Asgard, and then take the opportunity to kill him, so that he could prove that he was stronger than Thor. I bought it. Jane and the others were stunned, looking at the man who was reborn in the thunder and lightning. Shit! Tony was also stunned. Is this really Thor? Tony felt that his worldview had to be reshaped today. Too many unexpected things appeared today, including the rainbow bridge that can teleport people, several Asgardians from Asgard with strong physical fitness, and this Thor who can summon thunder and lightning. Nick Fury and his group were also very shocked. Barton nodded, saying that this was what a god should look like. Noah looked at this scene and nodded. He didn't have to take action himself now. However, Noah now had to consider one thing. If the destroyer was killed by Thor instead of himself, could he still complete his mission? Is this your usual attire? Jane asked as she looked at Thor approaching. At this moment, Thor looked very handsome and heroic. That's about right. But we still have enemies to deal with. Jane, go to a safer place first. Then Thor walked to the battlefield where the firefight had just taken place and nodded to Noah and Tony. Then he threw the hammer directly at the destroyer. The destroyer staggered after being hit by the hammer, and then was hit from the back by the hammer that flew back, and almost fell to the ground. After the destroyer steadied himself, an orange beam of light shot out from his head, and the high-temperature laser shot directly at Thor, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted. Thor threw the hammer out directly to block the laser, then flew into the sky with the hammer flying back and began to summon a thunderstorm. A huge thundercloud vortex began to appear in the sky. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Tony said as he looked at the exaggerated scene. He suddenly felt that he could not get involved. Was the world changing too fast? No, the kill is about to be taken, I have to act quickly. Noah looked at this scene and knew that Thor was about to use his ultimate move. If he didn't act now, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't complete the mission. Noah changed the electric knife in his hand from lightning form to sword form, then stepped on the ground with his right foot and shot out like an arrow. The strong wind and lightning combined together, and Noah appeared in front of the destroyer and directly chopped down with the electric knife. The combination of wind and lightning greatly enhanced the power of Noah's Gale swordsmanship. This blow directly cut the destroyer's chest, and he couldn't stop retreating. At this moment, the god of thunder in the sky swooped down with lightning all over his body, holding his hammer in front of him, wanting to directly blow up the destroyer. Seeing this, Noah raised his hand, and the magic power in his body surged. Strong winds and lightning began to emanate from Noah's body, bombarding and cutting everything around Noah. Seeing this, Tony quickly distanced himself. Hazard! Noah waved his sword, and a tornado of sword energy wrapped in lightning rose from the ground, carrying the destroyer directly into the sky. The sharp sword energy kept cutting the destroyer, and lightning and strong winds kept interweaving. At the same time, Thor happened to face the destroyer who was swept into the sky, and his hammer happened to hit him, but only hit his legs. The destroyer's lower body was directly shattered by Thor's hammer and turned into fragments and fell to the ground. This was exactly the result caused by Noah intentionally. Noah stretched slightly and began to mobilize the power of the runes. A huge amount of magic power emerged from Noah's body. The objects around him trembled slightly under the influence of the magic power. Noah flew straight into the sky and used the secret of the wind sword technique. The wind's breathless slash. Noah muttered to himself, then rushed to the side of the destroyer that was swept into the sky. With the blessing of magic, the electric knife in his hand was formed into a sword body by lightning, which extended to a full 5 meters in length. Then Noah held the sword with both hands and swung it directly. The 5-meter-long lightning sword was swung out and slashed at the destroyer. The sword energy went straight through the destroyer, and the indestructible destroyer's slashed part actually slowly cracked. Noah slashed down again, followed by a violent storm-like attack with the gale of absolute slash. The destroyer was continuously hit by Noah and was directly fixed in the sky. At the last blow, Noah directly gathered the sword, lightning and strong winds overflowed on the sword. The sword energy gathered to the extreme, and Noah swung it down directly. Solya cartoon. The huge sword energy directly slashed the destroyer, pressing it to the ground. Then the sword energy slashed the ground, leaving a huge scar several dozen meters long on the ground. The destroyer was lying in pieces in the center of the crack, unable to move, and completely dead. Seeing this scene, Tony, Nick Fury, the 4 warriors of Asgard and others who were watching were extremely shocked, not to mention ordinary people like Jane, their jaws dropped and their mouths were wide open. Wow, I didn't expect that your swordsmanship is also very good, wizard. Thor flew to Noah and spoke to Noah. Of course, Thor didn't know that Noah deliberately lifted the destroyer so that he couldn't attack the destroyer's vital points, and he would not think about it in this way. You're pretty strong, Thor. It must feel good to have your strength back. Of course. The 2 men descended from the sky, with Jane walking over first. Jane, do you want to go see that bridge I told you about? While the 2 were flirting, Noah opened the task panel to see if the task was completed. Normally, Noah is not in a hurry to complete tasks. He usually completes tasks after returning home. As for why he was so anxious this time, it was because Noah was eager to take today's task. He had just accepted this task yesterday. However, since there was no limit on the task, why not take it earlier? In fact, Noah opened the task panel to check after 12 o'clock last night, but the tasks that were refreshed were all worthless B-level tasks, so Noah decided to try again now to see what tasks could be refreshed. What? However, after Noah opened the task panel, he found something strange. The task he accepted yesterday was actually shown as incomplete. Noah was very confused. Could it be that the destroyer had not been destroyed yet? Noah began to look in the direction where the destroyer fell, and at the same time, changes began to occur. Chapter 48. In the huge crack created by Noah's sword energy, the remains of the destroyer began to tremble slowly, and when Noah discovered that his mission was not completed, he looked at the crack in surprise. What's wrong? Wizard. Thor noticed that Noah turned and looked elsewhere, so he looked in the direction Noah was going. Okay. Suddenly, Thor's hammer began to rush forward uncontrollably. Thor hurriedly grabbed the hammer and slowly left a mark on the ground with his feet. The surface of Thor's hammer emitted a golden light, and then the light actually rushed out of the surface of Thor's hammer and rushed towards the place where the destroyer fell. After the light dissipated, the hammer also returned to calm. Thor touched the hammer and looked into the crack in confusion. What is that? How did it come out of my meow hammer? Without responding to Thor's words, Noah now felt a powerful force emanating from the crack, which was the place where Noah had slashed down the destroyer. This force felt much stronger than the previous destroyer. Recalling the light that came out of Thor's hammer, Noah had a guess. Could it be the power of Odin? Noah suddenly remembered that on his first day here, he used the power of runes and briefly collided with the power of Odin in Thor's hammer. But why would the power of Odin come out to cause trouble now? Could it be that the old guy Odin was doing something behind the scenes? Was he sleepwalking? Thor, something is wrong. Take Jane and the others, as well as Nick Fury and the others, the guys in black, away from here. Considering that Jane and the others were almost injured by mistake just now, and the aura emitted by the destroyer this time is not ordinary, the fluctuations of the battle will definitely be stronger than before. Noah plans to send the ordinary people away first. As for Iron Man, he can fly by himself, so Noah doesn't need to worry about him. Noah also doesn't need to worry about the 4 people from Asgard, because their physical fitness is good enough, and they are not even qualified to watch. What? What happened? Thor was just about to ask Noah what had happened. Wasn't the destroyer dealt with? But before Thor asked, a golden light shot up into the sky from where the destroyer fell. The golden light gave people a majestic and heavy atmosphere. After the light column appeared, waves of air were raised with the light column as the center and spread out in all directions. What happened again? The ordinary people present raised their hands in front of their faces to prevent their eyes from being blown up by the wind and sand, but the continuous gusts of wind still made them somewhat unsteady on their feet. Everyone, get away from here quickly. The enemy is not dead yet. It will be very dangerous here. Noah asked Lysandra to amplify her voice so that everyone could hear Noah's words clearly despite the interference of the huge air waves. Nick Fury did not question what Noah said. He also felt that something was wrong, so he quickly called the agents and asked them to take Jane and the others with them. Jane, I'll come find you later. Thor raised the hammer and waved at Jane, earning a nod from her. Noah took a deep breath, took out a bottle of mana potion from his backpack, took off the armor around his mouth, and gulped it down. Feeling that there was going to be a fierce battle, Noah felt that he had to recover to his full condition. Mr. Stark, aren't you leaving? I won't be distracted to protect you later. Noah asked when he saw that Tony did not leave. Little Noah, you should focus on dealing with the enemy in front of you. Although my firepower is not as strong as yours now, I also have a secret weapon. Besides, Iron Man will not flee from the battlefield. Very good, your name is Iron Man, right? I, Thor, like to make friends with brave warriors. From now on, you will also be my friend. Hearing this name, Noah was speechless. However, he is only 16 years old in this life, so it is not excessive to call him a kid. As everyone was on high alert, the destroyer in the beam of light finally appeared. The destroyer stepped out of the beam of light, revealing his current form. Father? Thor asked in surprise after seeing the destroyer. That's right, the destroyer's current appearance has shrunk from the previous 9-meter-tall little giant to more than 2 meters, and his height is somewhat close to Thor. Although its size has shrunk, the sense of oppression it brings is much greater than before. Thor can feel the aura of his father's power emanating from the destroyer, and this posture, could it be the same as the form of his father wearing this armor when he was young? Jarvis was frantically reminding Tony of the unknown high-energy reaction ahead and suggested that Tony evacuate quickly. The 4 Asgardians swallowed their saliva. Lysandra also reminded Noah that the energy reaction of the destroyer on the opposite side was very huge. Thor had begun to be on high alert. Although the man on the opposite side looked like his father, Thor felt that the other party had included him in the attack range. After the destroyer stepped out of the light column, it began to dissipate. No, it didn't dissipate. The light column that shot up into the sky began to condense downwards, and finally all the light gathered in the destroyer's hands, forming a golden spear. Thor recognized this thing. Eternal spear? What's going on? Thor was very surprised to find that the condensed golden spear was Odin's eternal spear. As the destroyer grasped the spear of eternity, his momentum reached its peak. The most obvious manifestation was that the wind pressure emitted by the destroyer increased, stirring up even larger amounts of sand and dust. The sand and dust spread rapidly, and Nick Fury and his group, who were halfway through evacuating, were almost covered. When Noah saw this, another long sword appeared in his hand. This sword was white all over, with golden flower marks inlaid on the blade. The hilt was also golden, and there was a blue gem inlaid on the top of the hilt. It gave people the feeling of a work of art, not like a weapon. Magic cut, yes, it is magic cut. Just before, Noah's magic cut had accumulated enough magic power and successfully evolved into magic cut. Noah swung his magic cut in the direction of everyone's evacuation, and a gust of wind whistled out, rushing towards everyone. Noah certainly didn't want to send them to death. This attack had no offensive power. Noah just did this to prevent the sand and dust from affecting them. It was a little trick of the Gale swordsmanship. Sure enough, after the strong wind blew to Nick Fury and others, it first isolated the sand and dust, and then directly turned into a wind wall, blocking everyone behind. The reason why it could do this was mainly because Noah's control over magic power was increasing day by day. When everyone saw that the sand and dust could not get close to them, they continued to run away. "I'll go first." Thor spun his hammer, charged forward, and flew towards the destroyer at an extremely fast speed. Thor pointed his hammer directly at the destroyer, wanting to use his Thor's hammer to directly attack the destroyer head-on. Dang! There was a crisp sound of metal clashing, and Thor's hammer, which had always been invincible, didn't work this time. It was directly grasped by the destroyer. The huge impact force couldn't even shake the destroyer. Thor's face changed and he tried to pull back the hammer, but he couldn't. The destroyer used his other hand that was holding the spear to punch, and the iron fist hit Thor's face directly. The whole person flew out along with the hammer. So exaggerated. Looking at the destroyer's exaggerated combat power, Noah's eyes twitched. This might be the most powerful enemy he has encountered so far. Noah held the sword in both hands and rushed forward, with the electric knife in his left hand and the magic cut in his right hand. Although Noah did not summon Yonjin and did not know the moonlight sword technique, he could still use the two swords to attack normally. As Noah was sprinting, the strong wind on the surface began to accumulate and entangle, forming a white line directly behind Noah. This was a phenomenon caused by Noah's speed being too fast. When Noah approached, the gust of wind on his body had gathered to its peak, and Noah swung out with both swords, delivering an extremely powerful blow. Steel flash, double flash. A huge gust of sword energy and a huge lightning sword energy crossed and slashed towards the destroyer. The sword energies intersected to form a cross shape, falling towards the destroyer with sharpness and destructiveness. The destroyer gripped the spear tightly, and the spear began to emit light. Then a golden beam of light shot out from the tip of the spear and collided directly with Noah's sword energy. After a stalemate for a while, the beam of light actually broke through the sword energy and rushed towards Noah. After colliding with the sword energy, the light column was obviously weakened a lot. Seeing this, Noah raised his sword and swung it upwards. A huge wind wall appeared, mixed with yellow lightning, standing in front of Noah. The weakened light column could not penetrate Noah's wind wall and dissipated directly. Noah stepped forward again and slashed at the destroyer with both swords, but he blocked them with his spear. A hammer flew out from the right and directly hit the destroyer when the destroyer was blocking Noah's attack, knocking him away. Thor caught the hammer that flew back to him and raised it towards the sky. Several lightning bolts gathered together and Thor smashed the lightning towards the destroyer, hitting it directly. There were flashes of lightning and loud rumbling sounds, but it didn't seem to work. The destroyer walked out of the white smoke produced by the explosion as usual, proving the law of no harm if there is smoke. It's very difficult. Noah muttered as he looked at the destroyer who was intact. What was going on? Was there so much Odin's power in the destroyer? The armor on Noah's left hand began to fade away, and then a pair of bronze gloves appeared. These were the gloves Noah obtained when he summoned Ez. Because these gloves are an accessory of the hero template, Noah can summon him at any time. It looks like we'll have to fight a protracted battle. Thor, can you handle it? Of course, I've been in many more battles. Noah gathered power in his left hand, energy waves gathered, and his gloves emitted a huge light. Precise barrage. Ez ultimate move. Chapter 49. A giant golden energy wave was released from Noah's bronze gauntlet, flying towards the destroyer with golden light. A huge beam of light shot out from the Spear of Eternity and collided with the energy wave. The two forces collided and produced a violent explosion, causing many of the residential houses in the town to collapse again. At this time in the town, many streets had been broken due to the fight between several people. There were flames and explosions everywhere, countless collapsed buildings, and the sound of electrical appliances exploding could be heard from time to time. Noah took one look at the devastated state of the town and felt that he could not continue fighting here, otherwise the entire town would be destroyed. Thor, let's fight in the sky. Don't destroy this place. It is good. After hearing what Noah said, Thor nodded in response. Then the two of them rushed into the sky. Noah looked down at the ruined town below and the destroyer standing in the flames. He swung out several sword energies and slashed at the destroyer. The destroyer was ready to wield the eternal spear imbued with Odin's power to disperse the sword energy. The destroyer looked up at the two people floating in the sky, then bent his legs and kicked the ground where he was standing, creating a huge pit. The destroyer also flew into the sky and flew straight towards the two people. The two men in one armor began to fight in the sky. Their speed was extremely fast. After breaking the speed of sound and producing several sonic booms, they directly turned into three streams of light. The pitch black armor color, one with yellow lightning is Noah, the silver one with blue lightning is Thor, and the golden one is the destroyer. The three streams of light collided in the sky, making loud noises continuously. Everyone below was stunned. Tony saw this and flew into the sky. His full speed was only a little slower than the other three, but he could still keep up with them. Moreover, Tony finally used his upgraded results this time. Tony's upgraded chest cannon came out ahead of schedule. After seeing Noah's energy cannon last time, Tony went back to think about strengthening his energy attack. It happened that his reactor was upgraded, so he developed the chest cluster cannon that appeared later. With the help of Jarvis, Tony hit the destroyer several times, making its movements much more disordered and suffering several more hits from Thor and Noah. Noah also used the bronze gauntlets many times, continuously casting Essence Leap, Easy's W, on the destroyer, and then detonated it with arcane missiles, causing magic shock damage to the destroyer. After many collisions, the golden light on the destroyer had become much dimmer than before. At this time, two people and one armor were floating in the sky, confronting each other. Noah and Thor looked at each other and nodded to each other. Then, Thor raised Thor's hammer high, and lightning struck from the sky and began to pour into Thor's hammer. Noah also put the electric knife back into his backpack and held the magic cut with both hands. The magic cut could greatly enhance his magical power, so it was the best choice for Noah to use it at this time. Noah continued to draw the magic power of the runes in his body and poured it into the magic cut. The magic cut began to emit a silver-white light. The two of them didn't take long to accumulate their strength. When the destroyer was about to approach, Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, let out a roar, and swung out Mjolnir. Mjolnir, wrapped in tremendous thunder, rushed towards the destroyer with unstoppable force. Noah also finished accumulating strength and swung out a white sword energy. This sword energy was concentrated with a huge amount of magic power. It was like a silver crescent moon, but extremely sharp. It cut through the air and slashed towards the destroyer at an extremely fast speed. Two terrifying attacks came, but the destroyer had no intention of retreating. The spear in his hand began to emit light, and the destroyer was directly transformed into a golden stream of light, rushing from top to bottom. After the destroyer collided with Thor's hammer and Noah's sword energy, it held out for a short while, and then the golden light was directly crushed. The hammer and sword energy continued to hit the destroyer, and the destroyer fell into the earth like a white stream of light. Okay. Noah looked at the direction where the destroyer fell and noticed something bad. Right at the spot where the destroyer fell, in Noah's sight, many figures were running in that direction. Worry. Noah suddenly felt something was wrong, and immediately increased the horsepower of the armor to maximum, used Ghost Sprint, and rushed to the ground at his fastest speed. Nick Fury and his crew were heading towards their Quinjet, which was parked outside the town. While on the way, Nick Fury had been hearing noises coming from the sky. He looked up at the sky again and found a golden light falling towards them. Danger! Don't run! Boom! Fuck you! Nick Fury's eyes were bloodshot. With a loud bang, the destroyer smashed directly into the position where the Quinjet was resting. The Quinjet was smashed to pieces, and the powerful impact of the explosion spread rapidly. People who were very close to the center of the explosion were about to die here. Suddenly a figure fell from the sky, and then a huge shield wrapped around them, blocking the fatal impact directly outside. Phew! I almost missed it. This figure was none other than Noah, who was swooping down from the sky at full speed. Noah arrived in time and activated the guardian shield of the Resolute rune, blocking the shock wave generated by the destroyer's fall. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt a little sad to see that his Quinjet was gone. After all, the cost of this Quinjet was more than $2.5 million. But fortunately, his life was saved. Thor and Tony arrived late at this time. After landing, Thor walked towards Jane. He was shocked when he saw the scene of their distress, but fortunately Noah was reliable enough to protect everyone safely. Noah maintained his shield and waved his hand to blow away the smoke in the direction of the destroyer. Sure enough, the destroyer still crawled out of the ruins, and the golden light on its body became stronger and stronger. However, Noah could see that it was already at the end of its strength. Is this the last of your strength? Then I will use this thing to greet you. Noah summoned the rune and held it in his hand. As soon as the rune appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone present. Thor looked at the rune and felt an extremely powerful force. Thor felt that this was a very powerful artifact, while Nick Fury was thoughtful. He felt that this green stone should be a very important thing in the Noah organization. Tony said that he didn't understand, but asked Jarvis to record everything so that he could study it carefully after returning. After the rune appeared, it began to emit powerful magical energy, but this energy was not aggressive. Instead, it possessed powerful vitality. The bodies of all ordinary people present began to slowly absorb this energy, but they didn't know it. The rune energy slightly strengthened their bodies. Noah held the rune in his hand, and his whole body began to float up slowly. This time, he did not take off by relying on the armor, but the powerful force of the rune, which made him float naturally in the air. Noah began to drive the rune. Although the rune of determination was not the main attack rune, it also possessed unparalleled power. This was the first time that Noah had used the full power of the rune, of course, all the power he could use now. The runes in Noah's hands began to emanate incomparably powerful magic. In the eyes of everyone, the space where Noah was located seemed to begin to distort, and the power of nature's grip and explosion began to gather in Noah's hands. The destroyer seemed to know that this was the final blow. The light on his body began to fade, and then the spear of eternity in his hand began to shine. He gathered all the power of Odin in his body into the spear, and then the destroyer threw the spear out, with golden light, tearing the air, and shot in the direction of Noah. Noah also shot out the gathered rune energy at this time. The green life energy became violent at this time, and the unstoppable offensive directly crushed the spear of eternity. It was not affected by it at all and continued to move forward, hitting the destroyer. Boom! The power of runes hit the destroyer and crushed it into the earth. The ground around the destroyer was also melted directly by the power of runes. Then, the power of runes continued to pour into the ground. The earth began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on the ground. Green light shone through, and the cracks began to extend. After a loud bang, energy began to explode and the earth began to collapse. The area where they were located seemed to have experienced a small earthquake. Nick Fury and the others were a little unstable. Fortunately, the shields around them had not dissipated yet, and the dissipated energy fluctuations could not reach them. However, their vision was blocked by the shaken sand and soil, and they could only see the green energy glowing. After a while, the smoke and dust cleared, and everyone looked at the scene with expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. A huge pit appeared where the destroyer was originally located, and a huge crack extending 1,000 meters back from the deep pit. This could no longer be considered a crack, but a canyon. At first glance, it looked as if the earth was torn apart. They looked at this scene in disbelief. What happened? Carlson murmured. This scene looked as if it had been bombed by some super weapon. It was hard to believe that this could be done by one person. Nick Fury was also a little shocked. He found that he seemed to have seriously underestimated Noah and the organization behind him. Noah saw everyone's shock and was very satisfied with the result. The World Rune was indeed a force that could destroy the world. Even the Resolve Rune, whose main attribute was not attack ability, had such great power. Moreover, Noah could not fully control the power of the rune at this time, nor could he use it perfectly. It was conceivable that if Noah could fully control the rune in the future and then obtain other runes, he would be able to truly destroy the world. What a powerful force, Noah! Thor was also very shocked to see this scene, but he was happy that his friend possessed such powerful power. Moreover, Thor had checked and found that the destroyer was completely destroyed this time. I have to go. I have to go back and ask Loki why he did this. Jane, wait until I come back. Thor said that now that he had recovered his power, he could go back, and he also wanted to go back and teach Loki a lesson, and then question him why he did this. Wait, Thor, can I come with you? At this time, Noah spoke. Chapter 50. Thor, I'll go with you. I haven't been to Asgard yet. At this moment, Noah suddenly spoke. Wizard, if you want to go back to Asgard with us, sure. After this is over, we can treat you well. Thor did not refuse Noah's request. As for why Noah suddenly wanted to go to Asgard, one of the reasons was that Noah originally wanted to visit Asgard, and the main reason was that after Noah solved the problem of the destroyer, he opened the task interface again and found that the destroyer's B-level task was finally completed, proving that the destroyer would not come back to life. Complete the mission, get 2000 essence points. Hero Magic Engine 1. So many. There are actually 2000 points, plus a magic engine. Not bad, it's worth my hard work. Noah looked at the rich rewards of this mission and felt it was worth it. The target of this mission was very outrageous. Noah originally thought it was the destroyer in the movie, but he didn't expect that there would be a second stage. Noah really wanted to know who was behind this. Noah's essence now has 2000 points plus these 5300 points. Moreover, a new B-level task was refreshed in the task list. B-level mission, prevent the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. This mission. Noah looked at the newly refreshed task. The literal meaning of the task was simple and clear. Noah remembered that in the movie, after Thor defeated the destroyer, he returned to Asgard, and then he and Loki fought from Odin's dormitory to the Rainbow Bridge fortress. Loki took the opportunity to open the Rainbow Bridge. Loki turned on the maximum power of the Rainbow Bridge and wanted to destroy Jotunheim. Then Thor smashed the Rainbow Bridge to pieces in order to stop Loki. In other words, to complete this mission, all they have to do is stop Loki in advance. But Noah thought, isn't it too late now? The destroyer in the movie was killed in a few seconds by Thor, while the destroyer in reality fought with them for a long time before being taken down. Could Loki have melted Jotunheim? No, Noah suddenly remembered something. Whether Jotunheim was destroyed or not, it had nothing to do with me. As long as the Rainbow Bridge was still intact, wouldn't my mission be accomplished directly? But Noah was just thinking about it in his mind. There is no free lunch in the world. He had to at least go to Asgard to confirm the situation of the mission. Therefore, Noah wanted to go with Thor and the others, otherwise he would not be able to reach Asgard by himself. Afterwards, Noah followed Thor to the Rainbow Bridge mark and stood at the mark to facilitate Heimdall's teleportation. What is the purpose of standing there? I can't find it. Heimdall. After Thor stood inside the mark, he began to call Heimdall's name. Heimdall's magic eyes could see through the 9 realms. As long as Thor called his name where he could see him, Heimdall could make the Rainbow Bridge reach that location. Just as Thor was about to accept the transmission of the Rainbow Bridge, he found that the Rainbow Bridge did not arrive. What happened? Heimdall. Can you hear me, Heimdall? Thor felt something was wrong. Heimdall would not normally take so long. There must be something wrong on Heimdall's side. Just as Thor shouted Heimdall's name a few more times, the sky finally changed. The clouds began to spin, and colorful light flashed through them. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happened to Heimdall, he wouldn't know how to get back to Asgard. After saying goodbye to Jane again and having a passionate kiss, the Rainbow Bridge enveloped everyone and then disappeared into the mark. The rest of the people looked at this scene in amazement. Being inside the Rainbow Bridge, with countless stars passing before his eyes, Noah felt it was a magical sight. The journey didn't take long. After a while, they came out of the Rainbow Bridge. As soon as they came out, they saw a frozen human statue. Thor recognized the person inside at a glance. It was Heimdall. Loki was standing next to the starter of the Rainbow Bridge, holding the Spear of Eternity, looking at the people who had just returned with a sneer on his face. Dear brother, you are finally back, but you are back too late. Next, I will destroy Jotunheim and prove that I am the one who is fit to be the king. Loki showed a ferocious expression, grasped the Spear of Eternity and was about to activate the Rainbow Bridge. As for why this scene appeared, let us turn back the time to when Loki came to question Heimdall. After the verbal conflict was about to turn into physical conflict, Loki used the ice box to freeze Heimdall, and then brought Laufey, the king of the frost giants, into the Asgard palace. Heimdall is quite strong and possesses powerful magical abilities, not specifically shown in the movie, but we can count on the fact that he can use dark energy to rub the rainbow bridge with his hands, so he quickly breaks through the ice and regains his freedom. After Heimdall came out, he turned his attention to the earth, where Thor was, and found that Thor and Noah were fighting with the destroyer, who looked a little different. The battle was fierce, and it seemed that the winner could not be determined for a while. Heimdall looked at Loki's position again and found that he was taking the frost giant King Laufey to Odin's bedroom, where Odin was in the Odin sleep. If someone attacked him, Odin would have no ability to resist, Heimdall believed. Loki. What does he want to do? Upon seeing this, Heimdall immediately rushed to the palace, wanting to stop Loki. On the way, he borrowed the Asgardian soldier's boat on patrol and rushed to the palace more quickly. After Loki brought Laufey to Odin's bedroom, he did not go in but hid. However, Laufey did not care too much. His most hated enemy was now in the room in front of him and had no power to resist. He could not wait any longer. Laufey reached out to touch the door, and a touch of blue spread from where Laufey touched. The door of Odin's room was frozen and then turned into ice chips. After entering the door, Laufey waved his hand and knocked away Queen Frigga, who wanted to resist. Is this what a witch does? And then came to Odin impatiently, and looking at Odin's sleeping face, Laufey opened Odin's eyelids. I heard that you can hear what's happening around you and see the scenes around you when you're asleep. I hope it's true. Laufey stretched out his hand, and the ice turned into an ice dagger. Because then you'll know it was Laufey who killed you. Ugh. As soon as Laufey raised the dagger, a laser exploded from behind him and blew him to the ground. Laufey groaned in pain and was unable to stand up. It was Loki who attacked Laufey. At this time, Loki had a righteous look on his face and stood up like a hero. And you died at the hands of Loki, the son of Odin. Loki looked at the man in front of him expressionlessly. Although he was his biological father, Loki had no feelings for him. Loki hated his identity as a frost giant. He recognized Odin more and recognized himself as the son of Odin. Therefore, Loki chose to kill Laufey in front of Odin and Frigga to prove it to them and make them recognize him more. Loki raised the Spear of Eternity, light shot out, and Laufey was hit and turned into sparks. Loki, you saved your father. Queen Frigga hugged Loki. Heimdall, who was on his way, was a little stunned after seeing this scene. He suddenly didn't understand what Loki was trying to do. He brought Laufey to Odin and then killed Laufey? So Heimdall decided to observe secretly to see what Loki was up to. After Loki comforted his mother, he rushed to the Rainbow Bridge fortress to carry out the final step of his plan. After Loki arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, he found that the place where Heimdall was originally frozen was only a pile of ice debris, and there was no trace of Heimdall. Loki looked around and suddenly smiled. Heimdall, come out. I've spotted you. I didn't expect you to have followed me all the way. Heimdall walked out from a pillar behind Loki. He didn't think about whether Loki was cheating him at this time. He found Loki standing at the place where the Rainbow Bridge was activated. He realized that the other party wanted to use the Rainbow Bridge to do something, so he said. Loki, what on earth is your conspiracy? Conspiracy? Loki sneered. I am the king of Asgard now. Of course, everything I do is for Asgard. I will destroy Jotunheim and make this enemy of Asgard disappear forever. What? Are you crazy? If this happens, it will cause unrest in the 9 realms. If a war breaks out, you will be the sinner. Destroying a world is a big deal. If people from other worlds see Asgard, the master of the 9 worlds, suddenly destroy Jotunheim, they will of course panic and become confused, worrying that they will be the next to be destroyed. I will stop you, Loki. Heimdall clenched his sword tightly, vowing to stop Loki from causing genocide. What can you do to stop me? Heimdall stepped forward with sword in hand and attacked Loki. Heimdall is stronger and more enduring than most Asgardians. He is also a master of swordsmanship, and his magic eyes have powerful observation capabilities. So in close combat, Loki is no match for Heimdall and is defeated by Heimdall's swift offensive. After Heimdall seized a flaw in Loki, he picked up the Spear of Eternity and slashed at Loki with the sword. However, the moment it touched Loki's body, Loki in front of him suddenly disappeared. It was an illusion. As soon as Heimdall reacted, he felt a sense of danger behind him and quickly rolled over to avoid a golden laser. The attack of the Eternal Spear was no joke. If Heimdall was hit by it, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Seeing that Heimdall was so difficult to deal with, Loki decided not to hide anymore. He took out the ice box and shot an ice ray at Heimdall. Heimdall twisted his body and dodged the ray. The blue beam of light hit the wall of the Rainbow Bridge fortress, and the wall was directly frozen. The ice began to spread. Your hand. Heimdall also noticed the changes after Loki took the ice box. Loki's arm actually began to slowly turn blue, which reminded him of the frost giant. Could it be that Loki is a frost giant? Heimdall had an idea. /U0027 held him. /U0027. At this moment, Heimdall suddenly heard someone calling his name. The voice was Thor's voice. After hearing Thor's call, Heimdall's sudden distraction was noticed by Loki, so Loki took the opportunity to launch another ice ray. This time, Heimdall was unable to dodge it. Kika. The ice started from under Heimdall's feet and spread to his body. Heimdall wanted to struggle to leave, but he had no way. Hearing the shouts coming to his ears again, Heimdall glanced at the starting device of the Rainbow Bridge not far away. Before being completely frozen, Heimdall threw out his sword and used dark energy to transmit Thor's location into it. After throwing the sword, Heimdall fell into a frozen state again. Seeing this, Loki's face changed and he hurried to the starting device of the Rainbow Bridge. Sure enough, after he arrived at the starting device, the door of the Rainbow Bridge lit up and several figures walked out. They were Thor and Noah. But you're back too late. Brother. I'm going to destroy Jotunheim. Loki pretended to insert the Spear of Eternity into the activation device. Chapter 51. I will destroy Jotunheim. Prove that I am the one who can inherit the throne of Asgard. Loki had a ferocious look on his face, holding the Spear of Eternity tightly in his hand, as if he was going to insert it into the socket of the Rainbow Bridge starter. At this moment, a golden light flashed behind Loki, and a lightning-shaped blade was placed against his waist, and then a large amount of lightning was released instantly. What? Loki was attacked unexpectedly, and yellow lightning flashed all over his body. Under the baptism of lightning, his whole body began to tremble, and lightning flashed out of the two sharp corners of his helmet. Clang! When Noah took back the electric knife, Loki was already covered in smoke, falling to the ground with dull eyes, and the Spear of Eternity in his hand also fell to the ground. You talk too much nonsense. I have to give you a good beating to let you know what it means when a villain dies because of his talkativeness. Noah took back the electric knife that was stabbed in Loki's waist. Just now, Loki almost opened the Rainbow Bridge for him. Fortunately, Loki was a talkative person and had to explain everything he did. Otherwise, after the Rainbow Bridge was opened, Noah would not know whether he could lock him up. It is better not to have such uncertain factors. Noah just flashed and went directly behind Loki, then took out the electric knife and gave this naughty kid Loki an electric shock therapy. Great, wizard, you did a great job. Just now, Loki almost destroyed Jotunheim. Thor wiped the cold sweat from his head. If Loki successfully opened the Rainbow Bridge, he would have no good way to solve the problem. He couldn't just smash the Rainbow Bridge, right? In this way, he might never see Jane again. Fortunately, the wizard was quite powerful and successfully solved Loki. Wizard, how did you get over there just now? It was so fast that I couldn't even react. Thor came to Loki's side, grabbed the pointed helmet that was still smoking, threw it aside, then twisted Loki's hands behind his back and locked Loki tightly, otherwise he was afraid that the cunning Loki would run away again. After doing all this, he looked at Noah and asked. He didn't see anything clearly just now, he only saw a flash of golden light behind Loki, and then Noah appeared. Of course I flashed over there. And, Thor, don't call me a wizard. Just call me by my name. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Noah Lee, an ordinary wizard and swordsman. Although he is a wizard who can only use magic to condense into magic cannons. Of course I know you dodged it, but... Never mind, Noah, I will remember it. You will be a good friend of Asgard in the future. You can take Noah to the place where the guests are entertained. I will hold a banquet later to entertain Midgard's friends. Now, I want to go see how my father and mother are doing. Oh, remember to take Heldum to heal his wounds. After saying that, Thor carried Loki and flew to Asgard. At the scene, several people from Asgard had rescued Heimdall from the ice. However, Heimdall was not feeling well after being hit by the ice box twice in a row within a period of time. His face was now ashen, almost turning purple. It looks serious. We must rush to the doctor. Hagun and Vandal each supported one of Heimdall's hands and said. No need to go find a doctor, leave it to me. Noah said. When several people were about to ask questions, Noah stretched out his hand, and a stream of emerald green air flowed out from Noah's hand and blew directly towards Heimdall. Wind of recovery. This feeling is very comfortable. The two people who were supporting Heimdall were also touched by the wind of recovery. They immediately felt warm in their bodies and all the fatigue in their bodies disappeared. Heimdall in the middle, his face turned from purple to black, laughing, and returned to normal. Almost as soon as the wind of resurrection disappeared, Heimdall opened his eyes and looked at Noah. Thank you, Mr. Noah. Heimdall was gifted. He could sense what was happening around him even when he was unconscious, so he knew who saved him. After regaining consciousness, he immediately thanked Noah. It's incredible, Noah. I didn't expect that Midgard would have a person like you. Not only is you very powerful, but you also have so many amazing skills. The fat warrior Volstagg exclaimed, and his two brothers nodded in agreement. In their impression, Midgard was full of ordinary mortals, but they didn't expect that there would be such a tough guy like Noah. I'm just average now. Noah said. He still has a lot of room for growth. Compared to his future self, he is indeed just average now. Of course, in the eyes of several people present, Noah is just being modest. You are too modest, Noah. Let's go to Asgard. There may be a banquet later. Let me tell you, Noah, our banquet in Asgard is amazing, with all kinds of delicious food and wine. Afterwards, Volstagg talked to Noah about the Asgard banquet on the way. Noah nodded in agreement on the surface, but he was actually doing other things. Task completed, get 800 essence. There are 800 essences. To be honest, Noah had not expected this. After all, the difficulty of this mission was too low. After Noah left the Rainbow Bridge, he flashed and poked Loki's waist. The mission was completed. The degree of smoothness was beyond Noah's imagination. Noah thought that the Rainbow Bridge would disintegrate and transform into the Rainbow Bridge Odin. It was not until Noah received the mission reward that he realized that this mission was so simple. At 800 points, it's already 6100 essence points and I can do 10 consecutive draws. While Noah was dealing with the chats of several people, he looked at the classical painting style of Asgard, wondering if the lottery here would be different from that on Earth. It's a very interesting design. At this moment, Lyssandra's voice sounded. At this time, Noah was still wearing armor. Noah looked up and saw a team of Asgard soldiers flying overhead on their spaceship not far from them. The spaceship looked like a wooden boat swimming in the water, with 2 pairs of wings. This was the style of Asgard. It's really interesting, and the style of painting is novel. Noah said. What's new? Are you talking about this delicacy? You don't have this dish on Midgard, let me tell you. Noah could hardly stand this foodie, but fortunately, they soon arrived at the hall where Asgard held the banquet. At this moment, there were already many servants of Asgard setting up the banquet scene. It must be said that they were really fast. It should have not been long since Thor's order was issued, and they had almost finished setting up the banquet venue. It seemed that they had held many banquets. Noah came to the guest room prepared for him by the servants. The room was decorated in a strong medieval style, giving people a feeling of simplicity and luxury. There were many traditional Asgard paintings carved on the walls, all of which told how Odin led the 9 realms to peace. If we smash this painting, will there be another one behind it? Noah thought of what Hela did in Thor 3, but it was impossible to think about it. This was just a guest room, not a throne room. Stepping on the carpet covered with intricate patterns, Noah walked into the room. The armor on Noah's body was also removed and turned back into a belt. After the armor was removed, Noah still had a pair of headphones hanging on his ears, which made it convenient for him to communicate with Lysandra. Sitting on a high-backed chair in the room, Noah leaned back, opened the summoning interface, and prepared to summon here. Okay. Just when Noah was about to light it, he suddenly felt a mysterious force approaching. Noah became alert and looked in the direction where the force came from. A shadow appeared on the wall of the room. Noah's eyes fixed and he recognized the identity of the person. A white-haired old man with a white beard and an eye patch on his right eye was Odin, the king of Asgard. Hello, King Odin, nice to meet you. Noah was a little surprised when he saw the person coming. Why was Odin here? Looking for him? Moreover, he felt that Odin was in a strange state and seemed to be floating. After feeling it carefully, Noah confirmed that Odin was now coming to him in the state of soul, and his real body should still be in Odin's sleep. This time Odin did not forcibly interrupt Odin's sleep in order to save Thor, so he should still be sleeping. Hello, Noah from Midgard. Odin, who was in soul state, forced a small smile on his serious face. Odin actually came to find Noah in soul state in order to confirm something, but the mutation of the destroyer was indeed caused by Odin. After Thor regained Thor's hammer, he manipulated the power of Odin stored in Thor's hammer, and then after Thor's hammer collided with the destroyer, he used this power of Odin as a guide to stimulate the dormant power of Odin in the destroyer. The reason for doing this is actually because after Noah came into contact with the power of Odin in Thor's hammer on the first day, Odin noticed Noah. He felt the energy used by Noah from the power of Odin, which was not the energy of the 9 realms, or even the energy of this universe. This surprised him, so he wanted to test Noah through the destroyer. So, Odin now came before Noah. So, King Odin came to see me for something. Noah asked Odin in front of him. I see an unusual power in you. This power does not seem to belong to this world. Odin said calmly. After hearing what Odin said, Noah understood why he came. He could only say that he was indeed an old guy and was well informed. Is this what you are talking about? Magic power rose in Noah's hands. Looking at the magic power in Noah's hand, Odin narrowed his left eye. Sure enough, he felt a breath that did not belong to this world from the energy in Noah's hand. Odin also sensed that this power was emanating from something in Noah's body. Odin felt a very strong breath of life from it, and also a hint of the breath of creation, which made Odin think of something. This power is a bit like the Infinity Stones. However, Odin has already confirmed that the identity and background of this Midgardian must be complicated. However, he is now considered Thor's friend, which is a good thing. Maybe in the future he can help Asgard in the crisis. He felt that his time was up. He was really old, as he could no longer control the power of Odin in his body and needed to constantly sleep in Odin to calm the power in his body. Moreover, Odin had already predicted that Asgard would face a catastrophe in the future. He didn't know whether his son Thor could protect Asgard and prevent Ragnarok from happening after his death. Therefore, he had to pave the way for his son in advance. He thought that Noah, the mysterious Midgardian, was very good. If he could help his son in the future, perhaps Asgard could avoid the fate of Ragnarok. But now, Odin feels it is too early. In his perception, Noah is still too young. According to their Asgard concept of time, Noah is still a child. Later, he will tell Thor about Ragnarok and let Thor decide what to do. Noah, now that you are friends with Thor, you are friends of Asgard. So enjoy the banquet in Asgard. After saying this, Odin left with a smile. Noah was confused. Why did Odin leave after asking him a question, and what he said sounded like he wanted him to do some favor? Riddler, right, old man? Believe it or not, I will give you gold coins. Noah hated Riddler the most. However, Noah put this matter aside for the time being. He wanted to continue what he had just been interrupted about, which was summoning. A blue vortex began to spin, and familiar special effects appeared in front of Noah. Chapter 52. In the summoning interface, 10 light balls and a treasure chest appeared in front of Noah as the vortex disappeared. Storm Sword Amplification Book Useless Stick Stopwatch. Hey? So many equipment. Noah raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a surprised expression. After Noah clicked on the first 4 light balls, he found that what was summoned were all equipment, but he felt it was okay, much better than drawing potions and eyes. Next, Noah turned on all the light balls one by one. Random Hero Fragment X1 Random Hero Fragment X1 Set Random Hero Experience Card X1 Random Skin Fragment X1 Project Doomsday Warwick. Is it shipped? When Noah saw the shipment, a flash of light rushed into Noah's mind, and some memories about this new hero emerged in Noah's mind. They used to say I was a beast, but now I have grown up. As these memories were digested in Noah's mind, he shook his head and opened his eyes. Noah checked his body and found that his physical strength was a little stronger than before, but not much. He reached out and touched his head, and found that he had no animal ears, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Jinfu Jinfu, the whole audience cheered. We drew Set's template. It's okay, although there is not much bonus, but it will be okay if I can draw the skin in the future. Noah examined the power that Set's template brought to him. Set is a hybrid of human and Vastaya, or orc in short, so Set has some magical talents, and his fighting skills are also very strong. Having been hanging around in underground fighting arenas since he was a child, Set has developed a good set of skills, and he can also use something called the Go-Chi. After Noah received Set's memories, he understood the principle of this power, which is a power that Set has developed with his half-orc talent, which can mix his physical strength and magic power together and release it. I made it up. Noah feels that this can be called fighting spirit. This is a good skill for Noah. Noah's body will continue to become stronger due to the bonus of the Resolve rune, so he can exert even more powerful power. He suddenly feels that drawing Set is not bad. Noah clenched his fists, and his whole body suddenly began to flash with golden light. A golden flame began to burn on Noah's body, and Noah's hair also rose up without wind. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely feel that Noah was now ignited by a ball of golden flame. Noah felt that in his current state, he could definitely punch his way out of the palace with one punch, but he was just thinking about it and didn't really want to tear down someone else's house. A bit like a Super Saiyan. Noah looked at his own appearance. This was the form when he used Set's ability. His whole body was emitting golden light, which made him feel invincible. Emotions should also be able to add to Set's gospel. After all, Set's gospel value would increase when he was beaten, which should be the transformation of anger into strength. After feeling the power of Set, Noah dispersed the golden light and looked at the other items summoned this time. Another skin from the project series, this time it's Warwick. This skin is pretty cool. Noah clicked on the Project Warwick icon. After a burst of light, a USB flash drive of the same model as the one given by Project Wind appeared in Noah's hand. There is no hero, so there is no direct armor like Yasuo. Noah looked at the USB flash drive in his hand. Project Wind can get all the power of the skin because he has the hero template of Yasuo, and he did not draw out Warwick's template, so this skin is the same as Lissandra's source code skin, and can only get partial benefits. Lissandra, come and take a look at this USB drive and see what's inside. Noah took the USB drive and placed it in front of his belt. A small tentacle made of nanomaterials stretched out and connected to the inside of the USB flash drive. After a while, Lissandra told Noah the results of the examination. Noah, these are the contents of the USB drive. A projection screen appeared in front of Noah, showing the contents of the USB drive. Noah looked at the information in front of him and found that what he gave this time seemed to be different from what he gave to Yasuo last time. What Yasuo gave last time was the manufacturing information of the project armor, but this time it was not the Warwick armor, but the manufacturing information of a mechanical hunter named Warwick Doom. The information showed that Warwick Doom was a killer weapon specially created by the project company to deal with those project heroes who were against the company. It's the information about how to create Warwick Doom. That feels good. It will allow me to add a great general to my robot army. The robot army that Noah mentioned is Heimerdinger, the Hextech mechanical creations in the Big Head's mind, such as Hext Rex, Hex Bear, and Hex Dragon. Noah has planned to create these Hextech mechanical creations, but it is still in the preparation stage. Now that he has the information about Warwick Doom, his mechanical army has added another powerful general. 2 hero fragments, 1 skin fragment, 1 experience card, and 4 pieces of equipment. I'm really lucky this time. They're all hard goods, no potions or eyes. Noah looked at the remaining equipment and felt that he was very lucky this time. Not only did he draw a hero and a skin, but the rest were all useful things. Is there really a bonus for drawing in Asgard? Is the luck here better? Let's take a look at the hero fragment first. Noah clicked on the hero fragment and opened it. Fragment, Fairy Witch Lulu Fragment, Flower Spiritual Nico. These 2? Sure. Noah looked at the 2 fragments he had drawn. The skills of these 2 heroes were interesting. Nico's transformation and clone, and Lulu's imagination and wild growth were all interesting skills. Noah immediately chose to absorb the power of the hero fragments. 2 streams of light flashed by, and Noah gained some of the power of these 2 heroes. Pixes? Are you there, Pixes? It seems I don't have Pixes. After Noah tried to summon Lulu's Pixes, he found that he did not get Lulu's fairy partner Pixes. However, after Noah felt it, he found that except for Pixes, he had obtained the other 2 magics he wanted. There's no one here to test it for me. I'd better not use the furniture to test it. Just do it in your own room. Don't mess up other people's rooms later. Noah decided to try his tricks on the fat warrior Volstagg at the banquet later. Then, Noah placed his hand on the chair he was sitting on, and a purple light began to appear on his hand. A purple halo appeared next to the chair. Then, a light flashed on Noah's body, and an identical high-backed chair appeared in the room. Oh my god, I've turned into a chair. Hey? I can still talk. The walking posture of a chair is really strange and funny, with its 4 legs jumping on the ground. After Noah experienced the feeling of being a chair, there was a flash of light and he turned back into human form again. Nico's skills are really good, and this kind of energy seems to be called Shuma. Noah looked at the purple energy emerging in his hand. In the introduction of Nico's skills, she relied on this energy to transform into various objects. Shuma is the name for the soul by the Nico clan. Therefore, Nico's transformation technique is to obtain the soul of the object, and then rely on these Shuma to transform. Do chairs have souls? It seems that Nicole can also turn into eyes, and eyes also have souls. Noah was a little confused, but he felt that these soulless things should rely on their own soul energy to imitate and then transform. And this? Noah stood in place, and suddenly a figure separated from his body. A mirror image of Noah appeared in the room. This is exactly the other ability Noah obtained from the fragments of Nico, twin flower shadows, which allows him to create a mirror image of himself. It's a bit like Loki's clone, but you have to control it yourself. Noah observed the ability of this mirror image and found that he could only control the actions of this mirror image with his own thoughts, otherwise he would just stand there stupidly. Next, Noah controlled the clone to kick the chair, causing the chair to stagger. If it can attack people, that's fine. Moreover, Noah felt that he could do more than that. He closed his eyes, and the magic power in his body surged. One mirror image after another emerged from Noah's body. Hey! It seems that I can only have 9 clones now. Hey! It seems that we can only have 9 clones now. X9. In the room, after Noah finished speaking, 9 clones spoke at the same time, repeating Noah's words. Well, 9 clones are still difficult to control. 9. Bang. When the clones were about to repeat themselves, Noah disbanded them. The 9 clones turned into smoke and disappeared on the spot. These unconscious clones could only be controlled by Noah himself. Noah could not yet divide his consciousness into 9 parts and use 9 things at the same time, so the scene just now happened. Now let's take a look at these equipment. Noah placed the equipment he had drawn in front of himself, and then took out the equipment in the backpack. The equipment in front of Noah now includes explosive wand, 2 long swords, dagger, agility cloak, chain mail, 2 stopwatches, cloth armor, storm sword, useless stick, and amplification book. Noah stroked his chin, recalling the synthesis formula of the in-game equipment, because he did not need gold coins to buy synthesis books for synthesis. As long as he had enough corresponding parts, he could synthesize the equipment. Great sword plus chain mail, synthesize into resurrection armor. Noah put the storm sword and chain mail together, and there was no reaction. Well, it seems that Yunding's synthesis formula is invalid. Noah shrugged. Now the great sword plus chain mail is combined with Yefan. But I remember these are these 2 items, plus something else. Noah scanned all his equipment, trying to find the remaining piece of the puzzle of the resurrection armor. After scanning the 2 stopwatches, Noah's eyes lit up. Yes, this is it. Noah held the stopwatch in his hand, looked at the blue energy flowing in it and said, I got this stopwatch before, but I haven't studied it well. This time I have another one, which is just right for synthesis. Noah placed the stopwatch next to the storm sword and chain mail, and sure enough, a ray of light enveloped the 3 pieces of equipment, followed by a series of hammer strikes. The light slowly fades away, and the guardian angel is about to be born. Chapter 53. As the light dispersed, a faint hymn was heard in the void, as if welcoming the guardian angel to the world. A sword with holy light appeared in front of Noah. There is a crystal clear blue gem under the hilt, and on both sides of the gem are 2 pairs of pure white wings, as if angels are guarding it. The sword is engraved with mysterious patterns, and exudes a sacred and solemn atmosphere. The guardian angel was quietly suspended in the air, its 2 pairs of wings fluttering slightly, emitting a peaceful and pure light. This resurrection armor is quite beautiful and has a sacred feeling. Looking at the sword emitting holy light in front of him, Noah reached out and touched the 2 pairs of white wings. The wings feel soft and light, delicate and silky. When your fingertips gently stroke the soft feathers, you feel as if you can feel the protection and warmth of an angel. It feels like real angel wings. After experiencing the 2 pairs of large wings, Noah held the angel sword and felt a sacred power coming from the sword. Everything around him was shrouded in a strong light. From the outside, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky from the room where Noah was. The light was not blocked by the buildings and seemed illusory. Then, the shadows of 2 pairs of angel wings appeared from around the beam of light. The angel wings first closed and wrapped around the beam of light, and then slowly opened. Oh my God, what is that? Many Asgardians saw this scene and discussed it in amazement. However, because Asgard has been very peaceful in recent years, they did not regard this as a sign of danger. They just discussed it as a spectacle created by the big guys above. On the balcony of Odin's dormitory, Odin in soul form appeared again, standing on the balcony and watching the wonders caused by the guardian angel. Another powerful artifact, mysterious Midgardian, what kind of existence is behind you? In the room where Noah was, the light slowly dissipated, and the pillar of light that shot up into the sky gradually dissipated. The 2 pairs of wings turned into golden light and scattered on the ground. So, I am bound now? Now I have 2 lives. The moment he held the sword, Noah felt that a connection was being established between himself and the guardian angel, and now, he has been successfully bound to the guardian angel. If he dies in the future, the guardian angel will resurrect him. I just don't know how long the cooldown is. It shouldn't be a one-time thing. Noah didn't know how long the guardian angel's resurrection cooldown was, and he didn't want to try it himself to get this information. After learning the detailed information about the guardian angel's resurrection, Noah held up the sword and watched. This sword certainly had more than just the resurrection function. Noah held up the guardian angel, and the magic power in his body poured into it. In an instant, the light emanating from the guardian angel enveloped the entire room again. It's blinding. This sword can transform my magic power into divine power. But what's the use? It has no effect on the undead. Noah withdrew his magic power, and the light dimmed. He wondered what the use of this sacred light was. Light and darkness, maybe they will be effective against a dark dimension demon like Dormammu. Noah thought about it and felt that this might be a good idea. If he had the chance to meet Dormammu in the future, he would at least give him 2 high flashes to try. What happened here? Hey? Noah, you are in this room. Does what happened just now have anything to do with you? At this moment, Thor's voice was heard from the corridor of the room. He must have come to find out what caused the beam of light just now. After all, his coronation ceremony was interrupted last time because frost giants appeared in Asgard, so now he is particularly sensitive to any strange signs appearing in Asgard, fearing that some light elves or something like that will appear again this time. So, Thor arrived at the scene very quickly, faster than Asgard's patrol team. When the patrolling Asgard soldiers arrived, Thor waved his hand and told them to get back to their work. He had already figured out what was going on here. Well, I was just testing my weapon. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. Noah held up the guardian angel, and the 2 pairs of wings on the sword flapped gently. Of course not, it's just that I thought some enemy had invaded Asgard again. However, Noah, you have so many artifacts on you, unlike me, who only has 1. Oh. Meow, of course I don't mean to dislike you, don't be angry. Thor looked at the guardian angel in Noah's hand. He was knowledgeable and could see that the sword in Noah's hand was another artifact. He couldn't help but speak out, but he didn't expect that Mjolnir hanging on his waist began to vibrate, as if it was angry at Thor's words. Thor coaxed the hammer for a long time before Mjolnir stopped vibrating. Thor breathed a sigh of relief and gave Noah an awkward smile. My Mjolnir gets jealous easily because we have such a good relationship. Also, the banquet is about to begin. Noah, you go over there first. I want to go back and pick up Jane and the others. I promised Jane that I would take her to see the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard. Thor said. After Thor came back, he had seen his father and mother. His father was still sleeping, while his mother was concerned about his life on Earth. Thor told his mother that he had met several good friends on Earth, and he told Frigga their names. Frigga smiled as she listened to her son's story. Knowing her son very well, she noticed that when Thor introduced one of the girls named Jane, his tone was different from when he introduced the others. So, she asked Thor to bring his friends on Earth to the party. She also wanted to meet Jane in person, the girl who had made Thor fall in love for the first time. Okay, you go first, I'll be there later. Noah nodded. He still had a treasure chest and a hero engine he had obtained before that had not been opened. Noah planned to open these things before going to the banquet. Thor left, swinging his hammer and flying over to find Heimdall. Noah also returned to the summoning interface, looked at the remaining 10 summoning bonus treasure chest on the interface, and stretched out his finger to click on it. The treasure chest vibrated slightly, and blue light shone through the gap. After the treasure chest was opened, 2 light balls appeared, one blue and one white. Noah quickly reached out and clicked on all the light balls. Obtain 3000 essence points. Get Ling Luo doll. The white light ball produced essence as usual, and this time there were 3000 points, directly returning half of the summoning essence, and the blue one. Ling Luo doll. Noah looked at what came out after the blue ball of light opened, and a question mark appeared above his head. Noah reached out and caught the rag doll floating in the air. Noah held the Gwen doll with his hands under the doll's arms, looking at it carefully, trying to find out what was different about this doll. The doll had blue curly hair and 2 ponytails with bows on both ends. She was wearing a white and purple skirt with a big bow on her chest. There was a metal badge hanging on it. Noah didn't recognize what the badge was. I didn't recognize it. The doll had a smiling expression on its face. It's so cute, but I don't see any difference. Can the system still extract toys? Noah observed the doll carefully, but he couldn't see any mystery in it. Try using magic. Noah tried to input magic power into the rag doll. Sure enough, after Noah poured the first bit of magic power into the rag doll, the doll underwent strange changes. The rag doll in Noah's hand suddenly began to generate suction, continuously absorbing the magic power from Noah. After the magic power stored in Noah's body dropped to half, the rag doll finally stopped absorbing magic power and began to float up from Noah's hand. The doll floated in the air and began to sway from side to side. It began to emit flashes of blue light, and a blue smoke began to appear on the doll. Noah stared at it with wide eyes. He felt something was about to come out. Ah! Suddenly, a girl's crisp scream was heard, and in Noah's surprised eyes, the Gwen doll in the air turned into a girl. Gwen found that after she turned into a human form, she actually appeared in mid-air, which scared her and she couldn't help but scream. After the feeling of falling came, it suddenly disappeared, and Gwen found herself falling into a warm embrace. A pair of hands caught her in a princess hug. Noah looked at the adorable girl in front of him. On her delicate face, under her long, slightly curved eyelashes, she had a pair of blue eyes as clear as lake water. The pupil of her left eye was in the shape of a cross button. Her slender figure was exquisite, and the clothes she wore were an enlarged version of the clothes she wore when she was in doll form. I'm not very good at describing it, but it's just adorable. Noah was stunned looking at the girl in front of him. When he saw her fall just now, he just reached out subconsciously and hugged her, feeling the soft touch of Gwen's body and the delicate and silky touch of her stockings on his right hand. He suddenly blushed and felt a little embarrassed, and quickly put Gwen down. That's right, it was the Ling Luo doll Gwen, Miss Gwen, from the League of Legends. After Noah input magic power into the Gwen doll, the Ling Luo doll changed from a rag doll form to a human form. Gwen? Noah asked in disbelief as he looked at the lovely girl in front of him. He didn't know that the system could actually summon heroes. Before, he had summoned hero templates and simply integrated all the hero's power into his own body without summoning the hero. The only thing he summoned was Easy's gauntlet. Unexpectedly, this time a hero from the League of Legends actually appeared in front of him, and it was the lovely Miss Gwen whom he liked very much. Yes, it's Gwen. The Summoner. Chapter 54. Yes, it's Gwen. Summoner. Gwen straightened her stockings and clothes that were wrinkled when Noah hugged her, then smiled at Noah. Summoner. Noah was thoughtful after hearing this title, then he looked at Gwen and smiled. Well, welcome to this world, Gwen, you can call me Noah. Okay, Noah, I'm looking forward to seeing this new world. Please take me with you to experience everything in this world. Noah nodded. He knew that Gwen, who was once a doll, liked the feeling of being a human very much after she became a human. Noah recalled Gwen's story. In the background of League of Legends, the Ling Luo doll Gwen is a rag doll sewn by a tailor from the kingdom of Kamavaya. The tailor is Isolde. The doll loves her mistress very much, and later her mistress falls in love with the king of this country. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived. An assassin from the enemy country accidentally injured his queen while attacking the king, and Isolde lost her life. But King Vigo could not accept this. After learning that the legendary Blessed Islands had a fountain of life that could resurrect the dead, he led his army to attack the Blessed Islands. After arriving at the fountain of life, Vigo placed Isolde's body into the holy water, and Isolde did wake up, but as a vengeful spirit. She picked up Vigo's sword of the ruined king and pierced his heart. At this time, the magic sword killed its master in the fountain of life, and the curse of ruin was born. The terrifying power swept across the entire blessed island, turning all living beings, even the souls that had lost their lives, into evil spirits, and were bound to the blessed island forever, or should I say the Shadow Island. This island is full of wisdom and magic. Even Rise and his master Tiras once studied on this island. Now, the vibrant island has become a dead shadow island filled with black fog and rampant undead. During the explosion, Isolde's soul was split into many parts, one of which was absorbed by Gwen, who was still a doll at the time. Thousands of years later, the doll turned into a human being and became the current Gwen. Gwen enjoys everything about being human, and she loves this world, so she will stop Vigo from gradually destroying the world in order to resurrect Isolde. Although Gwen also hopes to see her mistress again and let her see her as a human with her own eyes, Gwen knows that her mistress will not be willing to let the whole world suffer for her, so Gwen joins forces with the Sentinels of Light to stop Vigo and seal him. This is Gwen's story. In fact, it has not been long since she changed from a doll to a human, so she is very curious about everything in the world. Her lines also reflect Gwen's love for the world and her human identity. Noah nodded secretly. He would let Gwen experience this world well. Moreover, the Marvel world was even more vast. In addition to the Earth, there were countless civilizations in the universe. When the time came, he would take Gwen to travel in the universe. Ahem, Gwen, there's a party going to be held here later, which can serve as a welcome party for you to come into this world. Let's go. Noah coughed to ease his embarrassment, because he had just thought too much in his mind. He was thinking about the future when they met for the first time. He quickly stopped his wandering thoughts and invited Gwen to attend the party together. Gwen certainly didn't know what Noah was thinking. When she heard that she was going to attend the party, she looked excited and happy. Oh! Party, great! I like parties. I used to see Isolde attend various parties, but I have never experienced it myself. Now I finally have the chance. Let's go, Noah! Gwen excitedly grabbed Noah's hand and walked out the door. Her excited expression was like a child who saw her favorite toy. However, according to Gwen's age when she became a human, she was indeed a child. How should I go? After walking out of the room, Gwen looked at the empty corridors on both sides, suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Noah who was being held by him. Gwen, don't get excited. We still have time to attend the banquet. Take your time. I can introduce this place to you. Oh. So, the two of them began to move towards the banquet venue. Looking at the luxurious decorations in the corridor, Gwen turned her head to look around, and then listened to Noah introducing Asgard to him. When she heard those powerful words like God, she exclaimed from time to time. After they walked through a very long and winding corridor, they finally arrived at the door of the banquet hall. Noah decided that the people of Asgard were really crazy. The people who designed this place must have thought that straight lines were too boring, so they made it so winding. After Noah and Gwen arrived at the door of the banquet hall, the guards at the door opened the door for them. A ray of golden light shone through the open door, followed by the aroma of mellow wine and pleasant music. Noah took Gwen into the hall. The rich and noble gold was undoubtedly the most representative word of the Asgard style. This was Noah's thought after seeing the scene in the hall. Gwen had never seen such a scene before, and she looked around excitedly. In this hall, many places are made of gold, such as the throne at the top of the hall, which should be Odin's seat at the banquet, and the pillars in the hall, which are all made of gold. Of course, in addition to gold, bronze and stone are also the themes of the hall, which is full of thick Nordic style. The Asgardians in the hall were talking to each other, with laughter and noise ringing in the ears. The band in the hall was playing beautiful music. The dining table was filled with delicious food, and it was impossible to count the number of dishes at a glance. The heroic warriors of Asgard were already drinking and eating meat. Noah, you're finally here. At this time, a voice came from the side, calling Noah. Turning around, they saw that the person coming was Thor, and next to him was Jane, Daisy, and Eric. The three people from Earth also came curiously. They had never attended such a banquet, let alone this was the legendary Asgard banquet. Thor had just arrived at the scene. After visiting his father, mother, and queen, he was in a hurry to go to Earth to see Jane. Jane and others were still waiting for Thor there. After seeing Thor come back, Jane finally let go of her worries. Before, they didn't know what the situation was like on Thor's side, but now that they saw him, they felt much more relieved. Then Thor invited them to go to Asgard together. Of course, they were happy to go to Asgard, so Thor summoned the Rainbow Bridge without stopping, and the column of light fell again, bringing them back to Asgard. The rapid speed made Nick Fury, Coulson, and others who had just arrived after seeing the light column miss it empty-handed. Who is this? Thor saw Gwen next to Noah and asked. He remembered that Noah came alone, so why was there a girl beside him? Moreover, Thor did not think she was from Asgard. After all, if there was a girl with such outstanding appearance in Asgard, he would not have no impression of her. Before Noah could introduce Gwen, Gwen took the lead in introducing herself. Hello, my name is Gwen, and I'm a doll. Gwen introduced herself in her sweet and lovely voice. Baby. After hearing Gwen's self-introduction, everyone was a little confused as to why she called herself a doll. Daisy, who often surfed the internet, suddenly looked at Noah with a strange look. She thought that Noah and this girl were playing some weird game. Noah sensed Daisy's gaze and felt puzzled. Yes, like this. Gwen finished speaking, and in a puff of blue smoke, she turned into a cute rag doll. The Asgardians who were watching around made sounds of surprise, and the three people from Earth were also very shocked. They felt that they had seen too many incredible things today, and it felt like their world views were about to be reshaped. Is this the power of the Midgard wizard? It's amazing. Thor was also surprised. Noah did not refute Thor's words. Instead, he looked at Gwen, who had turned into a doll and was waving a pair of small scissors in the air, and said, Gwen, change back quickly. The party is about to begin. Got it, Noah. Gwen turned back into human form, but the scissors did not get bigger. Only then did Noah notice that there was a small pair of blue scissors hanging around Gwen's waist. It seemed that he didn't know where his attention had been distracted before. Thor. A rough voice came from the side. The three warriors of Asgard and Sif came over from the side, and Sif looked at Jane with a complicated look. Thor, you are finally here. The banquet has finally officially begun. After all, this is a banquet held to celebrate your return. How can it start if the protagonist is not here? Do you have anything to say? The fat warrior Volstagg said loudly, and the people next to him nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Thor also walked directly to the center of the banquet. Everyone in Asgard, Thor, the god of thunder, was exiled to Midgard by my father because of certain things. But I understand my father because he is right. Before, I was arrogant and conceited, and had no respect and concern for others. So, in Midgard, I realized my shortcomings and made corrections. Here, I want to thank one person in particular, and that is Jane. Thor said, pulling Jane over. Jane was very embarrassed in front of everyone, but Thor realized it in time. He simply said that he would lead Asgard to glory in the future, which caused cheers from everyone, and then announced the official start of the banquet. Chapter 55. As Thor announced the start of the banquet, everyone in Asgard cheered loudly, and the entire banquet hall was filled with cheerful shouts. Noah took Gwen to sit down. Everyone at the table was Thor's friends, Jane and her two companions, Sif and three Asgardians, as well as some people Noah didn't know, but they were all Thor's friends in Asgard. By the way, Thor, how is Loki now? Noah looked around and found that Loki was nowhere to be seen. Noah thought that he should have been locked up in his own dungeon. Loki is now in the dungeon. When my father wakes up, he will decide what to do with Loki. Thor put down his wine glass and replied. Noah nodded. As expected, Loki could not escape jail for doing such a thing. However, it was lucky for him. At least his prison could be considered a luxurious single room compared with the prisons of other prisoners nearby. Don't worry about Loki, he did something wrong and he deserves to be punished. Let's only talk about happy things at the party. Cheers, friends. Thor raised his glass forward, and some of the golden Asgard wine spilled out due to inertia. He then gulped it down. Just as he was about to throw the glass after drinking it, he suddenly paused, as if he had thought of something, and put the glass back on the table. People at the table also started drinking. Jane tasted a little, while her friend Daisy drank with big gulps. It was not that she was good at drinking, but she felt that this was a kind of wine she had never tasted before, and it might be difficult to drink it again in the future, so she had to drink more. Eric was the same as Jane, he did not drink much. He still remembered how embarrassing he was after getting drunk that day. Jane told him this, so he did not dare to drink more this time. Puff! This wine is so spicy. After taking a sip of the golden wine in front of her, Gwen stuck out her tongue because of the spicy taste of this Asgard liquor. After feeling the lively atmosphere of the banquet, Gwen was also very happy under the influence of this atmosphere. Seeing that they all drank the golden glass of wine in front of them, Gwen, who had never drunk this stuff before, was also very interested. Curiously, she picked up the wine in front of her and took a sip. As a result, as soon as the wine entered her mouth, she first smelled a mellow fragrance, and then a stimulating spicy taste came, which made her stick out her tongue unconsciously. "Hello, give us 2 glasses of fruit wine, thank you." Noah saw Gwen's appearance and turned to the maid passing by and said. Noah didn't drink much, and even said that he didn't like drinking, because he felt that alcohol was bitter and spicy, and he couldn't stand the taste, but he was willing to drink fruit wine, at least fruit wine had a little sweetness and fruity taste. "Okay, just a second." Soon after, the maid came over with a tray and handed 2 glasses of wine to Noah and Gwen. "Thank you, and Noah." Gwen winked at Noah, then picked up the fruit wine in front of her, put it close to her nose and sniffed it. A sweet fruity aroma came, and Gwen felt relieved. After taking a sip, she squinted her eyes with satisfaction. "Asgard's wine is really good," Noah said after tasting the fruit wine. He, who doesn't drink much, found it delicious. "Of course, we in Asgard are professional in brewing wine," Thor responded after hearing Noah's words. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere did not fade, but became even more excited. This might be related to the fact that they drank a lot of wine. Asgardians drank 1 glass after another. The food on the table was constantly decreasing, but maids kept bringing up delicious food. Another one. Pang! After drinking, many Asgardians like to smash the cups in their hands and shout for another glass. Fortunately, the cups they use are all made of bronze. If they were glass cups from Earth, they would now be covered with glass shards. The drunk fat warrior Volstagg is now telling how Thor and Noah defeated the destroyer on Earth. "Let me tell you, when the destroyer landed, it crushed the area within a radius of several thousand meters, and then Thor." Volstagg boasted seriously, making Thor feel a little embarrassed. "Oh! That's amazing!" However, Gwen's eyes were sparkling as she listened, as if she really believed the story the other person told. "Volstagg, stop bragging! You love to brag the most." When others heard Volstagg's exaggerated description, they laughed at him. "Don't disbelieve me, I tell you, this is the strongest wizard from Midgard who fought alongside Thor. Wizard, show them your skills, let them see how powerful you are." Volstagg became anxious when he heard the ridicule from others. What he said this time was true. Although it was a little exaggerated, the scene at that time was indeed very intense. Volstagg got anxious and directly changed the topic to Noah. Noah was listening to the fat warriors bragging with great interest. Suddenly, he was stunned when he heard the other party mentioned himself. "The first wizard? When did I ever say that? No, there are so many people here, I feel embarrassed to take action." Noah waved his hand. "Come on, wizard, let everyone see what you can do. Everyone, let's encourage the wizard together, wizard! Wizard!" Volstagg began to cheer. Although he had never seen Noah's magic, Noah's performance at that time was really too strong, and Thor called Noah a wizard, so Volstagg believed that Noah was really the #1 wizard in Midgard. "Wizard! Wizard!" At Volstagg's instigation, the people around him also began to shout together. "Wizard! Wizard!" Gwen also shouted along with the atmosphere, which made Noah raise his eyebrows. "Okay, since you want to see it." Noah raised his hand. It happened that he had just drawn a few magic spells today, so he let you try it out. "You like to make trouble so much, don't you, Volstagg?" Noah pointed his finger, and a purple magic light bullet shot out, leaving a trail of green leaves in the air as it rushed towards Volstagg. "What?" Volstagg was shocked. He didn't expect Noah to test him. Before he could finish his words, he was hit by the light bullet shot by Noah. A cloud of white smoke enveloped Volstagg, with green leaves surrounding him. In less than a second, the smoke dissipated and everyone exclaimed. What happened? How did you become so tall? Volstagg was a little confused. Wasn't he just hit by the wizard's magic? Why didn't he feel any pain? Moreover, Volstagg felt that the people around him seemed to be much taller. Oh my god, Volstagg has become like this, it really is. I am dying of laughter. After the smoke cleared, Volstagg, who originally had a big golden beard and a fat but tall figure, turned into a small and cute wild boar, but with golden hair. Volstagg, you're so adorable like this. Much pleasing to the eye than before. At this time, Fondrel walked to the little wild boar, grasped the little wild boar's front legs, and lifted Volstagg up, causing the little wild boar to struggle frantically. Put me down! Put me down! At this time, Volstagg also realized what he had become and began to shout wildly, but his shouting sounded like a pig to others. Hee hee! Hee hee! Okay, stop screaming! It won't last long, just a while. Others couldn't hear it, but Noah, the spellcaster, could hear it. He thought Volstagg's screaming was too loud, but Noah thought there should be another person at the scene who could hear it, and that was Frigga, Thor's mother, who was smiling at this side not far away. She was also a witch, although it was not shown in the play. Of course, Volstagg's ability to transform back so quickly doesn't mean that the weird idea can only last for so long. How long it lasts depends on Noah's wishes. If possible, Noah can let him continue, but this requires Noah to stay by his side all the time. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the piglet held by Fondrel was suddenly shrouded in smoke. When the smoke cleared, Volstagg, who had regained his human form, was locking Fondrel to the ground. Fondrel quickly begged for mercy, although he still had a playful smile on his face. Sorry, I was just trying to tease you. You damn guy! Wizard, please change this guy too, said Volstagg. However, Noah did not respond to his request. Instead, he raised his hand again and said to Volstagg, try this first. Chapter 56. Volstagg, try this again. Noah suddenly became interested. He had not used the two skills he got from Lulu's fragments before. Now that he had tried Crazy Idea, he also wanted to try the remaining wild growth, so he raised his hand and released another purple magic. Come again. Volstagg was horrified and quickly threw the cup next to him. The cup flew out of Volstagg's hand and hit the magic shot by Noah in mid-air. A purple magic circle appeared around the cup, and then, amid the exclamations of the crowd, the cup suddenly became larger than Volstagg who had thrown him out, and fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. When the Asgardians on the ground saw something heavy falling, they sobered up and quickly left the place to avoid being affected. Wow! Noah is so awesome! Hurry up and change Gwen's scissors! Gwen was suddenly interested when she saw such a magical scene. She took the scissors at her waist, and then the blue holy mist wrapped around the scissors. The originally small scissors became huge and became the same size as Gwen. This scene was very similar to the scene where Noah just made the cup bigger. Gwen held up a pair of large scissors, stretched them out in front of Noah, and looked at him expectantly. Okay. Noah pointed at the scissors, and the purple magic circle appeared again. This time, the people around learned their lesson and quickly moved away from the scissors. After the magic circle was formed, Gwen's scissors suddenly began to grow rapidly, becoming more than 10 times larger than their original size. The scissors that were originally more than 180 meters long turned into a giant scissors of meters. The scissors are almost the same height as Gwen, so it is assumed to be cm. Damn, I just realized now that she is about meters tall. Wow! It's so big! Gwen screamed, but the huge pair of scissors was about to fall down. You know, when Lulu's wild growth makes objects or people bigger, their mass will also increase, refer to the Yodel CG. After Lulu becomes bigger, she lightly waves her hand to knock away the mail gun, and such a big pair of scissors will be terrible if it falls to the ground. However, just as the scissors were about to fall and Thor was trying to lift them up, the scissors were held in the air by a force. Noah raised his hand, released his magic power, and grabbed Gwen's big scissors. With his current magic power, it was easy to do this. Hee, sorry, I almost got into trouble. Gwen stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. After a while, the scissors returned to their original size, and Gwen shrunk them down and hung them back around her waist. "Noah, I didn't expect you to have this ability," Thor said. The 3 people from Earth nearby were also stunned when they saw such amazing magic. "You know, Noah is an Earthling. Could it be that such magical spells have always existed on their Earth? I'll show you something more interesting." Noah suddenly thought of something. "I saw a flash of purple light on Noah's body, and the original Noah disappeared. What appeared in his place was a man wearing a black suit, with slicked back hair and a wicked smile on his face. Hey, brother!" Noah, who turned into Loki, smiled wickedly and said to Thor. "I almost thought it was real, Noah. Your magic is so similar to Loki's." After seeing Loki's appearance, Thor almost swung his hammer at him, but then realized that this was exactly Noah's magic. If he hadn't personally sent Loki to prison and then electrocuted him there, he would have thought that the person opposite him was really Loki. As for why Noah was able to transform into Loki without obtaining Loki's Shoma, soul energy, it was because Noah simulated the transformation by relying on his own imagination instead of Shoma. This kind of transformation is different from using Shoma to transform. As for what the difference is, Noah will show it in the next transformation. My move is a little different from Loki's transformation. Noah first changed back to his original appearance, then stretched out his hand to Thor. A purple halo began to take shape around Thor. Thor looked around and found that the halo had no effect on him, but Frigga in the distance saw something. Frigga is a witch who is sensitive to all kinds of energy. She noticed that the purple halo took away a little bit of Thor's soul power. Of course, this amount of soul power is insignificant, and even if it happened hundreds of times it would not have any effect at all, otherwise Frigga would have stopped it long ago. After Noah took back some of Thor's Shoma, he began to transform again with the help of this Shoma. This time, after the smoke cleared, a burly blonde man appeared in the same place. He was dressed exactly like Thor, wearing the armor of Thunder God, but his hairstyle was handsome and neat short hair. "I am Thor, God of Thunder, for the glory of Asgard." After Noah transformed, he posed and shouted. "I like your line, but I don't like your hairstyle. It's too weird," Thor said to Noah. He shuddered when he saw the short hair. It was hard for him to imagine under what circumstances he would cut his hair into such a style. Maybe it would never be possible, right? "Thor, I think you look very handsome with this hairstyle," Jane said from the side. "No, Jane, this is the only thing you can't do." Saul was firm. At this time, Noah, who had turned into Thor, was standing in the same place, and suddenly blue lightning burst out from his body, causing the people around him to exclaim. "What?" Thor saw lightning coming out of Noah's body, but he didn't see his weapon that could discharge electricity on Noah, and the lightning looked familiar. Wasn't this his own power? Thor was shocked. Could it be that Noah's ability to transform could also give him the power of the person he transformed into? If so, that would be too outrageous. "Noah, you." "Yes, this is your power." Noah felt a completely different feeling in his body. With Nico's transformation ability, he could inherit the properties of the transformed object in the game. But now, relying on the soul power of others, Soma, Noah could also possess some of the power of others. There was blue lightning in Noah's version of Thor's eyes, and lightning was wrapped around his body. Thor now felt that Noah was more like Thor than himself. Why did he seem to be more skilled in using his power than himself? "Thor, I'm going to try it. I hope you won't be angry." "Meow, come here." "What?" Thor was about to ask a question when he heard Noah's voice suddenly become the same as his own, and then he began to call his meow hammer. "No, don't do that." Thor muttered softly as he looked at the hammer on his waist, but his face suddenly changed because he saw that Mjolnir on his waist began to vibrate. The hammer slipped away from Thor's waist as Thor looked shocked, and flew towards Noah. Noah reached out to catch Mjolnir, but Mjolnir bypassed Noah and began to circle around him, as if sizing him up. ZZ. After circling a few circles, Mjolnir suddenly emitted a flash of lightning, as if calling Noah a liar, and then flew back to Thor. Sol immediately smiled and laughed. "I knew it, I knew Meow Meow would not recognize the wrong person, haha. Okay, I'm just giving it a try." Noah changed back to his original appearance and shrugged, but he also felt it was a pity that he almost achieved the achievement of lifting Thor's hammer. Now he can only wait until he surpasses Odin to achieve this achievement. As for why he did not consider relying on the recognition of Thor's hammer to lift it, it was because Noah knew himself well and felt that his ideological awareness was not that high, so he did not consider it. After Noah showed off his skills, the atmosphere of the banquet became more lively. Noah gradually followed this atmosphere and integrated into the banquet, and Gwen joined in early on. "Miss Jane, can you come over here? Queen Frigga wants to see you." A maid walked up to Jane and said softly. "Me? Okay." Jane was a little nervous. She knew that Frigga was Thor's mother. Thor had told her this. With a nervous mood, Jane followed the maid to a quiet corner of the hall and saw a woman with elegant temperament and a gentle smile. "Hi, I'm Jane. Gwen is so cute." Chapter 57. For some reason, after Jane came back, she looked depressed, and Thor hurriedly asked her the reason. "Jane, what's wrong with you? I just heard someone say that my mother called you over. Could it be?" Thor was worried that his mother said something unpleasant to Jane because she didn't like her. However, Thor had the impression that his mother was gentle and kind to others and would not do such a thing. Noah, who was watching this scene at the side, had a certain picture in his head. "Frigga, I'll give you 500 million, if you leave my son." Then a check was thrown at Jane's face. No, Asgard doesn't use checks, so a handful of gold coins were thrown at Jane's face instead. Wouldn't it break her face? Noah was performing a little drama in his mind, and after hearing what Thor said, Jane looked up and forced a smile. "No, Thor, your mother is a very gentle lady. She is very kind to me, but she just said something to me that made me a little worried." "What's the matter? Tell me and I'll help you solve it." Thor came to Jane and took her hand. Jane recounted the conversation between her and Frigga. At the beginning, she and Frigga had a very happy chat. Frigga was very gentle and asked about her and Thor. But in the end, Frigga said to her earnestly, "Jane, although I have no objection to your love for Thor, there is one thing you need to know. The lifespan of us Asgardians can reach more than 5,000 years, and Thor, as a member of the Asgard royal family, will only live longer." Frigga took Jane's hand and said earnestly, "So, I hope you will be mentally prepared. In the future, you may slowly grow old, while Thor will remain young." After the briefing, Thor looked a little unhappy. He didn't know how to solve this problem. He was best at fighting, not magic that could make people live longer. Magic? Thinking of this, Thor suddenly raised his head and looked at Noah. "Isn't there a magic master here? Noah, please help me and think of a way to make Jane live as long as me. If you can help me, I will definitely repay you." Thor said to Noah. Noah is a master of magic from Midgard. He must have a way to extend the lifespan of the Midgardians. Ah! Noah was watching the show on the side, and suddenly heard Thor shift the topic to himself. He was a little confused. However, after Thor mentioned this question, he thought about it carefully. Is there anything in Marvel that can make people live longer? Noah pondered. In his impression, the Infinity Stones counted as one, but Jane would definitely not be able to handle this thing. Super Serum? No, this wouldn't work. Noah remembered that in Avengers 4, Captain America chose to stay in the past and would indeed age and become bitten. Learning magic from the Ancient One was also an option. The Ancient One had practiced until now and was over 500 years old, but Noah didn't know if Jane had the talent for magic and could learn to that level. In fact, Noah is not quite sure what treasures or methods there are in Marvel that can make people live longer, but Noah thinks that Thor and Jane don't need to worry. The universe is so big, with so many civilizations, they can always find a way to make people live longer. Moreover, if Noah obtains the power of the Dragon King in the future, he can give Jane some power and let Jane ascend directly to become an ascender. This is the simplest way. I can't do that right now, Thor. I think you have to find a way yourself. Although Noah had some methods to help people live longer, he suddenly felt that he was not a super nanny and did not need to help these people solve all their problems. He should let them work hard on their own first. Okay, Jane, don't worry. I will find a way. When my father wakes up, I will ask him. My father, King Odin, is the wisest man. He will definitely find a way. Jane was somewhat touched, and told Thor that there was no need to be so anxious. She also put aside her anxiety and decided to enjoy the present moment, as there was still a long time to come. Noah, eat some of this, it's delicious. Gwen handed a skewer of meat to Noah. Noah was startled and tilted his head back. Then he saw Gwen's expectant expression and opened his mouth to take a bite. It's really delicious. Noah took a bite of the skewer and exclaimed, thinking that he was worthy of being an Asgard chef, and the food he made was almost as delicious as Lysandra's. The banquet lasted for a whole day. Of course, that didn't mean that everyone had a great time the whole day. Many people fell asleep directly in the banquet hall after drinking too much. This was considered a feature of Asgard's banquets. There were also many places for people to sleep at the banquet. Noah and Gwen went back early. When they returned to Noah's room, Gwen felt a little dizzy after drinking a lot of Asgard's fruit wine. She fell on the bed and slept soundly. Noah shook his head when he saw this. He helped her tidy up the quilt and received a dazed thank you from Gwen. Then Noah also lay down on the other side of the bed. The bed was very big, and the distance between Noah and Gwen was very wide. However, this was the first time for Noah to sleep in the same bed with a girl, and he felt a little excited. Bah! You useless guy, you're just sleeping. Noah looked down on himself. He and Gwen still had a lot of time to spend together in the future, so why was he so excited about sleeping together? Who knows, maybe in the future, cough cough, sleep. The next day, Noah brought Gwen, and Thor brought Jane to the Rainbow Bridge Fortress. They planned to return to Earth. Gwen, we are going back to Earth soon. That's where I live. There are many fun things on Earth. I'm sure you will like them very much. When it comes to entertainment, the Earth is not to be underestimated. Oh! Noah's home. I'm looking forward to it. Gwen's fluffy spiral ponytail swayed slightly and a smile appeared on her face. She was looking forward to seeing the new world. Let's go. I'll let Heldam take you back. Thor also said goodbye to Jane and the others. Of course, he was not very reluctant. After all, the Rainbow Bridge was not destroyed this time. He could go to Earth whenever he wanted. Wait, let Heimdall send them away first. I have something I want to try. After Heimdall opened the Rainbow Bridge, a colorful light gate opened, but Noah stopped. What's wrong? Is there something wrong, Noah? After Thor sent several people into the Rainbow Bridge, he turned around and asked, but saw that Noah had his eyes closed. It actually works. But Noah didn't answer him, he just muttered to himself. After Noah arrived at the Rainbow Bridge Fortress, he suddenly thought of something. Can he use teleportation to sense the eye on Earth from Asgard? Thinking of this, Noah began to experiment, concentrating his mind and using the ability of teleportation to sense the location of the eye. Two auras appeared in his mind, and Noah knew that he had succeeded. One was the eye of his hometown, and the other was the real eye of his manor. This made Noah very excited. He didn't expect that teleportation could really be possible over such a long distance. You know, Asgard is separated from the Earth by an unknown distance. However, after discovering this, Noah felt that it was a pity that he no longer had a true eye to control the guard, only a reconnaissance guard. Otherwise, he could insert a true eye in Asgard, so that he could travel back and forth between Asgard and Earth. Of course, the premise is that his true eye would not be destroyed. As for the reconnaissance guard, although it can become invisible, it is time-limited and needs Noah's magic power to extend the time. Noah can't keep shuttling back and forth to replenish the energy of the reconnaissance guard. Although this is indeed possible, Noah thinks it is too troublesome. It is better to wait until he draws the control guard in the future. After confirming that the transmission could be used, Noah said to Gwen, "Gwen, hold my hand, we are going back." "Ah? Okay." Gwen suddenly blushed. Although she had held Noah's hand before, that was just a subconscious action of Gwen. This was the first time that someone took the initiative to ask her to hold hands. Gwen was a little shy. Although she was just a rag doll that had turned into a human not long ago, she had the memory of a soul and knew a lot. After holding Gwen's hand, Noah felt a soft touch from the palm of his hand, and he squeezed Gwen's hand tightly. Although only one person can be teleported in the game, it is different in reality. After Noah becomes stronger and stronger, the summoner skills he draws will also improve with Noah's improvement, so now teleportation can teleport multiple people. "Noah, aren't you planning to enter the Rainbow Bridge?" Thor asked in confusion when he saw that Noah had no intention of entering the Rainbow Bridge. "Yes, I have my own way to leave." "Well, see you next time." Noah nodded and said goodbye to Thor. "Bye." Gwen also said goodbye politely. A blue beam of light shot up into the sky, and circles of energy fluctuations spread out from the center of the beam. Thor put his hands in front of him to block the dazzling blue light, while Heimdall stared at the blue beam of light, thoughtfully. Then the beam of light shot up into the sky and Noah and Gwen also disappeared from the spot. This power is a bit similar to the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall frowned and said in a low voice. He didn't expect that Noah could master this level of power. As expected of a wizard, you know so much. But Thor didn't think too much about it, he just said happily. On Noah's side, after the teleportation, he felt that the space around him began to move, the picture was constantly shifting, and countless nebulae passed by in front of him. This was somewhat similar to when he was riding on the Rainbow Bridge. Noah did not expect that such a scene would appear when TP was performing ultra-long-distance teleportation. It's so beautiful. It was also the first time for Gwen to see such a scene. She was very excited, but Noah didn't dare let her move. After all, he couldn't imagine what would happen if something went wrong during the transmission process. In fact, the process did not take long. In less than 10 seconds, they landed on the Earth. However, on this side of the Earth, there were no grand special effects. At the real eye in Noah's manor, blue halos fluctuated around the real eye. A light flashed, and Noah and Gwen appeared in the hall. Wow, is this Noah's home? It's so beautiful. It was the first time that Gwen saw this kind of modern-style building. Her memory was mainly of buildings with ancient style. The style in Asgard was also ancient, so after seeing the hall of Noah's villa, Gwen was very curious. Welcome back, Noah. Hello, Miss Gwen. Just then, a voice came from the side, attracting Gwen's attention. What? This chapter feels a bit boring, but I need to go to bed. By the way, oh my god, I posted this chapter on the 25th, and just found out that it didn't pass the review because the pictures were nude and vulgar. Oh my god, what's so vulgar about it? I'll see if I can post it in this comment. Chapter 58. What? After being teleported to the hall of the villa, Gwen looked at the decorations here curiously. Some of the things here were new and unknown to her. Just when she was about to ask Noah what these things were used for, a mature and magnetic female voice came from behind her. Gwen turned around and found a round sphere floating in the air behind her, with a big round eye in the middle of the sphere. Gwen, this is Lysandra. She is the first companion I summoned. She can be considered your companion. Noah saw Gwen's surprised look. Her slightly open mouth looked cute. Then Noah began to explain Lysandra's identity. Oh. Hello, Sister Lysandra. Gwen immediately greeted Lysandra upon hearing that, and began to feel embarrassed about her expression just now, but that was because Sister Lysandra's appearance was a little shocking. Gwen wanted to ask Lysandra why she was in this form, but Noah seemed to have anticipated Gwen's thoughts and took the lead in explaining. Lysandra is an AI life form. Like us, she has a soul. And, next, you, Sister Lysandra, will have a body like us. The plan to build Lysandra's body had actually been completed yesterday, but Noah had not started it yet. Actually, Noah was planning to complete the creation of Lysandra's body yesterday, but a troublemaker came along in the middle of the process. Then, because Noah was in a hurry to complete Thor's mission, the creation of Lysandra's body was postponed for a day. However, nothing could disturb Noah today. Oh! It sounds so cool. Although Gwen didn't understand what AI Noah was talking about, it didn't stop her from thinking that this thing must be very cool. Noah, what is this big, black thing? Gwen asked curiously, pointing at the huge LCD TV hanging on the wall. A big black thing hanging on the white wall attracted Gwen's attention. Oh, this is an LCD TV. It allows us to watch many TV series, movies, news, and other things. But Gwen, you may not understand what I'm saying now. In general, you can use this big black screen to see information from all over the world. Noah said. In fact, he hardly ever uses this thing. This big TV comes with the house. Noah usually uses a projection screen, which is much more convenient than TV. Oh, it's so magical. I didn't expect that the place where Noah lives is so magical. Gwen has never seen these things. Gwen was a little happy because there were many things worth exploring in front of her. She obtained a human body in order to better explore the world and explore more new and beautiful things. Noah, there is some information that may interest you. At this time, Lysandra turned on the TV, and the black screen suddenly lit up, which scared Gwen. A picture appeared on the TV screen. It was a scene of a street interview. A reporter was interviewing some people on the street. Hello, gentlemen, Excuse me, what do you think about the New Mexico meteorite incident? The reporter raised the microphone and pointed it at the passers-by they selected, who were several young people who looked like college students. The photographer pointed the camera at them. Are you broadcasting this live? Asked the blonde young man who was being targeted by the camera. Yes. Meteorite? I heard that Iron Man and the Wind Swordsman also appeared there, and there were many videos of them online before, so it is definitely not a meteorite that fell over there. The young man said, and his companion nodded in agreement. The government actually wants to use the excuse of a meteorite landing to fool us. Do they think we are fools? I hope they can give us a real answer. We have the right to know the truth, the young man said excitedly. Okay, the interview ends here. After interviewing so many enthusiastic viewers, I found that everyone is not satisfied with the explanation given by the US government. Next, we will continue to explore the truth of this matter. Please continue to pay attention to our channel. Is this a video shot by the residents of the small town at that time? Noah looked at the video that Lysandra pulled out later. The content of the video was that when he was in the small town, Iron Man Tony landed in the small town in a high-profile manner, and then many residents gathered around, and many people took photos and videos. Noah also appeared at the end of the video, and then the video screen shook a little. Noah estimated that the destroyer had already arrived at that time. However, they seem to know my name. When did I become so famous? Noah scratched his head. He remembered that the person being interviewed just now seemed to have mentioned the title of Swift Swordsman. He remembered that he had only mentioned this title to that person, the female classmate he had rescued at that time. Noah thought about it and almost forgot who that person was. It was his female classmate. Noah remembered that she even recorded a video at that time. Could it be that this video became popular? So others knew his title? Noah, look at this. Lysandra then called up many more images for Noah, and Noah looked at them. This time the images seemed to be taken at night. These are all interview videos. Noah recognized the background, it was the Iron Man Expo. Could this be the scene after it ended? The reporter interviewed the audience and asked them what had happened. Some of them had just experienced thrilling moments and could not speak clearly. The reporter finally interviewed a passerby who was able to have a normal conversation. That Justin Hammer is such a damn guy. The robots he created actually started attacking humans on the spot. Fortunately, someone saved us, otherwise we would have been beaten to pieces. Someone saved you? Was it Iron Man? The reporter asked. No, not all of them. Although Iron Man also took away some robots, the one who really saved us was another superhero. He was also wearing a high-tech armor. He was so cool, although I don't know his name. I know, his name is Swift Swordsman, you watch this video. At this moment, the little boy next to the passerby suddenly started shouting, then took out his mobile phone and opened a video he had saved in his mobile phone. It was a video recorded by Hannah, Noah's classmate at the time. In the video, Noah was wearing the project armor, and asked Hannah not to give him a random name. He said his name was Wind Swordsman, and then he stepped on the wall and ran vertically to the roof. Then, with the release of this interview, many other interviews also had many people mentioning the unfamiliar name Swift Swordsman, and as a result, Swift Swordsman became completely famous. Overnight, countless people learned that a superhero had appeared, and the video Hannah posted on her personal website also went viral. Hannah was so scared that she didn't know what was going on. She thought she had offended someone and was exposed. Oh, so that's how it is. Noah nodded. He allowed the female classmate to take the video, otherwise he could have asked Lysandra to delete the video. But Noah's idea was to experience the feeling of being Iron Man, the feeling that everyone would scream and cheer when you appear and call you a superhero. But now that Noah thought about it, he still didn't take the initiative to call himself a hero or something like that. He was simply not suitable to be a hero. He didn't have any lofty spirit, and if he became a superhero. Moreover, if you become a superhero, no matter how many good things you have done, if you do something bad, you will be criticized and blamed by everyone. Many such things happen in Marvel movies. Of course, if someone dares to morally blackmail him online in the future, Noah will definitely follow the internet cable and slap him twice to see if he still gets angry. Noah turned off the screen, and Gwen next to him also turned her eyes away from the screen. The sounds and pictures that appeared on the big black TV just now really scared her, but then she observed with curiosity, observing why some people suddenly appeared on the screen that was just black. Were they locked in? Gwen, I will let Lysandra teach you the basics of this world first. This will help you better understand this world. Then I will have someone clean up a bedroom for you. This will be your home from now on. Oh, okay. Gwen nodded. She hadn't had a sense of home for a long time since she separated from her master. After she became a human, she had fought side by side with some of her friends from the Sentinel of Light to seal Vigo. She had a little feeling of home, but now, she also had a home in this world. After Noah finished speaking, he turned his head as if looking for something, but he soon found what he was looking for. Blitzcrank, clean up a habitable room for Gwen. Choose the one next to mine. Noah found Blitzcrank in the corner. After being called by Noah, Blitzcrank appeared from the shadows, revealing his white mechanical body. Blitz Apple Robot. Okay, Master. Blitzcrank's mechanical voice was still that weird. Hello, my name is Gwen. Gwen suddenly found that there was another person in the house. No, it should be a robot. Hello, Miss Gwen. Gwen, if you need anything in your room in the future, just tell Blitzcrank directly and he will prepare what you need. Blitzcrank can use nanomachines to assemble what you need. Of course, these are things that have design methods, otherwise he can't build a spaceship for you out of thin air. Lysandra, I'll leave Gwen's matter to you. No problem, Noah. Noah left the manor, put on his armor, and flew towards the crowded community at a very fast speed. Of course, he turned on the stealth function. He planned to complete today's mission first. Although nothing big happened, there were only some sea-level tasks, but you can't not do it, otherwise it would be a waste. So Noah began his daily task of beating up the thugs. Don't ask why this species also appeared during the day. I can only say it's free America. Essence plus 100 points. Currently 3,200 points of essence. Next, Noah returned to the laboratory and prepared to begin creating Lysandra's body. Chapter 59. In the laboratory covered with white metal floor tiles, cleanliness and tidiness should be the standard environment of every laboratory. Noah's laboratory also maintains this feature. Moreover, the materials used in these laboratories built by Noah are basically mixed with vibranium, which greatly improves the safety of the laboratory. There are not many large instruments in this laboratory. The most eye-catching one is a rectangular device located in the middle of the laboratory, which is somewhat similar to the regeneration cradle device in Age of Ultron. There are some liquid substances floating inside the device. These are the vibranium that Lysandra liquefied using a special method. These are the materials that will be used to create Lysandra's body later. Placing his hand on the device, Noah felt the cold metal texture in his hand. He was still looking forward to the fact that Lysandra could have a human body. After all, Lysandra was the first companion he summoned. Although they had not spent too much time together, Noah still had feelings for Lysandra. Noah, we can start now. A voice came from behind. Noah turned around and found that Lysandra, who should still be teaching Gwen common sense, actually appeared here, which made him a little confused. Hey? Lysandra, shouldn't you be teaching Gwen knowledge? Are you done so quickly? Noah wondered. The teaching is still in progress, but I am seeing you in another body now. I can operate many bodies at the same time. Lysandra said. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing Lysandra's explanation, Noah suddenly remembered the scene when he controlled 9 clones. If he had the same ability as Lysandra, he could control the clones without any obstacles. So can we start now? Yes, Noah, ready to go. Noah rubbed his palms, a little excited, walked to the control console in front of the device, and placed his hand on the start button. Lysandra, I'm about to begin. Okay, Noah. After hearing Lysandra's reply, Noah directly pressed the start button. After a crisp mechanical start-up sound, the surface of the rectangular device began to emit a blue light, and the vibranium liquid inside the device began to roll. Lysandra also came to the front of the device, produced many data cables, connected them into the device, and began to operate. The liquid vibranium in the device was transformed into nano-level vibranium under Lysandra's operation, and then began to form human cells, gradually forming the human body. Time passed little by little, and the original liquid vibranium inside the device had now merged into the shape of a human, but there were no facial features or obvious human physical characteristics on the surface, because the experiment was still in progress. Under Lysandra's little bit of manipulation, human characteristics gradually became apparent, and limbs, body parts and other parts gradually took shape. Noah. At this moment, at the last moment of the experiment, Noah heard Lysandra's whisper, and he understood that it was his turn to take action. He had mentioned before that he would personally pinch Lysandra's face when her body was completed, and now was the time for Noah to fulfill his promise. Noah walked to the operating table, clicked on the virtual screen, and prepared to operate it. However, Noah's finger that was about to touch the screen suddenly stopped. Noah suddenly remembered something. He didn't know what Lysandra looked like. In the past, when she was in the game, Lysandra wore a mask with only her chin exposed. How could he pinch her face? However, Noah still has another solution, which is to seek help from the omnipotent system. System, what does Lysandra look like? Noah asked simply and directly. Noah felt that the system must understand what he meant. Transmitting to the summoner. Awesome, system. As expected, the system was reliable and directly transmitted what Noah wanted into his mind. However, after seeing what the system transmitted to him, Noah suddenly felt his nose itchy, as if something red was about to stay. The system actually directly projected Lysandra's entire body data and appearance into Noah's mind, and she was naked. System, you are really too awesome. I want to see it too. Ahem, let's start. Noah rubbed his nose and quickly touched the screen in front of him with his fingers. Under Noah's fingers that were about to produce after images, the body in the device was like being carved by a skilled sculptor. The facial features gradually took shape, and various details of the body were also changing into the body in Noah's mind. Finally, after Noah carved the last stroke, the faceless and shapeless body in the device has now turned into a being with a good figure and a beautiful face. Does anyone have a picture of Lysandra's full face? I can't find it. Which Lysandra? Beneath that absolutely beautiful face, there was a hint of aloofness. Noah had restored the body one-to-one according to the data in his brain. In some aspects, Noah had even secretly made it bigger for his own selfish reasons, ahem. However, the body in front of him was actually completely naked. Noah tried his best to maintain his composure and keep his eyes away from the beautiful scene in front of him. In short, Noah was very satisfied with his operation. He turned his head and looked at Lysandra. Lysandra, it's healed. Noah, do you like this look? Ahem, yes, Lysandra, what do you think? If you don't like it, I can also do it according to your ideas. Noah coughed awkwardly. Was his little thought discovered? No, I like it very much. I just want to say that the body you created, Noah, is 99% similar in appearance to my original plan. This is amazing. Hey? Is that so? Noah was also a little surprised when he heard what Lysandra said. Noah felt that this should not be a coincidence. Maybe because there is a connection between the skin and the hero, the appearance of Lysandra was designed to be exactly the same as that of the Frost Witch Lysandra. But 99%? Then that 1% couldn't be. Noah stopped thinking and prepared to watch Lysandra connect her consciousness to this body. Lysandra's true self should be considered a program or code, but not entirely, because Lysandra has surpassed her own source code, developed independent consciousness, and has a soul. So, next, Lysandra will put her consciousness into this body. Of course, this does not mean that Lysandra will be trapped in this body from now on. Lysandra can still transfer her soul consciousness out at any time. Lysandra also began to move at this time. Her round body was floating outside, and her round eyeballs gradually dimmed, and then slowly landed on the ground. The same thing happened to the body of Lysandra that was still teaching Gwen in the villa. If Lysandra had not just told Gwen about the changes that would happen to her next, Gwen would have thought that something had happened to Lysandra. Hey! Now we have to take the last step. Noah breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, things are not over yet. The next step is the key to Lysandra's life. Noah opened his hand and the rune of resoluteness appeared in his hand. In the legend of Valoran, it was the world rune that created all life, and the rune in Noah's hand happened to be the rune that represented the power of life. So, Noah now took Lysandra's body and used the power of the rune to turn it into real life. Noah clenched the rune tightly. He had never tried this before, and with his current control over the rune, he didn't know if he could really do it. Noah opened a circular hole in the device hatch, and then began to fully stimulate the rune energy. Unlike the last time he dealt with the destroyer, this time the energy was full of vitality. Waves of power poured into Lysandra's body, and powerful vitality began to spread around Noah. The life energy continued to be output, but it did not seem to achieve the effect Noah wanted, which made Noah a little anxious. Damn it, fucking runes. Blast. Fountain of Life. Aegis Slam. Adjustment. Wind of Resurrection. Bone Plating. Overgrowth. Resurgence. Determination. Use all the power to create fucking life. Noah gritted his teeth, and turned his strong will into motivation. He released all the power of the rune of determination and transformed it all into life force, determined to create life. Buzz. A huge amount of life energy burst out from the rune of resoluteness. At this moment, the rune of resoluteness seemed to have sensed Noah's will, and the miracle of life flourished here. In Noah's perception, the human body originally made of nanovibranium had the same functions as humans, and blood was flowing in it, but Noah could only sense the cold mechanical feeling from it. At this time, Noah could actually feel the breath of life on this body, which proved that he succeeded. From now on, Lysandra in front of him officially had life, and was no longer just a soul. When the rune of resolve exploded with all its strength, that huge life force also began to erupt from underground and spread around. Under the influence of the huge life energy, things around began to change. The changes within a few kilometers of Noah's manor were the most obvious. Trees, flowers, and plants began to grow rapidly, and the fish in the surrounding seas also changed in size as they absorbed pure life force. The plants in Noah's manor underwent the most dramatic changes. Gwen looked at the plants that were growing wildly in front of the window and tilted her head in confusion. In the laboratory, Noah still had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Noah looked expectantly at the rectangular device in front of him. Lysandra's long eyelashes inside the device cabin began to tremble slightly, and then she opened her eyes. Hereby. The hatch slowly opened from both sides, and Lysandra inside slowly sat up. Lysandra looked down at her hands. She felt the temperature and the touch. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. Lysandra touched her chest and could feel her heart beating slightly. Lysandra, how do you feel? Noah looked at Lysandra's actions at this moment. A touch of whiteness flowed between Lysandra's fingers, making Noah blush slightly. Noah. Lysandra stood up, her white and delicate body revealed in front of Noah, but Lysandra didn't care. She bent slightly, reached out, and took Noah in front of her into her arms. Because Lysandra was standing inside the device at a relatively high position, a streak of white passed before Noah's eyes, and then his face was immersed in a warm touch. Noah's eyes trembled slightly. To be honest, he had never been so close to a girl in his 2 lives. At this moment, Noah felt a little happy. I didn't expect that a body made of vibranium could be so soft. This is what Noah was thinking at the moment. Wow, Lysandra, you can let me go. After being stuck in fine-tuning for a while, Noah felt it was time to leave the land of comfort. Noah, I can feel your temperature, your smell, and your breath now. Is this what it feels like to be human? Noah feels that the characters summoned by the system should naturally have a relatively high degree of favorability towards him. Lysandra and Gwen both have similar performances, probably because they were summoned and created by himself, but Noah likes this feeling. Noah continues to experience warmth. Chapter 60. When the two came up from the underground laboratory, Lysandra was already wearing a modern outfit, a black mid-length skirt with a blue shirt, and her white calves glowed charmingly under the laboratory lights. At this time, Noah and Lysandra walked side by side, left the laboratory, and walked out of the laboratory door. What's going on? As soon as Noah stepped out of the laboratory door, he found that the place in front of him that should have been illuminated by sunlight was now covered by a large shadow. He looked up in confusion. Noah was surprised to find that the manor was now covered by a large area of vegetation. Noah felt that these plants looked familiar and seemed to be the plants in his own back garden. Did Green God use W? Or did the giant tree use its ultimate? Noah looked at the huge plants in front of him and wondered. These plants seemed to have absorbed some powerful force, which caused their sizes to change drastically. Lysandra's eyes flashed with lines of data as she was testing these plants. I speculate that when you used the rune of resolve, Noah, the dissipated energy was leaked, causing the originally normal plants to mutate after absorbing the pure life energy. After the test was completed, Lysandra told Noah his conclusion. I guess so. Just now when I was using the rune of resolve, although I tried hard to control the energy in one place, a little bit of power still escaped. Noah had actually guessed it when he saw this scene. The aura of the rune of resolve was somewhat obvious, and now the air in the manor was filled with rich magical power. However, with such a big commotion, will it be noticed by the outside world? The satellites in the sky will directly detect here. Noah estimated that the power of the rune of determination might not only affect his manor, but the environment around the manor might also be affected. Such a big change would be difficult to avoid being noticed. Noah, don't worry. I have prepared anti-surveillance measures as early as the first day we entered the manor. Within 10 kilometers around the manor, the satellite can only see the images I let it see. Lysandra said calmly. Lysandra, you are so thoughtful, you are amazing. Noah sighed. There are some things he cannot do everything, so at this time he can only rely on his virtuous wife Lysandra to solve the problem, smiling. Lysandra's mouth corners curled up slightly, and she pushed back her long golden hair that fell in front of her shoulders. Lysandra, who had just become a human, seemed to have adapted very well. Noah. The trees in the yard have grown so big. On the balcony of the villa, Gwen lay on the railing and waved and shouted at Noah. Hey, that beautiful sister, is she Sister Lysandra? Gwen also noticed the strange woman next to Noah at this time. She had long golden hair and a tall figure. She gave people a feeling of intellectual maturity, which suddenly reminded Gwen of her mistress Isolde. Shaking her head, Gwen moved the image of her master away from the beautiful figure in her mind. She suddenly remembered what Noah had said before, the body of Sister Lysandra. Could this be Sister Lysandra? Noah also heard Gwen's voice, turned his head and saw Gwen's figure, and Lysandra also smiled at Gwen. Lysandra had some good feelings for this girl who was summoned by Noah like herself. Apart from that, Lysandra's attitude towards other humans was very indifferent. Gwen, come down quickly and get to work. Noah waved his hand and called to Gwen upstairs. Oh! Right away, hey! Gwen heard this, pushed herself with both hands, jumped over the balcony railing, and jumped down from the 3-story balcony. A blue holy breath appeared from beside Gwen and wrapped her up. Noah discovered that this holy breath could actually block his sight, making him unable to see the scene within the holy breath. Gwen slowly fell to the ground under the wrapping of holy grace. After the holy grace dissipated, Gwen came over in a hopping manner. Noah, is there anything I can help you with? Gwen took out the scissors from her waist, turned around, and held the huge scissors behind her back, although Gwen didn't know what to do next. Gwen, see this huge forest of plants? I need you to help me clean them up. Hey! Noah actually wants Gwen to do this. That's too much. Gwen's scissors are not meant for this. Gwen said angrily after hearing what Noah said. I will let you experience what you want to experience most. Noah said in a seductive tone. When in Asgard, ever since Gwen learned from Noah that his wildness had grown and could be used on humans, Gwen had been asking Noah to give her one, but Noah had never agreed, mainly because the skirt Gwen was wearing at the time would not be good if it got bigger. Oh! Is that it? Gwen promised you, come on. When Gwen heard that Noah agreed to use that interesting magic for her this time, she immediately agreed to Noah's request. Then you are ready. Noah raised his hand and pointed, and purple magic flew out from his fingertips and hit Gwen's body directly. Wow! A magic circle with strange patterns appeared under Gwen's feet, and then her body began to grow larger under the effect of magic. Noah slowly raised his head as Gwen changed. Ha ha ha, I'm so tall now. Gwen looked at her huge body and seemed happy. She was now almost as tall as Noah's villa, about 10 meters. Gwen, be careful, don't step on those statues. Noah reminded. Gwen is now very big. If Noah's manor was not spacious, Gwen might not be able to take a step. No problem, Gwen, let's start. I'll cut. Cut, cut. Gwen took a step forward and crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in one step, and came to the front of the huge vegetation. The vegetation that looked very tall before now looked like normal shrubs taller than humans in front of Gwen. Gwen raised the scissors that had also been enlarged, aimed at the plants in front, and started cutting directly. Click! 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 The scissors left after images when Gwen used them, and huge branches and green leaves fell one after another. No, it cannot be said that they floated down. It should be said that they fell. The huge branches and leaves fell to the ground with gravitational potential energy. Although they would not make the ground bumpy, they would still damage some decorations and the like. Of course, Noah would not just watch these heavy objects fall to the ground. He raised his hand and released his magic power, easily grabbing all the fallen branches and leaves, then gathered them in an open space, waiting for Blitzcrank to deal with them later. Although Noah could have directly handed these things over to Blitzcrank and the robots to deal with, why should he do these meaningless things? In fact, Noah just thought it would be fun. Gwen's scissors are used for sewing clothes. If they are used to trim leaves, Gwen will become a gardener, right? But if they are used to cut hair, wouldn't she become Teacher Tony? Noah thought he could keep his hair long so that Gwen could cut his hair and he could cosplay as Yasuo. Noah wanted to do something interesting to help Gwen better integrate into the family. Although there are only 3 people in his family now, this can also leave them with interesting memories. Hey! Hurry up, speak quickly. Intermittent sprint voice. At this moment, Gwen floated in front of Noah. Because of Gwen's height at this time, Noah explored some beautiful scenery from under Gwen's skirt when Gwen passed by. Cough cough. A moment later, after Gwen crouched down to trim the base of the plant, the sun was streaming into the manor again. Just as Gwen was about to say something, her body began to shrink until it shrunk to its original height of 1.8 meters. Gwen looked at her hands, still feeling a little unsatisfied. Okay, Gwen, there will be many opportunities in the future, don't worry. Gwen always wrote her thoughts on her face. Noah saw it and whispered, Gwen, don't you still need to continue learning about this world? Oh, yes, Sister Lysandra was talking halfway when she suddenly stopped talking. Gwen suddenly remembered what she should do. In order to understand the world faster, learning this knowledge was the top priority. So Lysandra waved her hand, and some nanomatter poured out from the device for storing nanomatter on Noah's waist, and then formed the original spherical image of Lysandra. Gwen, let's continue with our unfinished lessons. Lysandra's voice came from the sphere. Hey? Sister Noah and Lysandra, where are you going now? Gwen saw that Lysandra had just summoned out the spherical body to continue teaching her, and then saw that Noah and Lysandra showed signs of leaving, so Gwen couldn't help but ask. Your sister Lysandra's body has just been completed. We are going out to test it. Gwen, you stay home first. I will prepare some fun things for you when I come back. Under Gwen's gaze, Noah put on his armor and flew into the sky with Lysandra. It is worth mentioning that Lysandra did not wear any armor, but flew directly into the sky. This is Lysandra's magnetic levitation technology, which allows her to achieve the effect of flying without using any propulsion technology. When Noah's armor was being manufactured, this technology had not yet been added to the armor. Wow! They can actually fly, I'm so envious. Gwen yelled as she watched them leave, then entered the room with the spherical Lysandra and continued her study time. Corpse Party.